Greetings, my name is Chris, aka The Philosopher's Games, and today episode 4 of The Rings of Power Season 2 came out. And these are my first impressions of this episode. I watched it already, actually 2 times, and oh boy, there is a lot to unpack in this episode. So many references, so I'm looking forward to the live analysis stream we will have later this day, because we will have a lot to discuss there. A lot of references, we will look into the book quite a few times, and it is an interesting episode, I have to admit. I enjoyed it for the most part, though I felt it was a little bit fan service heavy. I still have to process this episode, because I'm not 100% sure what to think of it. I think from watching it the first time, I had a blast watching it. I think it's a really good episode. On the other side, as mentioned, it is so fan service heavy that they implement, like, it's kind of a best of weird things from Lord of the Rings, and they put it all into an episode. If it makes sense or not, doesn't matter as long as it's in the episode. So it goes quite a bit against the law, and I feel like they could have been a bit more elegant using these law elements, in my opinion. I actually hoped they would do this, and what this means exactly, we discuss very briefly in the next section, so spoiler warning from here. So let's start with the first kind of little negative point, in my opinion. It's a bit nitpicky. It's the barrow wides. Though I'm quite happy that some of my predictions were quite precise for this episode, I'm not so happy that they did not come up with a different explanation for the barrow wides. What they're basically doing here is using exactly what is in the Lord of the Rings. And you could think, well, it's Lord of the Rings of Power. Why does it matter? Lore-wise, it matters because the Lord of the Rings plays up to 5,000 years later. So when their intention is to portray the Second Age of Middle-earth in this adaptation, it is strange that they make use of so many elements from the Third Age. Like, if you think about it, what makes the Third Age then special if all the elements are suddenly pulled into the Second Age? Why not come up with something original, something new, or maybe reference it distantly? What they are doing basically with the barrow wides is copy-pasting them from the Third Age into the Second Age, and I think that's a bit unfortunate. The origin story of these barrow downs and also the barrow wides possessing those is related to the War of Angmar in the Third Age. At the end of the Second Age, the kingdom of Arnor and Gondor will be found by the Dúnedain in exile. And then, at some point in the Third Age, there was a king who had 3 sons who were in a strife and could not agree on who would rule. And this led to Arnor being split into 3 kingdoms. One of that was Cardolan. And then in this context, the Witch King also came into these lands to the north and founded his own realm there, which was called Angmar. There he became known as the Witch King of Angmar, as you have probably heard from the Lord of the Rings already. And then he started a war against these kingdoms. He absorbed one of them, and he completely destroyed Cardolan. I have the theory that some of the remaining forces in Cardolan hid in the Barrow Downs. And to get them out there and to completely desert the land, he summoned spirits, evil spirits, to these Barrow Downs that possessed them. And these then became the barrow wides. And as a result, Cardolan was no more and completely deserted. And only one of these kingdoms were left, which was Arthedain. For example, Aragorn is from the line of this last mentioned kingdom. Of course, the Barrow Downs, even from the perspective of Cardolan, were very old. In Lord of the Rings, we find a hint that they were even created in the First Age. So yes, technically in the Second Age they were there, but it seems very strange that they were already possessed by barrow wides in the Second Age. That makes no sense, because when the Dúnedain came into this land, they revered this place, because not even the Edain, but the ancestors of the Edain, so before men reached Beleriand, created these Barrow Downs. As a result, they were just ancient history from the perspective of men, even in the Second Age. If it would be at least a different location and like a different origin story or whatever, yeah, maybe, but it's also called Tyrn Gorthad, and on the map it's at the exact same location as the Barrow-Downs are in Lord of the Rings. It feels like an unnecessary repetition of history just to have the Barrow-Wights in the show as a bit of fan service, and I don't find that very elegant, if I'm honest. Speaking of fan service, this episode, and in general the show, seems to basically get every mysterious creature from Tolkien's books into this show. Like, we had Ents in this show now, we had also the mention of the nameless things, we have Tom Bombadil. If at the end of episode 4 we also had the Balrog waving into the camera, and a dragon flying above the woods, and then the nameless thing giving high five to the Watcher in the water, then I guess we would have gotten pretty much everything, and most of it would have been in episode 4 then. It is a bit cheap in my opinion. It's not the end of the world, and there may be some people who enjoy that all these references to the books and all these creatures we can finally see or hear somewhere. I don't mind this as well too much, but I felt it was a bit too much for just one episode. Speaking of Tom Bombadil, I really liked his portrayal in the show. I think the actor did a fantastic job. Tom Bombadil smiled, luckily enough, quite a bit. Also sang his signature song a little bit in the background, which was pretty awesome in my opinion. But some elements of it were, again, too close to what we know already from The Lord of the Rings. Like, it's a bit too reference heavy. If you actually want to make a show about the Third Age, then maybe make a show about the Third Age, not the Second Age. Like, come up with something new. You chose the Second Age because of all these blank pages I remember from some interviews in the past. And now you copy everything from the Third Age into the Second Age because you can't come up with something new. That I don't really understand, to be honest. I also think it's a bit strange that Tom Bombadil now becomes a teacher of the E-study of the wizards. That makes very little sense in my opinion. That's not how I imagine Tom Bombadil. He's just an exception. He has nothing to do with an order of the Valar who sent help to Middle-earth or something, then has to help them out or so. He's just a enigma in the world, and this kind of gives him a very specific purpose in the world that reduces his enigma, if that makes sense. Though I have to admit, some parts of the portrayal still try to establish this enigmatic character, which I really liked, but in the end I'm not 100% sure if I like how he's used here in this show. I think he has too much purpose in the story, if that makes sense, because that's exactly the point of Tom Bombadil, and also a lot of people complaining a bit about the Tom Bombadil chapters because they basically serve almost no purpose for the story. Still, I think what this episode does is condensing a lot of plot lines and pushing them with some force into a specific direction, and you can definitely see from this point how it will develop further, and I personally am curious how this all plays out at the end, and that's, in my opinion, a very positive thing, though it's done with a bit too much fan service, in my opinion. Also, there's a very interesting and small detail with the Sturs and the story that the Stur leader told, and she mentioned something called the Susat. And Susat is actually the in-world Westron name of the Shire. Interestingly, this name only appears, to my knowledge, in Peoples of Middle-earth. That means they might have rights to use some elements out of that book. And this would definitely allow them also to use the version where the two blue wizards in the east are successful, and also at some point confront Sauron fleeing after the War of the Last Alliance. So that's maybe interesting. But as mentioned, I want to keep this video short, so thank you for watching. Also, if you liked the video, feel free to press the like button, maybe subscribe, and leave a comment. Tell me what you thought. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. Sorry for being late. I think Rosemary guessed it. I fell asleep. Well, turns out you have to sleep at times, but whatever. Here we are, and I'm late. I'm sorry for that. Keep you waiting, but yeah, sometimes a bit tough to schedule things and then doing stuff. But it seems like it's not that bad. You're still there. Maybe some people look into this a bit later, so I don't know. But welcome everyone. Welcome Great Rebo and Australian and Christian is also here. Sash, Priscilla TV, of course. Mark is here. Joe is here. Jonas is here. The one where the name I can't read. I need to learn to read Cyrillic, I think. Diana Stark also here. Awesome. So welcome everyone. And yeah, I forgot Schnarke potentially in the Twitch chat. And yeah, some other people here and there. Great to see you, and I hope you had a fantastic day. And today was the day of episode 4 for The Rings of Power, season 2, and we will look into this episode. There's quite a few things, I already said it in the other video, to unpack. Like, this video was kind of filled with references and quotes and whatnot. And also, my opinion, was maybe a bit too much fan service, because they just took everything in Lord of the Rings and put it into the show on this episode. It felt interesting. This episode was almost entirely zoological. Yeah, it was zoological. Yeah, that is true. There was every mysteric being in the Tolkien universe is just and things referenced in this episode, like almost. Some are still missing. Maybe we're getting them as well. At this rate, I also expect them that at some episode the Watcher in the Water shows up. Who knows, chat? Who knows? They just said, yeah. What did these people do in the Second Age? Well, it doesn't matter. We just put them in anyway. Still, overall, I found it was an interesting episode. Like, just ignoring the fact that stuff is working out, or that it's not working out in the lore from a book perspective. I still thought it was a good episode in a way. So I'm kind of what do you call it, torn. Hope sound is good, chat. Will you sing? No. But nice that I could answer a question quite quick in chat. That's usually not the case. Nice how the Sturs and Harfoots have spent so much time apart, but the wild hair with botanical decor trend persists for both. That is true. Sound is good. Awesome. Reduces here notch. Okay, chat. Oh, I have to open it, right? What were your opinions? Yes, I think the episode was great. Schnarke would be surprised if you have watched the episode, but it is possible, but I did not expect it. I didn't watch it. I didn't even Prime. Well, Schnarke. It's time to maybe catch up. But yeah, whatever. Is this here right? That should be right. So where do we start? Where do we even start, chat? I don't know. We have so much to discuss this time. No, that's episode 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be here. So the episode starts with the elves, so maybe we start there first, I would say. I had a good time overall. A few qualms with the dialogue and some mini plot twists I found unnecessary, but overall nice. I love Tom. Yeah, Tom was awesome. We'll talk about him in a moment as well. Did you notice who plays that male hobbit? It's that Indian actor we thought was going to play Sauron. Oh. To be honest, these debates on who plays who, I already completely forgot. The only actress let me just think. The only actress I checked was the actress that played the Endwife. And she, for example, played quite a few films, also in The Sixth Sense. That's where I have seen her before. Or heard her before, I should say. The Endwife had a beautiful voice. Yeah, for sure. I like your attitude, Sash. I want to enjoy it, but as you said in your video earlier, it's a mishmash of the actual Lord of the Rings. I can't enjoy it, but I still watch it as my love for Tolkien is greater than the hate. Or hate that's going on, potentially. Yeah, I kind of can relate to that. She reminded me of Diana Rigg, who played, for example, Olenna Tyrell. Yeah, the new end was definitely very interesting. Olenna Tyrell is my role model. Okay, chat. Let me just load in the first screenshot. I think we start with the elves. It's already wrong. I had quite a few things I selected for screenshots today. Galadriel was also among them, but also the Barrow Whites. I didn't know what to choose. Tom Bombadil already used for the first impressions video. Give us Galadriel's epic hairstyles. Now, you already mentioned on the Discord that you liked those quite a lot. Okay, so the show starts with Galadriel and our good old friend Mr. Elrond talking to each other. I'm surprised that stuff here didn't work as I intended, but okay. So, yeah, what they're doing, if I remember correctly, is that Elrond asks quite a few things. It seems like Galadriel can kind of arrange herself with it. An archer and 2 swordsmen, Galadriel recommends. So yeah, they need a group to travel with. So this is like a little fellowship. If the background and stuff looks suddenly much more busy, in my opinion, than in previous seasons. So yeah, it's not that COVID plague. We always notice that. I like that. So the set feels always pretty much alive. It seems like they are. We don't see him here on the scene. I think would be cool if he is in the background somewhere, but I didn't notice that they at the house or at the shipyard of Círdan here. At least one of those, but yeah, it should be this place. Now, looking at this place now, I don't see Círdan here anywhere. And then, yeah, we have a bit of walking. We see these 3 walking through these lands, which are very, very beautiful and so on. Over the mountains and shadows. And then we get a map. And here the first interesting thing starts. That's maybe an interesting scene here a bit later if I consider everything that we can maybe briefly talk about. Let me see, chat. Well, just what you think, maybe. Let me get the screenshot here on screen in a moment, chat. Just a short moment. We have this scene here. We see them walking there. And what is interesting about this? Do you think this? I mean, it would make very little sense location-wise. What do you call this? A fort, I think. Kind of. Well, could this be close to Rivendell? Was my first assumption. Like, where are they going exactly? Where could this be? I think from like a map standpoint, it makes very little sense if we go to our favorite Second Age map here. Also, the map, we will talk about the map in a moment. The map is just so weird. I don't know exactly why that is. I mean, there's an interesting effect there. Let me take it here because we can see a bit better. Like, the map is just so strange in my opinion. But yeah, we're looking at the map here. So we have Mislond, that are the Grey Havens. And here's also what I meant, what we talked about with this. There's this huge rift here that splits the Blue Mountains here. That once were one, and now things look very different in contrast to what it looked in the First Age. Remember this one episode? What is this? That's the source for the map. Well, I should maybe not make this movable. So I assume these are the Blue Mountains, the First Age. This is the west part of Middle-earth. Mislond, these are the Blue Mountains. Mislond would be somewhere here. It's not here yet. Here's the Loon, as you can see. And yeah, maybe here it could be. Hard to tell. However, you see that, yeah, when this land here gets sunk into the ocean, Beleriand, and then there's this huge rift here. Always find this interesting. It split the mountains apart, and the show maybe uses this as mentioned for whatever reason. There's like a huge rift. We talked about this in the other episode, if you remember it. However, if we come back to the other map, because yeah, now Middle-earth looks different in the Second Age. They start from here. Where are they going? Like, in theory, this is like the classic pathway of what is going on. And you see we actually have bridges here. There's a bridge here, chat. Here's a bridge that goes over this river, which is the Branduin. The Hobbits later called Brandywine. And what is interesting is, where are they crossing this river? Like, if you want to go from Island to Ostinethil, that's kind of where they want to go, I guess. They have to start here. Oh, Spielcup is also here. What I find strange is, then they come, we'll see in a moment that this bridge is destroyed. Now the question is, and then they want to go south. And that I find weird. Like, if you look here at the map that we will talk about in a moment. Just have to switch the image here. This map here, you definitely notice, maybe it's due to the camera angle or something, but it doesn't look so steep, but it looks like the proportions of this map are just so strange. Always have a bit trouble kind of figuring things out here. But on this other map here, you see here is a bridge. It zooms onto this bridge here. This is Nenuial, that's the lake. We have this part here, and then we make this curve here. It's a bit missing here because they have this transformation of this bridge symbol into the actual bridge, and then they have this smooth transition to where the elves are standing. So they think it's down here in this curve here, it's Nenuial. If we look where this place actually is here, then we notice it is close to the Shire, actually. This would be the Old Forest. This here would be the Barrow Downs. I assume, and this looks very strange, this here then should be Amon Sul, the Weather Hills, and with Weather Top. It's kind of strange. South Downs, I would assume. Barrow Downs. But you see how compressed this part here is? It's just so strange, just from a perspective. Let me just look at chat for a moment, because I found this very strange. So what paths are they going to Mislond? Well, we don't see these ways here, but we know from Mislond to potentially this other path, there is the East Road. I'm not sure when the East Road was established, if I'm honest, but I could imagine it is old because... Let me see if there's a hint for this history. It's not recorded when and by whom the East Road was built. It's possible that the dwarves had used the East Road or a path that followed the course of the East Road since the First Age. That's also kind of what I remember, because there must be there were the two dwarven kingdoms in the First Age, Nogrod and Belegost in the Blue Mountains, and Khazad-dûm also existed. So there are some hints that something like this existed in the Second Age already, in my opinion. Let me look at chat. Yeah, the Twitch stream, it seems like you are... There's a German Twitch channel as well. There's also Schnake watching. Most people here are on the YouTube channel, though. So let's look at chat for a moment, because I know I missed quite a few messages by now. Doing production, making screenshots, and talking is currently bringing me to the absolute maximum of my ability. Map boy. He looks so innocent. I think he can also look not so innocent if you want. Beautiful voice. We talked about this. We talked about Lana Tyrell. Give us Galadriel's epic hairstyles. Exactly. Left her with a beautiful long hair. Well, I think the hairstyles of Galadriel always look great. Okay, Spielcup joined it. Kirdan, nice to see you here as well. Did you enjoy the episodes so far? Or haven't you looked into them? We also did quite a bit of deciphering already in previous streams. Today, potentially less. Suit that Galadriel is wearing as well. Less fancy and more than dresses, but not as over the top as the full suit of armor. I couldn't watch this episode without taking a break to actually check the map of Eriador and find out which bridge they are going for. Exactly that is what we're going to do in a moment. It's good that Galadriel is not being too difficult regarding Elrond's new authority. Yeah, just a little difficult. Yeah, that is true. I mean, they are still kind of friends. And even though they currently have quite different views on things, they still respect each other, which I think is nice. Like, usually Galadriel is sometimes hard to understand. And I've enjoyed the episode. Awesome. Galadriel is slowly changing from warrior in full plate to rogue in lighter dress. Next will be a mage build with a gorgeous flowing dress. Potentially. Technically, this map would still be based on the Second Age, where the Middle Earth is still flat, whereas the Third Age map would be round. It's actually true, though. To be fair, that the Third Age map of this version, the map I'm using here is the Second Age map originally, and changed a little bit, or was changed by Mordor, by Círdan, my moderator. They made a First Age and a Third Age version out of it. But yeah, the proportions and so on might change or so. But I just found it difficult to understand this map here. The abyss looked so deep. Yeah, the problem is it shows the bridge where they are zooming onto in this episode is over a river. So there must be in this abyss, there must be a river down there. Also, the Honeybum Empress, welcome, nice to see you. It's strange though, I agree. Yeah, the dynamic between Galadriel and Elrond weren't too bad. Turns out both are pretty good actors, so that kind of helped. So yeah, the question is now, we come back to the map. We might use a different map chat at times than this one that we are currently using. Let's switch back to the Second Age map. So remember how this here looks? That was wrong? That's the right map. So yeah, this here is actually what later will be the Shire. So we have Nanoyal, we have this curve here. If we go to the other thing, you know, just for people to get along, this is the lake. Here we have this curve, goes down, almost like a question mark kind of shape. Switching between both of them is currently a bit annoying. So here, this curve, question mark, first bridge. And then it goes down further. We have another pass here. And here on the Third Age map, we also have like the names of these places. So here's the Shire. Hobbiton is here. This is the Brandywine Bridge in the Shire. Here's the old Forest Barrows, Bree, question mark thing goes a bit further down. You have a second bridge here, which is Sarnford. So there are 2 gaps where you can cross the Brandywine. Here's Mislond, also on the other map. Ostinesil would be here. It's not on this map though, so we switch back to the other. It's more foresty now here, and the Shire isn't here yet. We talk about the Shire in a moment as well. Not in a moment, later in the stream. But it's the Shire is interestingly mentioned in this episode. Can't believe Círdan shaved his beard. Yeah, I could imagine you do not approve. So yeah, let me just switch back to the other thing here. So here's a question mark. Here it goes down. Then here's another curve to make the Brandywine go like this. So here's the old forest. Here is this thing. That means somewhere here would be Bree. That means that the Brandywine bridge should be here. The actual Brandywine bridge should be here, chat. It's just my humble opinion. Here we have this little curve. You see here on this map, this curve, or this turn this river's taking is much smaller than on the other map. This looks like a huge thing. I mean, the question mark also seems a bit more strong here. Like I feel this map feels very strangely stretched in a way. Like this here is such a big thing. You could say, yeah, it's a map. They don't have this very precise, and the coastlines might be wrong, which is true. I just found it very unusual. That's just what I want to point out. That, for example, the distance between these 2 rivers is so small, while this is so big. You know, that kind of throws me a little bit off when it comes to the map. Like, if you look at the classic maps, you see how much space there is between these 2 rivers all of a sudden in comparison to this distance here. So the proportions are very strange of all of this. It doesn't matter too much. Just want to point that out, that in my opinion, there's a bridge either here somewhere, or maybe it's the Sanford bridge, but it doesn't fit because the bridge goes south to north or north to south, not like here west to east. This bridge also goes west to east. So the question is, which bridge are they finding that goes over here? Like, if this road here, this is the east road, it goes here through this to the high pass, other side Rovanion, and so on. It's all Dwarven road. The question is, where would they cross this road to get to here? The multiple ways. So either they go down, go over this river here somewhere, which I think is the fastest way. This would be going south. Another option would be to take this here and then go down. But they need to get, like, to get on the to get to Eregion, they need to cross the Brandywine at some point, and then they need to cross these river sections here as well somehow. But that isn't that clear how this actually works. We're talking about kind of an actual map. Exactly. So in the episode, when they are on this bridge, like, we have some cardinal information. I mean, we don't see a river here as somebody... Oh, that was wrong. Let me just do my stuff here really quick. Bridge broken. Okay, chat. I'm switching the screenshot in a moment. Just to give you like the next scene so we know what we're talking about exactly. So this bridge here, you see something there in the distance. I haven't looked at that, if I'm honest, too well. It's just a tree, right? We don't see a city or anything in the background. No, you don't see this. Maybe just switch to studio mode. Easier to handle. Arrow I also don't need right now. So yeah, this bridge is broken. We see that. There's also, I made a second screenshot here, which I missed. Here you see, it doesn't look like there's a river down there, to be fair. But, I mean, maybe there is a river down there. Let's just pretend, because that's all that makes sense. This bridge was destroyed, interestingly, by lightning. So I expected a lot of things that might be the reason for the destruction of this place. Lightning was not on my list. We know Gandalf could wield lightning as a Maiar. He did this a few things. Sauron, I'm not really sure. He's more the fire guy, so I expected it was kind of, I don't know, a fiery explosion or whatever that blew up the bridge, not necessarily lightning. But explicitly in the show it said lightning. Galadriel says no. I'm actually, maybe I remember it wrong. Galadriel says nothing. Galadriel says just no earthly force could do this. And they say it's a work of Sauron. They seem to imply that Numenorians had colonies established. In this dialogue here, what's too nice is here. Welcome, nice to see you. So kind of interesting, but yeah, what happens in this dialogue though is they ask their friends Kamnir, which we always call him Kemnir, but I find a bit strange, like might be the English pronunciation thing, but it should be Kamnir if it's written with an A. He has a map. I would love to see his map, to be honest, but we don't get a good glimpse of it. To circumvent it, we shall either have to turn due north, adding 2 weeks to our journey, or we go south through the hills of Turngorthad. And Turngorthad is the Elvish name for the Barrow Downs, which I find very strange. They pronounce Turn also very strange in the show. Like they always say, let me just listen to it. They always call it Turin. But it's not Turin, it's Turn. Like there's no, they make up a, we're not in Japan, they're making up a syllable. Turn is one syllable. That I find very strange. But they say it consistently in this way, so I don't know why. There might be reasons. Maybe they wasn't, I mean the name appears in Lord of the Rings. I don't know. Sometimes the pronunciation is pretty good, sometimes not so much. It's strange. Galadriel could just have jumped the gap. Weakness disgusts me. Welcome, Tolkien erklärt. Nice to see you. That's Lucas. We together with other people of the German Tolkien Society often discuss the show on stream on the YouTube channel of the German Tolkien Society. Also, if you're from Germany, he's also doing German content. He's from Austria. Of course, don't want to make him angry that he is to be confused with us pesky Germans. But no, fantastic content creator as well. Awesome dude, very knowledgeable. Full recommendation. Shoutouts to him. Yeah, but it's strange. So let us look at the strange map, which it always confuses me. The reason why I say it's a strange map is it confuses me to navigate it at times, because I think, well, shouldn't there be more space? Well, we get used to it. Oh, Sash is from Switzerland. Shoutouts to Switzerland as well. I mean, you could say if you have enough energy, lightning can pretty much destroy anything, I would say. Same with magnetism, like except for super isolators, I would assume, but I think even there might be limits to it. That's actually a good question, but it has more to do with physics and black holes and specific types of neutron stars, where there's like a massive amount of magnetic power at work. At some point, basically everything can become magnetic. It's kind of fascinating. Replay from 4:37. What do you mean replay from 4:30? You mean in the show? 4:37. Yeah, there the bridge turns into this. Or what do you mean exactly? Or do you mean the proportions become better? The bridge is in the middle of the... It's like a visual effect where they zoom into the map, kind of. And by doing so, this bridge symbol that you see currently here on the map becomes... You already see it hinted at. Becomes basically a drawn outline of this shot that we see in the next scene. Can't show you that in that detail, because then I would have to play the stuff here and then my video gets claimed. Which is definitely not an option. But so far with using stills, that actually none of my videos was claimed so far. I'm very happy about this. Here, that's a screenshot. Just had to search it for a moment. Turn sounds like the plural of Tür. That's correct. Interestingly, what... It's actually a good question. What is the etymology of Turngorthat? Turngorthat, compound of plural Turn. The singular is Torn. Like we know, Amon is singular of hill, Emyn. So an A transforms into an A, Amon. The A transforms into an E. The O of Amon transforms into a Y. So Turn could be seen as a plural of the word Torn, and translates to burial mound, something like this. And what is kind of interesting is that Gorthat means race or spirit of dead or something like that. It seems like in one manuscript of Tolkien he used the word Gorthait, which is the plural of Gorthat. Like in Sindarin, the plural works like you change the vowels. So like I said, an O becomes a Y, an A becomes an E. It seems like the problem with this is it's not always consistent. And there are very strange ways that things can change quite a bit. Whatever. I don't want to go too deep into the grammar of Sindarin because it is hellish. It's really nasty. Like, Sindarin is such a complicated language. But yeah, we haven't made progress, chat. We have to look at the map. I'm kind of still trying to figure this out on the fly. But yeah, I found it very difficult. So they say, so Elrond says we go south. South is down, in my opinion. So, like, at first I thought, is this supposed to be the Brandywine Bridge? Is this destroyed? Then, where would they go north? That doesn't work at all. Then it must be the Sarnford Bridge. I'm not sure when Sarnford is created, if I'm honest. Sarnford, but I don't know, chat. These are the two bridges, so they are on the Sarnford Bridge maybe. But this is maybe too far if we look back at the screenshot. That's too far. I mean, it could be. It's actually in this weird corner here. But the Sarnford Bridge could be further south, right, chat? That's a problem with the map because it's so unusual to the map I'm used to. They have a bit trouble of identifying this. Because I think this thing here, so the bridge is kind of here somewhere. Like this part here is very strangely formed, if I'm honest. That makes it a bit difficult to tell where they are exactly. It could be the Sarnford Bridge. It's definitely an option for this here. So maybe the Sarnford Bridge is here. And then what they are saying is, if we go north, we have to walk 2 weeks, but we go over this here, over the Barrow Downs. And this is like maybe the hint that might help us decipher this weird mystery where they actually go. Either they don't care about the map at all, then I don't know. But like I said, there was potentially a bridge here. There was definitely a Brandywine Bridge before the Hobbits were in this land. You're right, a ford would be shallow, so not necessarily a bridge. And my theory for this is because here we have the old forest and the Barrow Downs. These are the Barrow Downs here. That there might be, for whatever reason, I mean, in theory, later in Hobbit time, this might actually be true that you can kind of cross over to the old forest. But my suggestion is the following now, that there is a bridge in between the Sarnford and between this bridge here, like the Brandywine Bridge. And they are kind of, for whatever reason, not going the east road, but going here. I mean, if this road here would exist, it would make sense that they go this way. But I assume, for whatever reason, it makes no sense in my opinion. They take like a middle road, because a bridge would be somewhere here. So let's pretend in the world of Rings of Power, there's a bridge here. And then they say, our options are going north, that would be the Brandywine Bridge, over the east road, or going south to Sarnford, which doesn't seem closer than the other one. Like the Brandywine Bridge would seem closer across this gap. And I can't remember that there was this huge, massive gap in the Shire. That's never how I imagined this section here. So in my opinion, it's very strange. They could have just said the Brandywine Bridge is destroyed. That, in my opinion, or the Branduin Bridge, as they would call it then in the Second Age. And then we would know, oh cool, that's where the Shire later will be. Awesome. The other option is, they're actually here. And it is the Brandywine Bridge that is destroyed. And they could go about some imaginary bridge up here somewhere. Or they go all the way down to Sarnford. That also would make sense. But this location, if we go back to the other map, doesn't really look like that's the bridge we are looking for. I find this oops, that was wrong. I find this very strange, not gonna lie. Like the Brandywine Bridge should be somewhere here. Here are the barrows, you know what I mean? And like, even from the logic, like, they are telling me there's a bridge on their map. Let's just pretend it's some it's a bridge at Sanford or whatever, in between the Brandywine Bridge, or the Branduin Bridge and this here. Then why would they go south from here? Like, south is here. The Barrow Downs are north. So I don't understand the cardinal directions here. It confused me quite a bit. I said, they go south from there? Where are they going south? I mean, it makes sense because the location they want to go is actually here. So they maybe go over a bridge here, because to get to Eregion they need to go here anyway. But the Barrow Downs are not here. Like, the Barrow Downs are here. They even have them on the map. I don't understand. I think that's very confusing, chat. Not gonna lie. Grüezi. I was on Dalo. I like it. Salut. The bridge is too solid. Yeah, the bridge is really solid. Looks like a really high-tech bridge. High-quality bridge. Until the lightning came. This whole scene is a bit strange in my opinion. Welcome, Sean. Nice to see you. Only lightning sets the bridge aflame. Yeah, I don't know. I imagine that it was a lightning beam that was so strong that it, like an orbital laser, basically destroyed the bridge. That's how I imagine it. It's a bridge in the middle of the map, yeah, maybe. It was a dragon, of course. I mean, they say lightning. It's a lightning. There are lightning dragons in Elden Ring, so I guess the idea for that exists. Timestamp in the show. Okay, Ancalagon is a back baby, yeah. That Ancalagon would be the better explanation, I think. Maybe a dragon or something. Like, just imagine they would have used a dragon to destroy the bridge. That would be the best possible explanation. And they also had another creature checkmark for this episode. Like, and we also had dragons in this show. Awesome. In this episode. Is it really weird? The downs are stated in the diagonal between the south bridge. They're certainly north of the map. It's really strange. It was not a question if it's not strange. You need explosives or Sauron to destroy. Yeah, they could have asked Saruman if he mixes some explosives again. Maybe as a shop or something. He's not at Isengard yet, though. Actually, Isengard doesn't exist yet, even. Also, this gorge is crazy deep for something that essentially in the Shire proportion of the Brandywine in the Third Age. Yeah, it's just very strange. Orc Team 6 took out the bridge. I think the problem is if we are on the side of the river, then why do we need Barrow-Wights? Yeah, that's true. Like, it's weird. They have to go up the bridge and then north to get to the Barrow-Wights. Why would they go over the Barrow-Wights? And they have already passed them. They need to go here. All they need to do is go over the bridge and then just go past along the river and go here. That's all they need to do. And because all of this, what they are saying, also welcome, Devin, it makes no sense map-wise. Why do you even show us a map then? Like, it makes literally zero sense. That's why my question was, and now we come back to my initial question. Could this be, I mean, this could be Sanford or something like this. Or it could be Rivendell or something. I don't know. I'm a bit disappointed in the geography of the show, to be honest. There's definitely room to improve on a few things there. But I don't want to talk about this map part too long. Do you think in the Second Age Bree already existed? It would be so cool, in my opinion, if they just stayed at Bree for a moment. That would have been awesome. Even if there would be the prancing pony, I kind of would like that. Bree could have existed already. I think I haven't looked into the creation of Bree in a long time. Yeah, according to their tales, the men of Bree had settled in Bree in the Elder Days, in the First Age. They were pre-Numenorian and had migrated from the valleys of the White Mountain to the southern valleys of the Misty Mountains. And then north as far as the Barrow Downs. So here it says Bree could have existed. In Second Age, Bree and Breeland became part of the Kingdom of Arnor. So that existed. So that is, chat. This Bree existed potentially since the Elder Days, which is very cool. So if they are close to the Barrow Downs, why not stop at Bree? That would be so awesome. I don't know why I'm a huge fan of this place. I always think, oh, that's a cool little city. Like from Lord of the Rings perspective, you know, Bree, always awesome. I don't know why that is. I'm not sure if you feel the same. Let me see if I find a good screenshot of Bree. The question is also how it's pronounced. I would go with Bree. Then, I mean, you could make an argument then Sarnford is pronounced Sarnford or something. I don't know. So here we have like an old screenshot of it. I'm not sure if that's really good. There's another one I tried to find. The problem is I can't see that well here in my preview screens. Oh, there's a Bree set. That's also pretty cool, in my opinion, from the making of. We have another one of those here. Back in the 90s. Recorded in the 4:3 format. Awesome. I'm not sure if it was recorded in the night. It could also be 2000 or something. But yeah, somewhere around this time. Here we have the prancing pony. That is from The Hobbit, though, not from Fellowship. Peter Jackson cameo in Bree. I think also a different place. I think pony sign. I think that's the biggest I can zoom in. It's just so hard to see, chat. Oh, that's our other friend. I have too many screenshots of this particular era. Let me just see. There's one screenshot inside Bree, where I could at least see a little bit of the town. I don't know how it's called. Not forgot to scroll down, chat. Missing a lot of messages. It would be cool to see Bree during the day, yeah. They don't want to make their Lord of the Rings, but that of Tolkien. Yeah, it's a bit different for the show. The destruction of the bridge due to the eruption of Mount Doom again. Yeah, that would also be an interesting thing, right? The Death Star. I hate Amazon. The film effed it up, yeah. Potentially the film effed it up a little bit. Abandon all hope and logic. You enter here. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Like, they show us a map and these zooms, but they often make very little sense. It's just so weird map-wise. They're not even on the right side of the Brandywine to get to the downs. Yeah. Only if there's like an additional bridge in between. I still haven't found the screenshot, by the way, I'm looking for. What is going on here? It's so strange. I could swear I had this one screenshot. The only one I find, chat, is the one with Thorin from the Hobbit. Like this one here. This from the Hobbit, not from... It does credit the film correctly. It's just for completeness sake. Unexpected Journey. I think it is. At least says Hobbit. It's not an Unexpected Journey, chat. You know what? It's the second Hobbit film because the flashback. So yeah, I kind of like Brie quite a lot. Also, sorry for not catching up with chat. I'm a bit behind. Well, she actually ordered wine. What? Oh god, they will bring back the Prancing Pony. They had a good opportunity here to bring back the Prancing Pony. Like, if we built this show on nostalgia, I think that was a missed opportunity, in my opinion. I mean, the Barrow Downs are right next to Brie, so there's that. I'm not sure where they are going or heading for. It's just strange. Galadriel at the Prancing Pony holding a pint glass and thinking it's tiny. A pint, as it's pronounced, I think. The Numenorian pub seems decent, but granted they are not Middle-earth. Not enough mushrooms in drinks. But the pub prices are steep. There's a scene where they cross a river via ford, but it's before. Yeah, we had this scene a moment ago. I think you mean this one here, right? But like I said, it could also be Rivendell. It feels like it's completely random. Where are they here exactly? Is the order correct? I don't know. It's a bit unfortunate as map fan that we look into the stuff here and try to figure things out, and it never works. Like, it always is a disaster when we look at the map. It makes no sense where they're going in the show. It's 10 rupees for a point. Because nobody is expected to examine it in this depth, it falls apart. I mean, that is potentially true, but why give us then a map if it makes no sense? I find that just very strange. One of my favorite moments in the books is when the hobbits are in the Prancing Pony, when they receive Gandalf's letter, and Merry is outside getting almost killed. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's a very cool scene. It's a bit different in the films, though. Quite a bit different, but it's cool. I'm late to the party. We already started late, so I'm always also late. I know, but I just turned season 4 off after about 12 minutes, man, I ate. I can definitely see there's just so much fan service, it often makes no sense, but whatever. If you manage to move what you know about Lord of the Rings a bit out of the way, I think it's actually, again, a decent episode, but yeah, I don't know. We could have found out that the prancing pony had been running by the Butterbur family for several thousands of years. That's true. When do we play Fortnite? I never played Fortnite on stream, I think. They should have given us the fort scene after the bridge scene, then we would have been on the correct side of the river for the whites, but still their path would make no sense because they already crossed the river for that. Time becomes time. Immortal Butterbur. Okay, so let's move on because else we never get anything done here in this stream. But I just want to point out, they now go south to the Barrow Downs. The only bridge where going south would make sense to reach the Barrow Downs would be, you guessed right, the Brandywine Bridge, but it's further north. It seems just absolutely strange when it comes to map fans. Like, let's say they are here, and then they say, yeah, we could go north, maybe here, and then take a huge detour, or we go south and take the Brandywine. Or this is a Brandywine bridge, and then they want to go south to the fort to cross this. This would make most sense, I think. The Brandywine is destroyed. They go here, and then they go there. Otherwise, they could go here, but then they would have to take such a big detour going all the way down. Maybe, I don't know what. It makes very little sense to me. Especially like the week difference. There's a short way south. Okay, yeah, that's also where they need to go. But they need to go over the Barrow down. That makes very little sense. I mean, when they cross the bridge, they could just go steep down here and just miss the opportunity to go to Bree. And then they have to cross the Barrow Wide. So I think crossing the Brandywine Bridge south is the only thing where it makes sense. But then they should be here. I don't know, chat. It makes no sense at all. Very unfortunate. This is a well-documented area, actually, in my opinion. Why is it so complicated? Very strange. So yeah, they decide to go here. I called this, by the way. They can't cross the bridge to Eregion. I always wondered which bridge this might be, but yeah, now we know it has to do with the river, even though, yeah, it's maybe not that steep. And it's not how I imagined the Shire, to be honest. But they are definitely somewhere in the Shire. Or around the Shire. Close to it, close to Bree. That we can say because, yeah, the Barrow Downs have to be here. Or are here on the map. Though they have to go, from their standpoint, they have to go north or just east to reach these downs. It's just so strange, chat. And then one goes south and go up again. Like, what? It's just... The cardinal direction stuff is just absolutely nonsensical. Can we please continue? I like looking at maps, but we continue. It's maybe a good idea. So the next scene is then the Barrow Wides, I think. No, is it not? We have another scene where Galadriel kind of recommends to not go there. So there are multiple scenes on the bridge that lead to a discussion. So Galadriel holds up her hands, and now through her awakened power she foresees that it's a bad idea to go south. Let me see. We get the scene here. Okay, chat, got it. So Galadriel notices something. This is due to her ring, and Elrond is incredibly skeptical of what the ring is telling them. They have later this famous dialogue thing here, where it's about saying that you believe that the ring is deceiving me, I'm believing it's guiding me, which could be true. I'm branch history. It is complicated. It's actually a true thing that Spielkart is saying. It's only complicated when you try to make sense out of nonsense. That is true. In fairness, the Old Forest and Barrow Downs may as well not exist in P. Jackson movies, so since they've rewriting the origin of the Wilds, then they have accepted move the location. Yeah, we have to talk about the Barrow Wilds in a moment, the Barrow stuff in a moment. Sorry that this section took so long, but I just like maps. I'm sorry. I like maps. And they show maps, and then I'm disappointed to find out that what they say makes no sense in context of their map. Here you have another cool screenshot of the broken bridge, where you can actually see what is this deep gorge doing in the middle of Eriador? Like, what is going on? Like, look at this shot. It looks pretty cool in my opinion. But what is this bridge? What is this gorge? Where is this? This is not Middle Earth. Could be like Minecraft or something, but not where you sometimes have these deep gorges in the map generation. I just don't understand it, but okay. It doesn't look like a river even. It looks like, I don't know, the world was ripped asunder at this place by the gods. The bridge next to Stormvale, yeah, it could be. Well, it makes the Children of Húrin series, I think because they don't have the rights. I mean, it would be no problem if they move the location of the Downs, but we see them on the map. Why do they show us a map then? Maybe Sauron made it. I mean, Sauron is powerful, but he's not that powerful, I would say. That he could rip the world asunder like this. Yeah, that's a good theory, crafty spirit. Maybe the elves were poisoned with hallucinogenics, and the size of the gorge is greatly exaggerated in mind, while their sense of direction was shut down. Yeah, that is the best, it's the most logical explanation I have heard so far. Yeah, that's also true with the land is flat, but I don't know, chat. Usually if you bend something, you would also rip stuff asunder, so not together. Else you would have to bend it in the other direction for this gorge to close later. So the elves can jump, just take a run and jump it. Yeah. Maybe that's even a bit far for the elves though. So yeah, we talked about that Elrond is not happy that Galadriel always uses her ring and gets like information. He does not trust these information. And also, I mean, from a decision here, well, we could go south and be there tomorrow, or we have to take a 2-week detour. I think this is kind of also like a reference again to Lord of the Rings, where it's the same. They take the Buckleberry ferry to get to the other side. And then you remember in the film, I'm not sure how it's in the book actually, but in the book there's, I don't know the time span. It's also a detour for the Nazgul in the book. They say, what is the next? They have to go over maybe the Brandywine Bridge or whatever. And it's several days from here. I think this is kind of what they are going here. Also, considering that they have to make haste, why don't they have horses with them? That's also something I wondered. I will be off. Yeah, sleep well, Mark. Nice that you showed up. So that's a bit strange. But yeah, from this perspective, I feel like it's a non-choice because they don't have the time to just take a 2-week detour. I think it's very dramatic. That I didn't really like that, especially if it doesn't make sense. Next, we would continue. The show continues with a stranger. I would say we go. We finished the Galadriel and Elrond storyline for now. And yeah, cut, and we are moon above the Barrow Downs. Sounds familiar. I think it does. So this is our next shot. And yeah, they come to this place, Barrow Downs. And we see some of these ancient graves. But don't see the Barrow Wights just yet. The three should be hidden. I mean, the reason why they are not hidden is the One Ring doesn't exist yet, so there's no reason to hide it. They don't know about the One Ring, that this is a plan behind it. Can you lighten it up a bit? Yeah, for sure, that's a good call. I can do that. I hope that's not too much, but should be better for some people to see. So yeah, you see these grave things. So the first question you might ask is, aren't the Barrow Downs connected to what is called Cardolan? So if we go to the Third Age map, maybe a bit of map time again. Yeah, here we have all the stuff we need. So yeah, this is now in the Third Age. So in theory, here are the Barrow Downs, Turn Gorthat. Here's Bree, here's the Shire, Hobbiton, back end somewhere here. And Brandywine Bridge, Sanford as mentioned, Tharbat, here's Eregion, or isn't anymore. Olin as they call it later, Khazad-dûm. Imladris is here. Here's the high pass over to Hromanion, and so on. So we have all the things. Here's Amon Sul, the Weather Hills, all the good stuff. Here the North Downs, the South Downs, the Barrow Downs, Old Forest. So that is Mislond. That are the important places of this here. And you notice that we also have the old stuff here. We have Arthedain. That is like, all this here was once, like here's Lindon of course, but if you subtract Lindon with the Loon and so on, it's hard to tell how far it went. I could imagine that Imin Bereit was maybe a border, maybe not. But yeah, the Shire was definitely part of the Kingdom of Arnor once. So this is basically, yeah, here the Lost Realm of Arnor, it says. All this here was once Arnor. Like, it's a very big, massive place. Big parts of Eriador. And this was founded by the Dunedain in exile. So the Dunedain are from Numenor, of course. And after the events of Numenor, I don't want to spoil them here too much, but you know them, of course. You have read the Akalabeth. And after that, some Numenorians come to Middle-earth and found two kingdoms that we know, Arnor and Gondor. And yeah, Arnor is the Norse kingdom. And at some point, there was a king. I forgot the name always of the king. Let me see. History. Where is it? Where's the top land here? It was a king, Earendur. In the Third Age, 640 to 861 in the Third Age. So we're not in the Second Age, we're in the next age already. And he had 3 sons. Interestingly, that they are not named. Are they not named? Maybe they're not named. I'm not 100% sure, but Amlaith is the son who found Arthedain. And then he had 2 brothers, and they could not agree on, like, usually the oldest, so Amlaith would be the one that it becomes king over Arnor. But due to reasons, they had an argument and could not agree and settle it. And as a result, they split the kingdom of Arnor, all this here, into Arthedain, Cardolan, and Hrudauer, Trollshaws translated. Hard to say a name. Like, this is the voiceless trilled R. Kind of strange sound to make, especially if you go into a vocal after this. However, it is then split, and Cardolan, like, here was kind of, how to call it, like this river here, I would assume all this part, I'm not sure if Eregion also was absorbed or not to Imladris, to the Amon Sul was like also a point of, like, what you call it, a cornerstone. But all 3 kingdoms, the middle point of all 3 kingdoms was Amon Sul. That was kind of in the middle of these 3. And as you can see, as we know, it must have went to Bree, maybe to the East Road or something, the realm of Cardolan. And as a result, the Old Forest and the Barrow Downs were part of this realm. Interestingly. The Shire, though, is part of Arthedain. Most of the Shire. There's Buckland, of course. We could debate. It's part of... It later becomes part of the Shire. It's complicated, but it doesn't matter too much. And yeah, the Barrow Downs are part of this. So what we can... This was in the Third Age, though. However, in the Lord of the Rings, of course, as always, we can read a little bit of information about this specific place here. I tried to find the information in Appendix A, to be precise. I think it's in the 50th anniversary edition. It's page 1041, I think. Yeah, so here we have it. Let me see if I find the section. Yeah, it's Eregion, Arnor, and the heirs of Isildur. In this section, the Norse kingdom and the Dunedain, there is a section in the middle, I would say, of these that we can read. It is said that the mounts, and here's the Elvish name again, the mounts of Turngorthad, as the Barrow Downs are called of old, are very ancient, and that many were built in the days of the old world of the First Age by the forefathers of the Edain, before they crossed the Blue Mountains into Beleriand, of which Lindon is all that now remains. Those hills were therefore revered by the Dunedain after their return, from Numenor I should add, and there many of their lords and kings were buried. Some say that the mound in which the ring-bearer was imprisoned had been the grave of the last prince of Cardolan, who fell in the war 1409. So we're 1409 years into the roundabout, into the Third Age for this to work, but we have the mention of the First Age stuff. So I really hate sometimes my stuff here. Always I click on the map to move it, and then I click like a weird invisible thing. It doesn't matter too much. We are here. So at some point in the First Age, it's complicated as you can imagine. Maybe I use the other map. It's a bit easier from here. So the men were awoke in Hildorien. This is where the first men came from. Far in the east, southeast of Middle Earth. And then Morgoth had influence over them, and the Edain, something pulled them towards, I should use the First Age map actually, the Edain, something pulled them towards the west, to Beleriand. And those did not want to stay under the influence of Morgoth, and separated from the other groups of men here, and then went all the way up here. Hard to tell if the Sea of Helkar was already there or not. They went definitely past the Sea of Rhûn. Then here are the Misty Mountains somewhere, and then they come to Eriador. And on this way, this group, the fathers of men, the forefathers, maybe some, I'm not sure if you could call them the Atanatari or something like this. But yeah, they are not calling themselves Edain yet. They might meet some of the Avari, that's a specific group of elves that maybe teach them a little bit. And then they come here, this is where Lindon later will be, and cross into Beleriand, and then here they meet the elves. Actually here in Beleriand they somewhere meet the elves, and the first elf who meets them is Finrod, that's the brother of Galadriel, interestingly. And then they ally with the elves and get into their service, and there they became known as the Edain. And there are three houses of the Edain: the house of Beor, the house of Marach, and the Haladin, or the house of Hales as it's later called. And before that they were called these tribes potentially differently, because all these are elven names. But yeah, that's from the times with the elves. There was a time before the elves, and in this time before the elves, before Beleriand, by the way, our good old friend Arondi is also born in Beleriand, as we learned last episode. In this time before this, some of these men settled down. Some here settled down maybe here and became the Norsemen. Some settled down on the way and became later the Dunelandings. Some became the Brelanders, and so on and so forth. Some settled down and had those ancient graves. But what I think the show here is referencing in showing us these graves is definitely this specific time here, that these are the graves of the Atanatari. These are not the graves of the people of Cardolan, but of those proto-Edain, of these pre-Edain people that wandered here on their way and had these burial grounds here, basically. It makes no sense. It's I'm okay with it. It didn't pull me out in the show while watching it, like other scenes have. I enjoy watching Elrond trying to navigate this. Yeah, that is true. Also sleep well. I'm on 30k points. Let's go. Sleep well, Schnake. Probably already off. I'm too busy sometimes looking at maps and explaining my stuff here. Udun was in the north, yeah. If we... Let me see, which map could we use for that? Udun was maybe here. In my imagination, it's very high north. Like in Beleriand, there's Angband, and maybe here in this place here. My theory is, this here will later become the Sea of Forochel, that in this, or the Bay of Forochel, that the Bay of Forochel is actually, no, it's actually here. Let's switch to the other map. That the Bay of Forochel might be, we have to take the other thing. Yeah, that is this place here. That this here potentially is where Udun is. That's my theory. That's why it's also sunk into the ocean, because nothing of it is left. I'm not sure if that's a good theory or not. I wouldn't even call it's my theory. I'm pretty sure it was also Karen Wynne Fonsted's theory. Just have to look. This is the map of Angband. They must have a map where we see Udun as well. Yeah, the ruins of Utumno. There are the mountains. Like on Karen Wynne Fonsted's map, Udun is north of Nenuyal. And on her map, there's a river of Nenuyal leading up here that later is gone. I'm not sure if this is on the first age version. Yes, it is actually. So, according to Karen Wynne Fonsted, here we have Forodwise, blue mountains here. This looks very different in the later ages. And up this river, somewhere here must be Udun, or Utumno. That's the first fortress of Morgoth. And later, when this place is destroyed, you see leftovers of this mountain here and this here, this connection to the mountains. The zoom is not identical, to be fair. But here's Gundabad. Maybe here you see it a bit better if I have Gundabad as a point of orientation. See, the zoom is very different. But I mean, it could be here. This could also be Utumno. But maybe it's also here. So I'm not 100% sure. But yeah. Good that I got my Atlas of Middle-earth out of my thing here. Such a cool book. Some mistakes because she didn't know better at this time. Not every the Atlas of Middle-earth was created at a time where not all the History of Middle-earth books were out yet, especially on Nature of Middle-earth and stuff, which adds a little bit additional information. She had simply, when she did this, she had not it was not available to her, and I think she died in the 90s or so. So she can't make a new version of this. I have like 92 in my head, but I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly. It was somewhere in the north. Hard to tell where exactly. You could make an argument, of course, because Carndum is here. And maybe once Udun was here, that maybe Carndum is close to Udun, but who knows? I mean, it is close to Udun for sure, but it's hard to tell if it's here or here. Who knows? Oh, Udun is in Mordor. I think there is Mordor is maybe also a location that is called Udun. My Mordor map region knowledge is not that great, to be honest. So yeah, if we go, yeah, there's maybe a confusion here. Let me just clear it up. Second, then we go third age. Third age map. I summon thee. Okay. it is even here on this map awesome. So here we have the Black Gate, Orodruin, or Mount Doom, Amon Amarth, Barad-dûr is somewhere here, and here is like a little thing. Here's a fortress that the Gondorians built called Durthang, not to be confused with Gurthang. I always do this. And this plain here between the Black Gate and this thing here, and then after that, I forgot how this other plane here is, Gorgoros, I think this here is called. I'm not sure if the plateau of Gorgoros. I'm not sure if this is part of Gorgoros. Like I said, my Mordor map knowledge is not the best. But this part here between this these mountain things here and the Black Gate is called Udun as well. Just to confuse you a bit more. And that means literally hell. So yeah, just to clear up some confusion here. Where was I? We will never get through the stream, right, Church? We are we are 1 hour 40 in. I have not even talked about the Barrow-wites yet. Oh god. Udun, a valley in northern Mordor, exactly. Yeah, I also sometimes said Frodo-wise or something somewhere, but because it looks so, you make a spelling mistake easily. I didn't notice while reading it or something. But Udun was a Mordor. Yeah, like I said, it's a different Udun. I got that. Adam. Gandalf invokes Anor. Okay, there's some interesting questions here that I completely missed. No, Gandalf invoked the flame of Aman, not of Anor. Aman's the undying land. Anor is northern. No, Arnor is the northern king. Anor is the name of the sun without like Arnor with 2 R is the kingdom. Arnor with 1 R is the name of the sun. And yeah, I think trilling the R well is kind of my signature moves here on this channel. I lost a lot of messages here while explaining, so I'm a bit sorry. I think you already went through this discussion here. But yeah, Flame of Udun, he calls it. So yeah, Gandalf says, just to clear the confusion for everybody, you cannot pass, he said. The orc stood still and a dead silence fell. I am a servant of the secret fire, that is basically the ability of Eru, that is God, to create sentient life. So basically a servant of God, wielder of the flame of Anor. You cannot pass, the dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udun. go back to the shadow. So Flame of Udun, the Balrog, of course, was stationed in Udun, the first fortress, but Udun also in this context. This text is a bit strange always, but Udun literally means underworld or hell or something like this. So he could basically mean this. Yeah, dark pit is, I think, somewhat the translation, but you could also translate it with dark pit or hell. It's something you can use as translation. Utumno was the Udun is the Sindari name. Utumno is the Quenya name for it. Just to also, like, the same name, it means the same. It's just different stuff. You know, different languages basically. I mean, Utumno maybe means something like deep hidden, but yeah, whatever. Doesn't mean too much. What does he mean by wielder of the flame of Anor? I'm a servant, secret fire wielder. So the servant flame is Eru, and he wields the flame of the sun, basically. Like, for example, Minas Tirith is once called Minas Anor, and on the other side of this valley, we have Minas Ithil. Minas Anor was Tower of the Sun, and Minas Ithil was Tower of the Moon. So we have Sun and Moon. We also have Narsil, which also has an element of this seal is in it, of Ithil, kind of. And then we have also Nar for Anor and so on. So it's kind of a reference to the moon and the to the sun as well there in this context. Kind of interesting, though here it's more about the colors of those. But yeah, I hope this kind of clears it up. How do you interpret what Gandalf means with wielder of the flame of Anor? Hard to tell. I think what he might mean with this, the flame of the sun, is that the sun in context of Tolkien's world is, of course, out of the fruit of Laurelin, one of the two trees of Valinor. The last fruit and the last flower of then the other tree, Telperion. Out of those were made sun and moon, and they are basically the new order of the world, if that makes sense. Basically, first of all, being there for everyone, while the two trees were very local for Aman, more or less, and the rest was kind of dark. There were maybe some light of that shone over the mountains of the Pelori to the rest of the world, mountain range in Aman. And on the other side, we also know that some of the evil powers lose their power at daylight. Like the Nazgul are not as powerful at noon when the sun is there. Stuff like that. Also, I think Tom Bombadil, are they not pulling out, in context of the Barrow Wights, all the ancient swords and stuff that were in these graves where Frodo and his friends were trapped, and then Tom came and saved them? I think they pulled it out of the graves and put it at noon in the sunlight and say, yeah, goodbye Barrow Wights, whatever possessed. I guess it was goodbye Barrow Wights before, but you know what I mean. So the power of the sun, the light of the sun, definitely has like a power that is against evil. Like the orcs can't walk, except for the Uruk-hai, I guess, even though, but they still didn't like it, at sunlight. Same with the trolls that turn to stone and so on. Like sunlight has a different kind of power in this world. The moonlight, you could argue, also a bit, like at full moon and so on, but not as powerful as the light of the sun, the light of Anor, the flame of Anor. So I think that is what Gandalf kind of means here. Like if you think there's this the famous thing where Bilbo stalls the situation in the Hobbit so long, and then Gandalf comes, and then the sunlight rises, like the sun rises behind him. Same and the trolls turn to stone. In the film, a bit more dramatized by splitting the stone, and then the sunlight shines through it and turns them into stone. We have the scene where the riders of Erkenbrand, in the film it's then the riders of Eomer, in two towers, right down to the Hornburg, and the sun is rising in their back to blind the orcs and so on. It's like a powerful symbol in the story that is multiple times used in it. So I would interpret it into this direction, what Gandalf might mean with this. The swords from the Barrow-wight gravely wounded the Witch King. That's exact. Because the people in Cardolan had to fight Angmar, and Angmar was a realm. Maybe I should had shown it on the map as well. That's wrong. I take the Third Age map here. I think that's smarter. We have to scroll all the way up. So Angmar was here in this corner. It was above, and it consumed Rhudaur. I mentioned this in my first impression video, but there the line of Elendil/Isildur fell, and then hillmen took over there for the most part, and they were allied with Angmar, with the Witch King. And yeah, as a result, when they only have to fight the Witch King and the Nazgul potentially, then the people of Cardolan needed weapons that were able to hurt those, because you can't just hurt a Nazgul that easily with like your cheap weapon you bought at, I don't know, the Bree weapon store. You had to have these powerful blades of the Dunedain, who have their knowledge potentially from Westernesse, Numenor, and so on. Westernesse is also mentioned in context of the Barrow down stuff here. Let me see if I find it, chat. We find Westernesse. I hope that's how it's pronounced. I wondered, when I recorded my video, I think, is it pronounced Westernesse? Should be, right? Of course, I click not on. Fog on the Barrow Downs. Start with this here. Westernesse. Sharp blades are good to have if Shire folk are walking east, south, or far away into dark and danger. Then he told them that these blades were forged many long years ago by men of Westernesse. You could think Westernesse would mean Numenor, right? But then it gets a bit more concrete. They were foes of the Dark Lord. Well, Numenor and the Dark Lord, yeah, you could say this, but maybe also, well, it's a complicated topic. But they were overcome by the evil king of Carn Dûm. That's basically the fortress of the Witch King in Angmar. In the land of Angmar is basically the last part of the sentence. So, but they were overcome. Let me read the sentence again. Then he told them that these blades were forged many long years ago by men of Westernesse. It doesn't mean they are from Numenor, but of Numenoran descent. They were foes of the Dark Lord, but they were overcome by the evil king of Carn Dûm in the land of Angmar. And yeah, this is what he means in this context. Let me show the map again here. Angmar, people of Cardolan, were also Dunedain, so descendants of the people of Numenor. However, this, as said, Cardolan existed in the Third Age. Also, like Arnor as itself, the Lost Realm of Arnor, was found, though, by Elendil at the end of the Second Age. He was the king of Arnor and the high king of the Numenorians, or the Dunedain in exile. And Gondor was, in Gondor, the kings were Isildur and his brother Anarion together. But the High King, so the king, like, they were still under Elendil, even though they were also kings. Kind of interesting that there also the term High King was used. The Nazgûl are a scary enemy, that for sure. They're literally a scary enemy because they induce terror into the hearts of the others when they are around. My grandmother would have more energy fighting some ghost. Yeah, somebody mentioned that there was some, like, this agency was relatively slow. I think the reason is they have to fight ghosts and use a lot of computer trickery to make this work. So they potentially went for the slower approach here, and later, yeah, it was a bit easier to perform stunts and stuff. Yeah, that's also a good point by Crafty Spirit. The sun was created by the Valar, which is true. So maybe Gandalf meant to say that he acts with their blessing or upon their authority. Yeah, that's also a good point that expands to this. My husband wants me to explain in short all this lore of Middle-earth before he watches Season 2. I told him it will take only 5 minutes. Well played. But you didn't tell him it's 5 Chris minutes, I assume. He doesn't want to read Lord of the Rings for some reason. He's not into fantasy. Okay. I can understand that. I suppose it is lore accurate that the weapons of the Barrow Wights can injure them, but weapons should have splintered and disintegrated after. Maybe? I'm not sure, chat. That is an interesting thought. So we have this scene. The Barrow Wights appear here in a moment. We have like a cool screenshot of the Barrow Wights. I think I even made one. Here's one, but I also have a better... No, that's wrong. Hey, I made a screenshot of the Barrow Wights. No, I didn't make the screenshot. That's unfortunate. But those guys appear here in a moment. Does somebody know from 5 Chris minutes? Yeah, could be 6 hours. Does somebody know if there's any reference to this idea that the Barrowites could be also... I mean, they can... You can hurt the Nazgûl with these barrow blades, for sure. So why should it not hurt the other ones? Here in the show, they kind of explain that they are bound to their graves or bound to these weapons, and that's why they can get hurt by this. I don't think that this explanation exists in the book, though. I would agree, yeah, maybe these barrow blades would also be able to hurt these things, but not necessarily because they are bound to it. More, I think, because they are special weapons developed to fight potentially also the Nazgûl. Chris Minutes, he's confused. His name is also Chris. Okay, that's funny. That's also my question. Lutz does also has a good question. How could the barrow wights kill at sunlight? And that's the same question I also asked myself. Does any of what Gandalf says make a reference to his ring Narya, the ring of fire? What? Yeah, I would agree though, because Spielcup also mentions it. It would be also effective against the barrow wights if it works against the others. But it's more theory. I would say you could make an argument for that. Both are whites, like the ring rays are of rays, the other are whites, but it's not too much of a difference. Though the ring rays are kind of a special case in a strange way. But in theory, if you can hurt them, who are also invisible and more like ghosts, then why would you not be able to hurt the barrow wights with it? I think the explanation is not 100% correct. There's a sign at the prancing pony. Thoughts of Westerness. I like the song of Tom. Get out, you old wight. Vanish in the sunlight. Shrivel like the cold mist, like the winds go wailing. Out into the barren lands far beyond the mountains. Come never here again. Leave your barrow empty. Lost and forgotten be, darker than the darkness, where gates stand forever shut till the world is mended. And Tom came into the... Just imagine, you're this dark, hellish place with these ghosts, and then Tom Bombadil comes in and starts singing. It's the best. I love this scene. At these words, there was a cry, and part of the inner end of the chamber fell with a crash. Then there was a long trailing shriek, fading away into the unguessable distance, and after that, silence. Come, friend Frodo, said Tom, let us get out onto clean grass. You must help me bear them. Together they carried Merry, Pippin, and Sam. As Frodo left the barrow for the last time, he thought he saw a severed hand wriggling still, like a wounded spider in a heap of fallen earth. Tom went back in it again, and there was a sound of much thumping and stumping. When he came out, he was bearing in his arms a great load of treasure. Things of gold, silver, copper, and bronze. Many beads and chains and jeweled ornaments. He climbed the green barrow and laid them on top in the sunshine. There he stood with his hat in his hand and the wind in his hair, and looked down upon the three hobbits that had been laid to their backs upon the grass at the west side of the mount. Raising his right hand, he said in a clear and commanding voice, "Wake now, my merry lads, wake and hear me calling. Warm now be heart and limb. The cold stone is fallen, dark door is standing wide, dead hand is broken, night and the night is flown, and the gate is open." To Frodo's great joy, the hobbits stirred, stretched their arms, rubbed their eyes, and then suddenly sprang up. They looked about in amazement, first at Frodo and then at Tom, standing large as life on the barrow top above them, and then at themselves in their thin white rags, crowned and belted with pale gold and jingling with trinkets. "What in the name of wonder," began Merry, feeling the golden circlet that had slipped over one eye. Then he stopped and... Can this go away? There's like something blocking in my line. Then he stopped and a shadow came over his face and he closed his eyes. Of course, I remember, he said, the men of Carn came on us at night, so the Barrow-wights, maybe summoned from Carn by the Witch King, came us at night and we were worst. The spear in my heart, he clutched at his breast. No, he said, opening his eyes. What am I saying? I have been dreaming. Where did you get to, Frodo? I thought I was lost, said Frodo, but I don't want to speak of it. Let us think of where we are now. Let us go on. I hope this thing with the sunlight comes on. Maybe I skip a few lines. Circle it, exactly, cloak, jacket, bring. You won't find your clothes again, said Tom, bounding down from the mount and laughing as he danced round them in the sunlight. One would have thought that nothing dangerous or dreadful had happened, and indeed the horror faded out of their hearts as they looked at him and saw merry glint in his eyes. What do you mean? Asked Pippin, looking at him, half puzzled, half amused. Why not? But Tom shook his head, saying, You found yourself again out of the deep water. Clothes are but little loss if you escape from drowning. Be glad, my merry friends, and let the warm sunlight heat now heart and limb. Cast off these cold rags, run naked on the grass while Tom goes hunting. He sprang away downhill, whistling and calling, looking down after Frodo saw him running away southwards along the green hollow between their hill and the next, still whistling and crying. Then he comes this thing, he summons Fatty Lumpkin. So he sang running fast and talking. I can't find this light section here. I could swear that they mentioned it again somewhere. I was reading here half the section of this specific thing here. What we notice is that the sunlight is multiple times magic. Here later we have flight, sunlight. So yeah, this chapter this gets too long. I don't want to read all the chapters here, but yeah, this kind of is important. For each of the hobbits, he chose a dagger, long, leaf-shaped, and keen of marvelous workmanship, damask with serpent forms in red and gold. So here we have red and gold. That's maybe why also the Barrow-wights here in the scene, which I forgot to show you the screenshot of, were also red and gold. Alright, group. Let me just switch the production-wise here, the image. Here we see now some Barrow-wights. Here's the group of them. I made a screenshot of one Barrow-wight. That's not the one I meant, but you see they have red stuff, so I think that's what is referenced. Now I switch back the image. That's not so smart. There was one with a crown or something. That's one I wanted to... Now there he is. So I think that is kind of where the inspiration came from. So you could say there were trinkets and jewels and stuff like that. This crown. Keep in mind that this was before Arnor was founded, so it must be very ancient in this context. So, I mean, just keeping up with chat, we're already talking about Tom Bombadil because it's a Tom Bombadil section as well. Some strange, yeah, red and gold. So again, demasks. No, what is this word, chat? I have to look it up. Damasked steel. Damasked. That's a strange word. With serpent forms in red and gold. They gleamed as he drew them from their black sheaths, wrought of some strange metal, light and strong, and set with many fiery stones. Whether by some virtue in these sheaths or because of the spell that lay on the mount, the blade seemed untouched by time, unrusted, sharp, glittering in the sun. Old knives are long enough as the swords for Hobbit people. He said, sharp blades are good to have if Shire folk are walking east, south, or far into the dark and danger. Then he told them that these blades were forged long years ago. We had this thing about the people of Westerners. I read this section. If you remember them, Tom murmured, yet still some go wandering, sons of forgotten kings walking in loneliness, guarding from evil things, folk that are heedless. The hobbits did not understand his words, but as he spoke, they had a vision, as it were, of a great expanse of years behind them, like a vast shadowy plain over which there strode shapes of men, tall and grim, with bright swords. And last came one with a star on his brow. Then the vision faded. So a star on his brow, the star of Elendil. Then the vision faded and they were back in Sunlight World. It was time to start again. They made ready, packing their bags and so on and so forth. I don't know. At last they set off. They led their ponies down the hill and then mounting they trotted quickly along the valley. They looked back and saw on top the old mount of the hill, and from it the sunlight on the gold went up like a yellow flame. Then they turned shoulder of the downs and it was hidden from view. Oh yeah, there was also himself from the pile a brooch set with blue stones, many shaded like flax flowers or wings of blue butterflies. He looked long at it as if he stirred by some memory, shaking his head and saying at last, "Here is a pretty toy for Tom and for his lady. Fair was she who long ago wore this on her shoulder. Goldberry shall wear it now, and we will not forget her." That's also an interesting thing. Most of these he made into a pile that glistered and sparkled on the grass. He bade them lie there, free to all finders, birds, beasts, elves, or men, and all kindly creatures, for so the spell of the mount should be broken and scattered, and no wight ever come back to it. He chose for himself from the pile, and so on. So there's a scene I was thinking of, like he put them on the mount into the sunlight. The sunlight is multiple times mentioned, but it's not necessarily explained if the Barrow-wights fear the sunlight or not. That's kind of what I tried to figure out here in this long reading session. I hope it was not too annoying. But it's also very enigmatic, the Barrow Downs. That is true. That is actually a good point by Joe. Thank you for overreading this. Or maybe I should have looked earlier. Question is, where's Joe? Frodo chopped off a wight's hand. Yeah, we just heard about this hand that was still lying there and wriggling. So yeah, that's a good point. So the question is, it could be due to the spell of this place. So maybe you could make an argument for this. Also, by the way, the song that the Barrow-wights sing in the book, "Cold be hand and heart and bone, and cold be sleep under stone, never more to wake on stony bed, never till the sun fails and the moon is dead. In the black wind the stars shall die." This part is, I think, not in. Maybe they also say this, but the moon is dead line I definitely heard. "And still on gold here let them lie, till the Dark Lord lifts his hand over dead sea and withered land." But the courage that had been awakened in him was now too strong. He could not leave his friend so easily. He wavered, groping in his pocket, and then fought with himself. And as he did so, the arm crept nearer. Suddenly resolve hardened in him, and he seized a short sword that lay beside him, and kneeling, he stooped low over the bodies of his companions. With what strength he had he hewed at the crawling arm near the wrist, and the hand broke off. But at the same moment, the sword splintered up to the hilt. So that is interesting, I guess. There was a shriek, and the light vanished. So this could be due to the nature of this blade. It could also be the spell of this Barrow. That's actually an interesting thought, Joe. That the blade actually splintered. So in theory, also the weapons of the others should have splintered. If I remember correctly, let me think how to find it. I think the same happens with the sword that Meriadoc used. And still Meriadoc, the Hobbit, stood there blinking through his tears. No one spoken indeed. Was this right? Then he looked for his sword that he had let fall. For even as he struck his blow, his arm was numbed. And now he could only use his left hand. And behold, there lay his weapon. But the blade was smoking like a dry branch that has been thrust in a fire. And as he watched, it rizzed and was consumed. So passed the sword of the Barrow Downs, work of Westerners. But glad would he have been to know its fate, who wrought it slowly long ago in the northern kingdom, when the Dunedain were young, and chief among their foes was the dread realm of Angmar and its sorcerer king. No other blade, not though mightier hands had wielded it, would have dealt that foe a wound so bitter, cleaving the undead flesh, breaking the spell that knit his unseen sinews to his will. That's how Tolkien describes the step of the Witch King. So quite interesting, I think. So it withered. It did not splinter, though. But also, something happened with it. So it's kind of... We need a lot of blades, because only one Nazgul at a time with it. But yeah, that's a good point by Joe. It's actually remarkable that the Dunedain of Arthedain forged magical swords and had enough resources left then to produce magical blades. No adult Dunedain would use them. Yeah, it's kind of unusual, but you have to keep these mounds is where the kings of Cardolan were laid down, and also in ancient times potentially lords of the pre-Edain and so on. So it was not common soldiers or anybody who were potentially buried in these mounds, but very special people. And of course, they had valuable gifts laid into their graves, including potentially very powerful sword that they might have used at that time in the War of Cardolan and so on. We're talking about Gandalf, and a line will come later to this, I think. So yeah, what do you learn from all of this talking here? I know it was a long section, a lot of reading and a bit of guessing. Yeah, the gold, the barrow whites again. Yeah, the graves. So what we can tell is definitely that this is, in my opinion, my critique of the scenes a bit, it's too heavily focused on what happens in Lord of the Rings. Like, it's just, it feels like they copied it, if it makes sense or not, into the Second Age. Of course, from the lore, we know that these barrow downs existed since the First Age. So they were actually here, but it feels strange that they are again possessed by barrow whites. That makes it kind of like the Witch King later copied this or something like this. It was not necessarily his idea he came up with or whatever. That I don't really like, because it's kind of would imply, if this would be canon, that the Witch King just used what Sauron once did, which is not that. If Tolkien would have wrote this, it would be okay, but he didn't write this. As a result, it feels a bit cheap, not very elegant. If this would be different mounts, maybe with a different background story or whatever, it would make somewhat sense, but I don't know. Yeah, it's a strange copying when you do backwards in time. I agree it's strange to call it a copy, but it's basically what it is, because this here was written after Tolkien wrote this from our timeline. These sections in the maybe even in the late 30s, in the 1940s or so. Now we are, I don't know, 84 years later, we come to almost 90 years, 90s maybe, but you know what I mean. 80 to 90 years later, people write something like this into the past that Tolkien has never written. That feels, I don't know, too fan servicey, a bit cheap and so on. Then, why do it again? And why not just, it could be different barrow downs at a different place, but they definitely made sure with the introduction of the map, even though it makes no sense, that these were the correct barrow. They even called in Turngorthad, which was the name of this place, which we even find in the Lord of the Rings book. It's close to the old forest and so on. That I was not the hugest fan of. I think though, visually the barrow whites look pretty cool, and it's awesome to now, if I at some time make a video about the barrow whites, I can just use this image here of them. That's pretty cool in my opinion. I like that they are red and gold. That kind of fits to... I forgot about this mention even. You could make an argument this red and gold stuff is mentioned in the book, so that's kind of lore accurate. And these men also look like ancient. They don't look like they fit from their clothes to anything we know from this region, because these men must be then the pre-Edain, basically. So very, very ancient men from the first couple of 100 years of the First Age that were buried here. It's a bit unfortunate for them that they got possessed by these evil spirits that Sauron seems to have summoned there. I find it a bit strange, if I'm honest. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely enjoyed. I liked the episode. I definitely liked the episode and the adventure feel a bit of it. I definitely agree with you, Geir. But of course, I have a lore channel which focuses on book lore. So of course, I tell people, would this make sense from a book perspective? I would say no. From this perspective, I feel like this copy thing didn't work out too well. And I would have, if they just said, this is not Thurngor, but I don't know, they make up a different name, a different barrow or something, and there Sauron used the idea of it would be better to accept for me, in my opinion, because we know there were downs in this area anyway, and some could be ancient and so on, hard to tell. But now they put it like we have Tom Bombadil, and the Barrow Whites are basically the neighbors later of Tom Bombadil. The strange neighbors he never talks to, it seems, but the idea for why they were summoned to Cardolan also, it's kind of similar to what Sauron does. He wants to occupy this particular region here, because here are the Barrow Downs. The reason is, or maybe I should use the Third Age map instead. I would be better, because we're talking about Third Age stuff. So here's the Third Age map. The Barrow Downs in this context or the Barrow Whites were evil spirits were summoned to the Barrow Downs, because I assume, because there was somewhere a mention that the Lords of Cardolan hid in these downs at times, and so on. So I could assume that the Witch King wanted to make Cardolan, completely destroy Cardolan, and basically destroy their forces and every hideout they might have had. As a result, he possessed these Barrow Downs here with these spirits, or brought them there, so that they would push out the remaining forces of Cardolan, either go to Arthedain or whatever, so he could focus on that and did not get any surprise attacks or whatever at this time. When Angmar here attacked, you can't see it because the thing is wrong. When Angmar here attacked this. So that's my theory why the Witch King might have even went for this. So there's a logical reason in the context of this war to use this terrifying weapon, so to say. And I think that's not given here enough, in my opinion. Because, yeah, like I said, it feels like too copied from Lord of the Rings. It doesn't... it really feels like a one-to-one copy in so many ways. It's the same place. The Barrow Whites, of course. There are these swords in these graves that it seems like can hurt them, even though they don't splinter for reasons, but it doesn't matter too much. It's okay. References are all there. But they could have also came up with something completely different. But they're even called Barrow Whites. They could be make a different name up for them. Call them Phantoms or something, then go for a Silmarillion reference or so. My opinion, there would be definitely other ways to portray this, except for this pure fan service approach. And if it would be the only fan service approach in the Rings of Power, I wouldn't mind, but there are maybe a bit too many now, especially in this episode. And fan service is nice to have. I don't mind references, that especially if you want to show I'm close to the source material, which the show definitely not is. But sometimes you want to say, here, we take something from the books, isn't that awesome? And yes, it is. But if you don't overdo it, or if you just constantly do it, and I feel like this episode definitely was maybe a bit too constantly doing this. Also just noticed, chat, I'm streaming at 60 FPS. Whatever. I'm also a bit sorry for the actor who plays Daimor, I think is his name. Like, he had such a short appearance. He had not much to do. It was like the perfect red shirt. Let me see if I... Here have the screenshot. He's not happy to leave the show so early on. Bit unfortunate in my opinion. I avoided season 2 for now. Is there actually a good reason to actually tune in? It depends a bit on how much you are able to... Like, if you're a huge book fan of the lore, you have to kind of see it as fan fiction, because it does so many things that is not fitting into the books. I would say that, I'm not sure if you have looked into season 1. I think season 1 was not that great. I didn't like it that much, especially some of the lore stuff was hard for me as a book fan to ignore. I came a bit to peace after that, and now see it more as a fan fiction show with maybe if it's told well, then it's okay. And I think season 2 makes things a lot better than season 1, but it's still not like a 10 out of 10 must-watch show. Like, especially if you get annoyed by all these weird lore stuff that they implement or use or whatever, like this part here, which we're currently discussing with the Barrow Downs, then it feels like it can be annoying for some book fans and become unwatchable. Some people, though, like me, actually enjoy it. I'm curious where the story goes next. So I would say I'm kind of hooked, because I learned to ignore what I know about the books. Yeah, so some people that were also very critical, that's also, I think, a reason why I think season 2 is better, is like Spielkalb here says in chat, he says it quite well, that the show is, like I also could, some people ask, will I do a rewatch of season 1? I said no, but I don't mind, I would not potentially, so far, I would not mind a rewatch of season 2 if it stays on this quality, if it doesn't annoy me too much in the end. Who knows how it ends and so on, but curious for what happens next. Exactly. It seems they evolve this story. Yeah, I would also agree on this. It seems people are a bit more positive on the second season. Some will remain critical. And if you don't like the first 2 episodes, if you would watch it, I would say so far, maybe episode 2 or maybe episode 1 are the best episodes so far. Episode 4 is also pretty good. 3 was a bit weaker in my opinion, but I guess it depends. I quit my Amazon subscription because of season 1, so I wouldn't return without a reason. Okay, so just the subscription for this show in particular, it's maybe a tougher sale than when you would also watch some other show or so that you're interested in the meantime, if you might not like it. It's pretty hard. It's a pretty hard call, I think. I think not everyone will like the show. Pacing wise, it's a bit slower at times, but that's also is kind of Tolkien. My biggest problem is isn't with the lore at all. It's making sense of things and left wondering. Yeah, it's sometimes a problem a bit. I promise also I understand pretty much every reference the show can throw at me, because I make lore videos on YouTube for 7 years. I read the books every week or something. At my very good research times, I read a lot of the books and so on. I have a good memory, I can memorize stuff well. So for me, it's relatively easy to see what they're trying to go for and predict what might happen next. Sometimes not all my predictions are right, but a lot of them are. So it seems like I know what I'm doing. So I have a different perspective on a lot of these things that the show portrays than somebody who does not know that. And sometimes I feel, and I heard this complaint a few times, that, for example, people who are not that deep into Lord of the Rings, they might have seen the films or maybe read the books once or something, Lord of the Rings. It can easily be, though I think when you have read Lord of the Rings, you should be pretty decently into the lore already. But let's say you have just watched the films or something, then I can imagine that the show might be confusing at many times, because sometimes it feels like the show is made for book readers and they don't explain anything, like the concept of Osanwe or something, which they seem to use in this. But most people have never read Osanwe Kenta, which is like a very, let's say, hardcore Tolkien nerd text that is very interesting, of course, but not everybody has read it. And it makes it a bit tough to decide if that is good or not. If people are confused watching the show, and maybe sometimes some elements might not make sense because you're missing context. You know what I mean? Though I can get the context, and when you know the context, it's not like, oh, it's genius. It's sometimes like, okay, this is a reference. Could have done a bit better. Oh, here they bend the lore quite a bit to make this work. You know, it's always difficult. When I watched Star Wars, I also didn't understand what was going on. I mean, yeah, that's potentially true. I mean, you mean the Star Wars series or some of the later films or so? I have not seen Rainbow Dave's how Rings of Power should be done. But I heard it's pretty good. That's the thing. I know some people here in chat might know it, so there's definitely somebody I think who can answer your question. In the meantime, the combat choreography has been bad in the show. I feel at times, not always, but yeah, I know what you mean. I thought the idea with the chains was interesting. Not sure where this comes from exactly, but yeah, they have, of course, some gold chains and stuff. I don't know. They kind of mention it, of course, that Sauron has some ability to manipulate and deceive people. He's introduced as a deceiver. But yeah, sometimes, like I said, we did this in my critique of season of the first 3 episodes already, and also my critique a bit on season 1, that the show sometimes, I think it's a point somebody else made, and I just agree so much with it, that sometimes it's not clear what's going on, and then they can, the writers can afterwards claim, no, this was Sauron's plan all along, or no, this was an accident. It's not clear what is true. That is, I think, if it would be written a bit better, that it would become clearer for the viewer. Well, I totally hate it, but I still watch. Still watch it. Would never watch it though, and I do a Lord of the Rings marathon every year. After watching quite a lot of content about Rings of Power Season 2, I generally have to say the best part of the show is the people hate watching it. Just the sheer amount of creativity and generally funny. And the hate watching stuff, I can imagine it's kind of funny if you poke a bit of fun, but I think some people maybe overdo it a little bit. And then create a storm of negativity, and that is sometimes damaging others. For example, people who might like the show, or also new people potentially. Like, it's kind of strange. Fan service can be good if it actually makes sense in the story and isn't contrived for its own sake. It feels like where it matters in the plot, they don't take any regard for what fans want to see, though. Yeah, it feels like stuffed in a bit, just to have a checklist with, okay, we need Barrow White, check. We need Great Eagle, check. We need Nameless Things, check. Balrog, check. Don Bombadil, check. Did I forget anything? Sea Monster, check. It's really a bit strange. And the obligate red shirt who had to die was quite unnecessary. Nobody spoils a tear about him or her. Choreography, pacing, editing were all bad. I wouldn't say they were completely bad in this scene. I would definitely say that the combat here with the Barrow Whites is on the weaker side of things. It was edited a bit confusing. So yeah, maybe you're right. But it was definitely one of the weaker fight scenes, I would also say. But maybe because they're fighting these CGI entities all the time. There was some fight with CGI entities, though, that were better. Like the fight between, spoiler for for episode 3, Shelob and Isildur, I think, was done pretty well. Like there you had the feeling, okay, Shelob is really kind of in the room and so on. That worked. There were also some fights with the Walk in season 1 that was also done, in my opinion, pretty well. Like the illusion was done a bit better than here in this case, I feel. What I liked was this pulling in and the people getting pulled by these chains. I thought that was an interesting idea. But yeah, the red shirt death is always, it feels a bit unnecessary. Favorite hate watcher. If being deceived, Tolkien deserves better. I mean, yeah, I read this a lot, but you can say, yeah, maybe he did, but Tolkien also sold the rights, and you have to consider the following thing. Everything happening in the show seems to be approved by the Tolkien estate. And you know why it's approved? Because they got money. Yeah, Amazon just took big, I don't know what you call this, coffer. What is coffer in English? I always wonder. suitcases, I guess, but maybe also say coffer in English. But yeah, let's call it suitcases. Very big suitcases with money filled in it. Like, they got $250 million for this. They had to do nothing for it except for say, yeah, the script is okay. For $250 million, I would also, if I would a writer, yeah, dude, do whatever you want. I'm busy in my pool filled with money. You know, that's just a truckload of cash for basically just saying, yeah, okay, you can have our rights. This is just for the rights. They don't have to do anything here. They don't have to put any work into this. The easiest 250 million or whatever and it seems like Amazon also negotiated some additional rights later, so maybe they paid them even more. So it's coffer in English if it contains money. It's interesting. It sounds strange to use the same word in English, but whatever. Like, you could say he deserved better. Well, he got 250 million for that, or his children, grandchildren. Though his children are, I'm not sure. Is there still a son of Tolkien alive? I think one, right? No, Priscilla was the last daughter. Didn't she? I don't know. I don't want to. I should not discuss the death of people, I think, in stream. But yeah, they got compensated for that. So saying he deserved, it would be cool if the adaptation would be better for sure. But it's not like this is coming out of thin air. He also sold for money the rights of the Peter Jackson films, and many weird and terrible adaptations were made out of these rights that he once sold. But he got money for it. He got compensated, and he made a deal and accepted it. And then the consequence is that you get terrible adaptation at times. Okay, Priscilla unfortunately passed. Christopher Tolkien passed. Yeah, February 2022. Christopher died 2020. Tolkien and Edith had 4 children. John, 2003. Michael, 1984. Christopher, 2020. Priscilla was the last of his children, 2022. Okay. I just looked it up for complete mistake. So I guess it's more a grandchildren thing then. Koffer also means Fangschleusendamm, that's funny. But yeah, I'm still... Yeah, just looking it up. Simon Tolkien is the son of Christopher Tolkien, yes. But he was married, I think, a second time, and then he has also Adam and Rachel Tolkien. So there are quite a few Tolkiens there in the family. Yeah, he's consulted for it. But yeah, like I said, deserve better. They got a cash load of money to just put their signature under contract and say, have fun with the rights. That's basically it. They're spinning. I mean, I read this a lot. I don't know what Tolkien would think of that. I think for 250 million would also say, well, okay, whatever. No, he liked, and I know he loved his work. He was very passionate about this. But yeah, it's hard to tell. Yeah, that amount of money is just insane. Just for rights, just for a signature. It's just, you have to do nothing for it. It's like the work was already done by their grandfather, but it's just tempting. I could definitely see that. Like if you're not that deeply connected, maybe to the works and say, let Amazon spend $1 billion on this stuff, whatever. Like it's absolutely absurd amounts of money we see here. Okay, so we should return to our stuff here, because else we will never continue. So the barrel whites, like I said, I'm not 100% convinced. I found also I'm not sure if the choreography was bad, but I would definitely say the editing was at times a bit confusing in this fight, in my opinion. Though the barrel whites itself, they look cool considering that they're CGI. We had this. You remember when we had these behind the scenes trailer, and we have this dude with this green glove? Here you definitely see it's just to make his hand or whatever invisible or something. That's easier for the for the visual effect department to make these effects and so on. Some of the edits, if I'm just watching the footage here, are very conservative when it comes to editing. When to editing a fighting scene like this, so I think especially in this context, because one of the it's kind of difficult to make this stuff all in a way with completely CGI animated. Somebody said this here looked, in comparison, very slowly paced and so on. And later, what they show later in the show, where Galadriel is fighting the orcs, it looks more martial arts like and so on, more like faster paced. The reason is, on the other side, you have real actors that exist at the same time on the screen. Here you have some invisible guy, or maybe sometimes none, and the actors have to imagine that there's a barrow white flying and so on, attacking them. It's simply not that easy, I think, to do. So a scene like this would be very expensive, I would assume, if you would do the editing better. I think the reason why it feels a bit poorly is simply I know the show is expensive, but still you have to make 8 episodes for a season, an hour each, and so on. If you're done, the amount of money goes down a little bit in this context, even though they almost have the budget of a full film. I think for such a small, unimportant scene, they did not want to blow their whole budget. They will keep the budget for the bigger fights that are coming later in the season for sure. So I think that there the money is, and here they tried to make a very cheap little action scene to, I don't know, give us a bit of fan service in the form of the barrow wides. Maybe time for the next scene, yeah. It is. So is there anything we could add here, chat? I don't think so, right? No, that we have to look into late. No, we can look into this now. Very short map of Dar's Pass, I call it. Let me watch it. Change the screenshot. So now we later come back to this in this context. So here we have, again, a map. I made a bit, it's still lightened up a little bit, so it's not that dark. Here we have Mordor in the bottom right. And here we have this line, walking from Mordor up this path. They go around, there's the gap of Rohan later, and then they go up from here and reach Eregion from below. I think that makes mostly sense, I guess. Minas Tirith later will be here, just in case people wonder. So they're walking quite a bit through Gondor, that future Gondor, I should say. Saruman is not here yet, and so on. So all the way, it's a quite long path. It's a bit strange. What I would criticize a bit of this path and the walking stuff, though it is also the case in Tolkien, this is like quite a bit of commitment by Adar. You have to keep in mind that the path he has to walk around about 2,000 miles or something like this, 1,000. How many miles, Chad? I forgot, but more than 1,000 miles for sure. And yeah, that's just quite a bit, like through Mordor, all the way down, all the way up here. It's just such a long way. With an army this big and so on, a lot of preparations needed to be done for this to work. That is for sure. Okay, I lost my... Where was the scene that I was just talking about? Did I skip a scene, chat? I think we skipped a scene. When is this path coming? Is it coming up later? I thought it comes before Galadriel and Elrond talk. The problem is I lost the point in my video. In my footage. Where is it? Can't find it anymore. That is really weird. I could swear it was after the Arondir and Friends section. It must be after the end scene, wasn't it? Very weird. Did we skip Tom? Yeah, I do Tom Bombadil. Like I go eat through. We finish Galadriel Elrond's stories first, and then we continue. It must be after Arondir, so I skipped it. So strange. I could swear that is after. Yeah, here it is. It doesn't matter too much. I just added it. We don't really see where this trail starts, but yeah, they go all the way up. So yeah, I skipped the scene with Galadriel and this thing. Tom Bombadil we'll talk in a moment. I don't go through. I usually don't do chronological order because here we have to make the color stuff go away. We don't need the arrow. That should work. So here we see Elrond staying there in the background. We don't see Galadriel in this shot, which I find very strange. The three elves here are mourning over their friend. His sword is left, it feels. It's a bit unfortunate. I feel like it was kind of unnecessary that they killed one off. That's kind of the problem, you know? Often the show has no consequences for the main characters, but for the red shirts, it's always death. It's kind of strange. That's why I didn't get Star Wars. I didn't understand why. It's so important that we learn for context, because in the next scenes, stuff is happening. So Elrond and Galadriel have a conversation here. Now I have to find Elrond and Galadriel's conversation, which will be tough. I still don't fully understand where Galadriel comes from in this scene. The editing is just strange. Let me just look at it. Maybe I miss it. So Elrond stands there in the background. What happens then? Isn't then cut to Elrond and then Galadriel appears? But in the shot before, she is nowhere to be seen. Oh no, she comes from the right. Here I see it. Okay. Okay, I didn't forgot about this scene. So here, it just seems she appears. But here you see she walks from the right into the scene, and then they talk to each other. That was confused. Hey, why did Galadriel come from all of a sudden? I skipped a bit too fast through these scenes. I also like this shot here, I kind of like. But yeah, they have a discussion, and I like these Elrond Galadriel moments in this episode, I think almost most. I think they were definitely one of the stronger parts in the show. I did not want to make this joke, Rosemary. Good that you did it. Doesn't matter, just concentrate on their character moments. Editing is bad, we know that. Well, editing is not always bad. But it's definitely noticeable. I just don't want to see a stranger as Gandalf. If I see it, who knows what happens. Now, we have to talk about this in a moment as well. Halbrand baited Adar and said Sauron is in Eregion, basically. And then Adar prepares his forces and says, hey, I have to kill Sauron, because as long as Sauron is alive, we are not free. He's always a danger. He does not underestimate Sauron. And maybe overestimates his abilities to kill him, but who knows? Like, he killed him one time already and he still came back, so I don't know. But now he says we have to go there. Also, there's some other stuff I wanted to talk about as well, chat. There's just too much stuff in this show. So Daimor is actually a very strange elven name, in my opinion, for the elf played by the black actor. The reason why is, I think Dai means something like dreadful, and Mor means black, so his name means dreadful black. That's a strange name for an actor. I mean, maybe Dai can also mean something else. There could be a transformation of the name. I don't know. But yeah, it's a strange name. Just wanted to point this out. The other dude, what was the other name? The woman in the company, where we have a scene where we see the companions. And I'm gone. The woman here, she's called Rian. Rian is actually an interesting name because that is also a name from the Silmarillion, and it is the wife of Huor, who is the father of Tuor, who is the father of Eärendil, who is the father of Elrond. So Rian was the, what is it then, chat? The great-great-grandmother? I think so. Tuor was his grandfather. Yeah, that's the... Tuor was then his great-grandfather. It's his great-grandmother then. So, I don't know. Though that was the great-grandmother, in this case, Rian was of men. So she was human, not an elf. And she... Like, among elves, it's unusual if they have the same name later again. Elf names are kind of unique. Then we have... the other dude, which name is Kamnir. I'm not sure if this name appears somewhere. Sounds somewhat familiar. Of course. Now I mistype. So Kamnir could mean... Okay. Kam is... Need a Sindarin word. Kam could mean hand. And Nir could mean tear. Hand tear? Like a near knife. Maybe there's near as like a last word thing to add. Not really. I mean, there could be some strange rule of Sindarin applied here grammatically and form some other word into it. I don't know exactly. So hand and tear. Tear of hand. I don't know. And then the dude, that's the dude here in the middle, and the dude to the left on the screenshot, his name is Just that we have the etymology part covered. Vorohil. That could be actually complicated because the H. H is always complicated in Sindarin. Voro as, like we have Voronwe, I assume. And we have, oh, that's Quenya. Wait. I don't find any word where this would work. Heal could mean to follow, but I have no idea what Voro means. It could be a Quenya combination. Then it would mean like Voro could be Quenya, like there's a word for it for Quenya, and would make continually or ever. So it's the continually following person. Someone who follows continuously or something. Maybe from a meaning standpoint. However, let us look a bit here at Galadriel and Elrond. So yeah, both have very different opinions. I think that's a really good setup for the show. These character moments here between those two. Because Elrond is highly critical of Galadriel using the ring. And in my perspective, that makes sense because Sauron was involved in its creation to some degree. We don't know exactly to what extent. We don't know what it does. But it's kind of difficult to do this. Another great hairstyle for sure. His parents were just goth elves. I don't know. I just find the translation of the name so weird. In context that he's played by a black actor. It's just so weird. Do you think they cared about making the names make sense or give any kind of background to them? Sometimes I think that might be the case. Like if you look at the map, for example, on the map of that Isildur held, if you transcribe or if you translate what is written there, translate the wrong word, if you read it, it's written in English actually. There we have some notes like beware of the wild man or some beware the wild man, I think. It's written there, thanks again to Rosemary. So there are sometimes hints, and it seems people sometimes put in some effort. On the sash of the high priest in Numenor, we could read, since the rising of the star, I think it was written on it. And this means the rising of the star is the star that rose above Numenor for the Edain that sailed to Numenor to find it. They followed the star. Elena Starwards, it's the name of this island originally. And stuff like this. So there are definitely, some people put some effort into this show. I think not always maybe into the names because they need some random elf name. It's always complicated to come up with names. I get this. Sometimes they use some book name like Rian or something like that. But yeah, maybe that's what we try to find. I mean, I'm interested in the language stuff of Tolkien as well, even though I'm not an Sindarin expert at all. But I kind of find it cool to see it, what they put in there. Welcome, Christian. Nice to see you. We didn't miss anything, basically. We just discussed the map for 2 hours, which makes no sense. This was the conclusion. Then we discussed if lightning can destroy bridges. Then we discussed the Barrow Wights for 2 hours. No, for maybe an hour. So, and then Now we look at elven names. So that's basically what you missed. Not that much. Wick has such a huge volume of hair, makes me jealous. I need to steal the wig, basically, of her. But yeah, the character moment here we want to focus on. Elrond does not know the extent of the power of the ring. He's not trusting it, and it makes complete sense from his perspective. It fits also his character later on in the book, because Elrond, even in the Third Age, still says these rings should have been destroyed. He does not change his opinion on these rings. So there's that. Galadriel, though, asks Elrond that he should put killing Sauron even above the life of Galadriel. So Galadriel has, of course, again, a vision of the future and so on. That annoys me a little bit, to be honest. Because people can have visions of the future without having a ring. This kind of ties the ring of Galadriel a bit too much into this direction. Though you could argue, if Galadriel has a talent to see the future, which she has, like Elrond, by the way, it is that it's maybe enhanced by having a ring of power. I know that sometimes I have this very short blip in my interface. I don't know what causes it, but it's just a millisecond or two. So sometimes you hear it as a crackling, basically, as a very small knack. But I can't tell you, like on my side, the cutout stuff should not be that strong. So if other here also cut me cutting out for half a second or so, let me know. Then something is wrong with the audio. And that should not happen, to be honest. The problem is, like, it's hard for me to tell, so others in chat have to tell me if that is true, or if it's maybe a problem on your side, hard to tell. It should not be that I cut out for half a second. Like on my side, everything seems normal, I think. I can restart my audio interface here. Okay, I should be back now, so I hope everything is okay again. But yeah, I don't know. She could have easily run away with the others, that is also true. We come to this in a moment. But yeah, she asks him to leave her be. The question is, was this already a plan he has? That basically she wants to tell Elrond, hey, leave me behind for reasons, because maybe she wants to get captured. I think she does not, like Elrond says, she wants to save the ring, not us, kind of thing. But I also think she might want to talk to Adar and convince him, which is an interesting thing. Because she knows Adar, she has met him already in season 1. Yeah, exactly. I agree with Spielkap. I like how we see Elrond is taking Círdan's advice. So Círdan advised him in the previous episode, if you think they are blinded by the rings, they are your friends and you should guide them. And he supports the Galadriel's point of view, but it definitely tries to distance himself as much as possible from the power of the ring. And this generates a lot of tension in these scenes. But I think Galadriel also kind of understands why Elrond is thinking this, and they still work together, which I like. Even though this definitely puts kind of a rift towards them. And I think Galadriel maybe also want to prove this, and she kind of maybe does by giving the ring away. But Elrond interprets it as it should not fall. She wants to save the ring. Maybe from Galadriel's perspective, she does not want that Adar or whoever gets hold of a ring of power. That would not be good. So it's wise to give it away for a moment, I think, from this perspective of that I need to be captured here. And like I said, these rings of power, they not necessarily had a will on their own that strong, in my opinion. Maybe to some extent, especially when the One Ring is around. But the One Ring is not around yet, at least as far as we know. Yeah, I agree with Rosemary. I could imagine her wanting to go see Adar, since she is getting nowhere with Elrond. However, it seems weird that she would start a bit of killing a few dozen of orcs and stealing a horse instead of just asking the orcs if she can speak to Adar. That's maybe true. The orcs are still, though, the enemy. And of course, she wants that Elrond definitely can escape with his others, that he doesn't run into trouble. So she has to distract. I think that's also a priority, but I also think she wants maybe to talk to Adar. If she gets captured or not, it's not that big of a problem. I guess she was also surprised that Adar just showed up and could kind of also keep up with her. But I don't think it's a force, because Galad, like, it's just, I mean, the concept of the ring is forced upon them for sure, but you can definitely have different opinions of these rings of power, especially in the setup this show has. Like, it's a ring where the enemy Sauron was involved in its creation, and you can have the opinion, I don't trust a trinket that was, or a ring of power, a magical ring made by Sauron, or potentially where Sauron even looked for it at the moment. We have to be very careful with that. That's a very cautious approach of Elrond. And then on the other side, you have not only Galadriel, but also Círdan and Gil-galad, who all think that without these rings, we would have to leave Middle-earth. And that is even worse. And as long as his friends, like Elrond's friends, are holding this ring, and he can guide his friends, then you can maybe do good out of this. There's potential to do something good with it. And this they want to use. Elrond's not 100% convinced, but he agrees that then Elrond has to guide them. He takes his advice very seriously. I think that's an interesting approach of conflict for these characters that does not exist in the books. But here in this story setup, I think it makes sense. I would not say it feels forced. I think this is actually somewhat reasonable, especially in the context that they still work together. Like, Galadriel could have also get angry and they never talk to each other or something. But they work together, they accept that they have different opinions on this. Even though Galadriel maybe tries to convince Elrond, and Elrond tries to convince Galadriel that both are wrong in a way. But they just explain this. But I think it's not, I don't see it as forced, contrived drama or something. I can see, though, that, like, it's a fair opinion, for sure, but I personally think at least there's a lot of other things that feel forced in the show. I think this one is one of the elements that for me personally worked a bit better, if that makes sense. I mean, she could have multiple goals. Like, she could have the goal, save the ring, save her friends, and maybe meet Adar. Maybe a bit of all of it might be true. Like, maybe she tries how far she can get, and if she gets captured, she knows maybe she can negotiate with Adar and learn a bit more. She trusts in fate, yeah. That's maybe also different, kind of, I think. Yeah, that is maybe true. Maybe they have a little bit too little time why they disagree. I feel like they should have had in some episode a council in Lindon and discuss the details of the ring, like the Council of Elrond about the 3 rings of power, basically. What are we going to do with them? Should we use them as a weapon against the enemy? Should we destroy them? Should we hide them? Should we not wear them? What are the pros? What are the cons, basically? I think if they had taken some time to discuss this a little bit further, then they still could, maybe Elrond could still say, no, I'm still the opinion we should have destroyed them. He disagrees, but maybe they could come to a respectful end. Though it's difficult in this regard, because Elrond is quite extreme and says, in the moment you take and use these rings, you become the collaborators of Sauron. In the book, that is less a problem, because they already know what these rings do and what the plan is of Sauron, because Galadriel, Gil-galad, and Círdan get the rings after the One Ring is forged. As a result, in this time, they know the plan of Sauron already, and they don't actively use them. As long as Sauron has a One Ring, they hide them. That's a huge difference from the book perspective to what the show is portraying, but the show can't portray it like the books because of season 1. I just want to point out it's not a direct plan to meet Adar. Yeah, I think you might be right there. I could imagine, though, that she maybe says, if I get captured, my plan B is basically I could meet Adar, learn a bit, maybe convince him or something. I don't fully know. Though she sees already visions of what might happen later, the attack on Eregion. We see a very small vision snippet, I think, also in this scene, right? Maybe I should try to give you a screenshot of that. Yeah, there was a small scene. So we see already a hint at Eregion being attacked, because, I mean, I'm not sure if you have seen the statue yet, but you can. It's easily hinted at. Here we have the attack in this vision of Galadriel when she plays with the ring around a little bit. She sees, among other things, this vision. It seems here in the background, what I find interesting, we have a lot of orcs attacking everything. They pull down the statue of Feanor. And here in the background, here, you see, I think, some elves, I assume, standing. That's at least how I would read this. I'm not sure why. They are watching what the orcs are doing there. And maybe because she has this vision, she wants to prevent the outcome of this orc army overrunning Eregion, or conquering Eregion at some point. Maybe she has a plan to talk to Adar. Maybe, like, this is something her ring guides her to do. There are multiple scenes we see. We see, first of all, like, we see actually a few spoilers, scenes of future seasons. We know whose hand, and we see the crown of Morgoth, which is also nonsensical law-wise, or against the law, in my opinion. No, in my opinion, it's definitely against the book law, because the crown was cast into a shackle for Morgoth himself, and the Silmarillion were removed. No way that Adar would have a crown, this crown here. Let me see here. Oh, that's the wrong thing, chat. One moment. Crown. This was the other part of the vision she has here. Then a very small moment we see. I mean, this is frame by frame what we're doing here. So if there's an interesting frame. Actually surprised. Didn't I record this at 60 FPS? No, this is 30 FPS. That's why that frame, the frame drop. Okay. Just curious about some technicality here with my frame rate. And then we have a scene where Elrond is captured. This also appears in the vision. It's very hard to see. This is one scene. The other was in Eregion. Then we see Celebrimbor on the ground for like literally maybe 10 frames. It's very short. I think it is something is crumbling there. Can't show it to you because I have to make 20 screenshots of this. The stones fall on the ground around him when he falls over, so maybe like a siege thing hit a wall or something, he fell over. Let me switch the scene, chat. Here's that scene we have. And then we also see for a few frames Sauron. That's actually interesting. When we see Halbrand without a beard, I think. At least I think that is Charlie Vickers, to be honest. But I could be wrong. Or is this a new character, chat? Maybe maybe I have to make a direct comparison. I think it's him. Did Adar keep his crown all these years, and when Sauron kills Adar, he takes the crown back? Maybe, yes. Looks like Sauron's non-identical twin. What's interesting about the scene, though, like, let's pretend it's Halbrand, here's Galadriel. I think there's blonde hair, I would assume it's Galadriel. We see an ear, it's not a pointy ear, but it's a bit unsharp. And we know this scene we have seen in a teaser trailer, not this exactly, but with actually Anatar looking Halbrand. So maybe he switches around his form here a few times. Can't rotate the arrow that well, but yeah. Yeah, it's true. Charlie Vickers is a shapeshifter, looks different every scene. So yeah, there's something going on here. This was the other scene we got in this trailer. It's just very short, like just a few scenes here. However, the armor he wears is different. I thought it would be the same. Like there's a scene where Galadriel blocks he blocks Galadriel's sword with his crown from the other scene, but the armor is, I think, different. We can't see it here very well, but yeah, maybe there's something going on there, chat. Here, see, the armor seems a bit different. The armor that we see here, though, all things considered, it's the same armor, I think, chat. I'm not 100% sure. But it's I think it's kind of an illusion or whatever. He's trying definitely to play with Galadriel here, or in the scene potentially. Let me just see where do we have Halbrand? Halbrand at daylight. I summon thee. Wait a moment, chat. We have to switch to season 1 for a moment. Yeah, this scene, I'm not sure if it's too similar, but the shoulder armor part looks at least very similar. It's maybe a bit darker here than it was, but I would suggest it could be this armor, if I'm honest. Let me try if I find a better scene with Charlie Vickers. Yeah, here we have it in front. We have the front view of the armor. And there's also a chain there, because we also see a chain, and it seems like Charlie Vickers has his chain there as well. See this? If we compare this now to this, we also see this chain there, you know, at his neck. Maybe we would have to lighten the image a little bit up, but I think that's fair to say that this is maybe a flashback, or he looks different. Maybe this is the actual king of the Southlands or something like that. Who knows? Let me just think for a moment. Properties, filters. We make it a bit, yeah. If we just put the gamma up a little bit, maybe a bit too bright now, but you definitely see the similarities here, in my opinion. Maybe because it's a vision, it's a bit darker than it usually would be. Who knows? So there's, I assume Sauron is doing some mind-boggling things, so to say, to Galadriel to convince her, manipulate her, play with her, whatever. I also feel like there's definitely face and a bit of Why is my microphone always doing weird stuff? Sorry for the potential weird sounds. Microphone's have to adjust my microphone. Sorry for that, chat. Yeah, but I think it becomes clear this is kind of the thing. My biggest problem will now finding the scene where we were in the other thing there, because I skipped so much, chat. So they talk, Galadriel has a vision, and then Galadriel moves out later. So potentially, there's one scene we need to discuss. First of all, we see Damrod and the army marching through the forests there. We had the map already. Now comes the map scene, by the way. So Dar's army is marching to Eregion. That is the next time we see this here. This I might have to make a bit brighter for you to see. So this we've seen in trailers already from different angles, I think. Teleporno thing again. There's also a few interesting details I want to discuss in a moment, chat. Let me just see. Now you mentioned Teleporno. I think that is not the first name he had in mind. Or maybe he had. It's complicated, chat. Let's not start with this. But Teleporno is the name of Celeborn that Tolkien gave to him because in this version, or the reason why he needs a different name is that he is a Teleri in this version, who lived in Aman and then sails with Galadriel over to Middle-earth in this version. Completely different than what is portrayed in Lord of the Rings. I can't tell you when Tolkien wrote this version, though. It might have been earlier or not. It's hard to tell. Appendix E. Does his name appear in Lord of the Rings? No. Also, you have to keep in mind, Galadriel also had her sassy face in the First Age with... yeah, maybe you should know about the kinslaying, but not from me. That you said to Thingol, so... How do you manage to get your message deleted so often? Everybody has its own headcanon, yeah, for sure. Yeah, he potentially had no idea that these days his name is a bit funny. But yeah, the reason why he has a different name is because Celeborn is a Sindar name, and if he's not a Sindar anymore, like he's living in Aman and is one of the Teleri of Aman, then he needs a different name. And the question, I don't know exactly, is I would need to do research on this if I'm honest. Like, when Celeborn was invented, I'm pretty sure Celeborn's first name when he was first written was not Teleporno, it was Celeborn already. If you look into the draft writings of Lord of the Rings, that is. I think that's too big a topic for here to discuss. Okay, Jet. Where were we in this scene? So yeah, Adar marches forward, and Galadriel and her companions notice it. Like, they hear drums in the background. Galadriel and Elrond, Galadriel and company see Adar's forces, something like that, I should call it. And yeah, in this context, what is very interesting is that they know, Adar is actually already marching towards Eregion. And I'm not sure how far they wandered, but this would mean they must be close already. No, I don't think that Adar is Celeborn. Let's have me have a snack here really quick. Okay, sorry. But we need to eat something really quick. Where is he seen? I need to... Like, I've not fully understand how this even happens, to be honest. I like the expression of the actor here. So yeah, the orcs, for whatever reason, they try to shoot a horse. And then, by accident, an orc arrow hits Kamnia, I think I said was his name. And like, I don't fully understand what the orcs are doing there. Where's this horse from? Why do they shoot at a horse? Did somebody understand this reference? Like, I did not fully understand what was going on there exactly. It's just strange to me. Like, is this a reference to something? Like, who's this horse? The horse of Isildur, it's not Beric. Beric escaped, and Isildur got Beric back. So it can't be that horse. Also, Beric is not black. But maybe it's just the darkness. Is it the former horse of Galadriel or something? Like, why is there a horse in the forest? It has no saddle, I think, if we see it. So it seems to be just some random horse in the forest. What's the goal in the season with Galadriel? Get Nenya, explore the conflict between Elrond not liking that the elves use these rings of power. And they use it for good. They kind of try to establish this discussion, which I think is important. And to get captured by Adar to convince him to do otherwise. And then at the end, Galadriel's in this cage, as we know from the trailers, but... the ghost of this horse that died in production. I hope not, but... Not season scene, in the scene. I thought we were talking about the season. Galadriel, what is the goal in this? No, Sash asked, what is the goal in this season with Galadriel? But yeah, she definitely, like, that's definitely the goal. The ring of power, the establishing Nenya, and so on. What would happen if Elrond has to use Nenya or something? However, even though Mr. Elf here gets shot, we have another picture here. Here the arrow hits. And yeah, Galadriel, this is an interesting reference, I think at least. Galadriel can heal him with the help of a newfound power. I mean, in theory, Elrond is a healer, but here Galadriel is. So yeah, they definitely show what power this ring has. Here we see that you can't see it in a still very well, but you see the arrows moving. It falls now out of the wound, and then the dude is healed. and she saved him. So here we can, of course, pull out Lord of the Rings again, and go to the chapter The Counts of Elrond and search for the word healing, because it appears. The three rings, are not idle, but they were not made as weapons of war or conquest. That is not their power. Those who made them did not desire strength or domination or hoarded wealth, but understanding, making, and healing, to preserve all things unstained. These things the elves in Middle-earth have in some measure gained, though with sorrow. So that's what Elrond, 5,000 years later, says about these three rings of power, when they're still around, and he has also one for himself. And yeah, so you could argue, I think this is kind of the reference. They say, yeah, with Nenya, her power to heal would be increased. I mean, Galadriel, though, has a problem. She's a warrior, kind of, in the show. And there's like another reference to healing. Let me just see if I find it. We switch the image here. It doesn't have to be this explicit here. She, like Galadriel, does fight a lot. And we know that people who fight are not the best healers in Tolkien's universe. Laws. So we go to Morgoth's Ring, to laws and customs. And I hope I find this section, because I have no idea how it's phrased. Wait, go to war, I think, was in it. Nope. I found it, actually. That's good. Neri and Nissi. Nissi was the name I was looking for. For instance, the arts of healing and all that touches on the care of the body are among all the Eldar most practiced by the Nissi, the elven females, whereas in Nissi, I think is the pronunciation, whereas it was the elven men who bore arms at need. And the elder deemed that the dealing of death, even when lawful or under necessity, diminished the power of healing, and that the virtue of the Nissi in this matter was due to rather to their abstaining from hunting or war than to any special power that went with their womanhood. Indeed, in the dire straits of desperate defense, the Nissi fought valiantly, and there was less difference in strength and speed between elven men and elven women, and that had not borne elven women that had not borne child than is seen among mortals. On the other hand, many elven men were great healers and skilled in the lore of living bodies, though such men abstained from hunting and went not to war until the last need. That's what Tolkien writes in Laws and Customs in the History of Middle-earth book, Morgoth's Ring. So just a little hint there. Though she has now a greatly enhanced power with the ring that she is carrying. So, but I think that's also like an interesting lore detail here that maybe a lot of people are not fully aware of. I think, yeah, maybe the orcs want... Hello, four legs. Wanted to eat the horse. I mean, yes, potentially, but why is there a horse in the forest? Yeah, healing is one of the specified purposes for the three rings. Elrond says it at the Council of... Yeah, I read this already. She used heal wounds directly from Dungeons and Dragons. That's also a possibility. We have to see how it turns out later. Like Galadriel has talked already to Adar, and she knows him. Yeah, the hard, soft magic thing. I mean, they also summoned like a flood with horses in it. So I think you can make an argument in a lot of directions here. Usually, though, Tolkien's magic is a lot softer, if that makes sense, for sure. Yeah, I agree with Joe there. In a TV show, I think it's important for the rings to actually demonstrate some actual power now and then, and the healing scene works for me. I would agree on that as well. I don't mind it too much. Just want to point out that if you kill somebody, your magic healing power might be diminished. Though it's not necessarily the healing stuff, the art of healing is not necessarily magical, though, what Tolkien describes here. Or not fully. But there seems to be some magic potentially going on there as well. Don't underestimate this. Maybe it's a strong exaggeration though, but I think for the show, as Joe says correctly, they have to. Wild horses exist, why shouldn't there be a horse? I don't know. Like, we've never seen wild horses before in the show, so. And now, in the middle of an army thing, a wild horse appears, the orcs shoot, and accidentally the elves get hit. Of course. It's a bit too strong, I think, of a, you know what I mean, of an accident. Yeah, I just muted myself, and I'm not sure when I unmuted myself. So what was the last thing you heard, chat? I hate when this happens. Sometimes I need to drink something or eat a little snack, and then I mute myself for a moment so you don't hear me chewing. Because else I go insane. Or you would go insane. But yeah. Did you at least hear me reading? But I read the healing power thing, right? Why did I mute my thing? 5 minutes, oh no. So the Morgoth ring I read still. Well, at least I read this. I don't know, I zoned out. I can't blame you. Okay, so yeah, then I said something like it's maybe a bit exaggerated that the healing power you could argue it's reduced, but she has a magical ring. It works for the show. I agree that you need to show that these rings have some kind of power. If somebody's wounded, what they can do. That makes sense for the show as well. And what else did I say? Orcs really unlike horses. They don't like horses. I didn't understand why the horse is there. I know that there might be wild horses, but at the same time that they're wild horses, the archers, the orcs start shooting at it because they want to eat it or whatever, and then by accident an elf get hit by an arrow. I found this a bit strange. That's also something I said. Shortly after the elf getting accidentally killed. I read the Morgoth ring thing, like that elven women usually are healers because they don't hunt and they don't usually go to war, but they could if they would want to. That's basically the essence of this text. When I'm muted, she zones out. It doesn't matter too much. I'm just sad that I don't know what I have to repeat because reasons. But yeah, I kind of understand the conflict. Then Elrond gives the ring away. There's no mention that Galadriel gives ever her ring away because it's not needed in the lore. I was surprised to hear a voice suddenly. See you in a bit, okay. Now I'm sad because I don't know what I said. But yeah, somebody said in chat they need to healing power is great. Now no one needs to die. I said yeah, that's kind of true. If they make it too powerful, then it could solve too many problems. In TV show, Joe said it's important that the ring actually demonstrates some actual power now and then. That I read. The healing scene works for me. I would agree on that. Very short pause, maybe 2 to 3 minutes only. Yeah, very unfortunate. I don't know what I said 2 minutes ago. That's my biggest problem. But now people just listen here on a second screen or so, and sometimes don't fully know. I mean, I stream here for 4 hours. I don't expect that you can repeat every word I say for 4 hours. As long as you are there and kind of enjoy it, I'm happy. But sorry for not noticing me being muted for some time. It's a very unfortunate thing. I was just worried I was muted for 10 minutes and didn't notice or something like that. That would have been terrifying. But I think, yeah, the healing stuff, like I said, it works for me for the most part. Then Galadriel goes to war, I think. But yeah, Galadriel as a warrior, according to elven law, she would have had diminished healing powers, but the ring is exactly there for healing. It's explicitly mentioned, so it kind of works for me. They have to show some power as well. And I also said that the ring, like sometimes people say that the ring has a will on its own or something. You know what I mean? But I think the rings of power don't really have a will of their own. What they have is a will of their own due to be connected to the One Ring, which is not forged yet. So these rings are relatively safe right now, actually. Yeah, I also agree on this. They could have gone. Yeah, we also talked. It's also mentioned briefly Aragorn and him healing. Aragorn is not an elf though. For him might apply different rules, and he uses athelas and other herbs and so on to heal people. So that's a different approach to maybe a more spiritual magic heal thing that the elves can do, if that makes sense. Like elves are also super powerful beings in Middle Earth that definitely possess to some extent some magic powers. Like Finrod showed this. Remember when he battled Sauron, basically in a song battle, magical song battle, if you want to call it like this, in the First Age. So to say, of course, his sister could have, or definitely has different abilities with a ring or without it. I think it's a bit unfortunate these rings are maybe in the show again that they contributed too many powers, because the elves have these powers without the rings. What the ring does is extend the power. Especially this ring is designed for healing, preserving, and so on. Yes, he comes from a half-elven line, but he's counted towards men. He's not a half-elf. Yeah, I also agree with Joe. That's a point I also want to underline again. Galadriel readily giving away the ring was a good demonstration that it has no hold over her. Differentiates it from the One Ring. Exactly. And also, like, if that would be the case, like Círdan gives, after thousands of years, his ring willingly away to Gandalf. He had it since the Second Age, Círdan. And then maybe 2,000-3,000 years later, Gandalf comes to Middle-earth and he gives him his ring. Also, Gil-galad had 2 rings and he gave one to Círdan, and his ring later, before he goes to battle, at the end of the Second Age, I think, to Elrond. So these ring bearers can definitely give their ring away willingly. It's not like they have a hold over them. I think this idea of the ring has a will of its own is a bit overstated, if that makes sense. As long as they not wear the ring, I think, then and Sauron has a One Ring. Everything should be fine with those rings. Yes, Elrond definitely was fighting in these battles. Elrond was fighting in the battle here of Eregion. Elrond was fighting at the end of the Second Age in the Battle of the Last Alliance. Elrond was fighting, and so on. There might be other battles where Elrond was also fighting in the Third Age. However, at some point, Elrond stopped going to war in the Third Age, I think. See my Who's Elrond videos where I speculate a little bit about this. So at this time, Elrond might not have been a healer yet. That's also something to consider. Maybe when he gets also his Ring of Power, Vilya from Gil-galad later, and then after Sauron has fallen and not the One Ring anymore, then maybe he uses it and also develops further his healing abilities. Definitely a possibility. Yeah, exactly. The One Ring has a power because he put a part of himself into this ring, for sure. We will get that the rings of power are he's a bit too fond of the ring. Though, to be fair, these rings, though the show is poorly depicted, in my opinion, are free from Sauron's touch and were changed also by Sauron. That's very important. And the One Ring does not exist yet. So a lot of important details are still missing. You could make an argument that when Sauron touched these rings, though, that they got an evil tendency, and maybe also, like, I'm not saying that they have zero consequences on the wearer. I just say it's maybe a bit, it's not like the One Ring that has a will on its own and so on. Like, I think there's a kind of difference. Can't see the One Ring coming this season. Yeah, I agree on this, actually. Like, I have no idea when they want to make Halbrand make the One Ring. He has to go to Orodruin to make this. Very strange. So, also it's dwarves. Maybe the wings work differently on dwarves. The problem is they don't stick to what Tolkien is basically establishing, because in the books, Durin, okay, maybe at the time of Eregion he gets his ring, but the evil tendency of these rings develops, most of the dwarves get the rings of power, their rings of power, when Sauron already has the One Ring. So their suddenly stakes are very different in comparison to that. And like I said, the effect on dwarves of this ring might be simply a bit different anyway. So hard to tell. Yeah, there might be some effect. Or I would describe it. Maybe all the rings had some effect. Also, these 3 rings had an effect. What they did basically was to Galadriel. In concluding passage, the narrative returns to Galadriel, telling that the sea longing grew so strong in her that though she deemed in her duty to remain in Middle-earth while Sauron was still unconquered, she determined to leave Lorien and to dwell near the sea. And then another section here. Let's see, where's Galadriel counseled him that the 3 rings of the elves should be hidden, never used, and dispersed, far from Eregion, where Sauron believed them to be. It was at that time that she received Nenya, the white ring from Celebrimbor, and by its power the realm of Lorien was strengthened and made beautiful. But its power upon her was great, also and unforeseen, for it increased her latent desire for the sea and for return into the west, so that her joy in Middle-earth was diminished. Celebrimbor followed her counsel that the Ring of Air and the Ring of Fire should be sent out of Eregion, and he entrusted them to Gil-galad in Lindon. And then comes some notes to this. There's also note 9. Not sure what Christopher Tolkien writes there. Galadriel cannot have made use of the powers of Nenya until a much later time, though, after the loss of the ruling ring, but it must be admitted that the text does not at all suggest this, although she is said to just above to have advised Celebrimbor and the Elven the Elven ring should never be used. Now Celebrimbor was not corrupted in heart or face, but had accepted Sauron as what he posed to be, and when at length he discovered the existence of the One Ring, he revolted against Sauron and went to Lothian to take counsel once more with Galadriel. With Galadriel. They should have destroyed all the rings of power at this time, but they failed to find the strength. Galadriel counseled him that the 3 rings of the elves should be hidden, never used, and dispersed. So, there is that. Well, my nose just made a strange noise. Sorry for that. So yeah, the ring had some influence on it. If it had a will on their own, though, is kind of an exaggeration. It had a will on their own through the One Ring, maybe, but like I said, it's kind of interesting that and by its power, the realm of Lothian. Maybe this means later, the realm of Lothian was strengthened and made beautiful, but its power upon her was great. It could also be that even though she hid the ring and did not use it put it on her finger, maybe this ring still had an effect. Also a possibility that there was some passive effect of these rings as well. And since it was near her or something, it had an effect on her. I don't know. But I assume Tolkien just means later. So this is here the thing. As you can see, it's completely different here in this show. So, chat, let me see. It was interesting character development for Galadriel to give away the ring, and Elrond thinking the worst of it. I mean, Elrond simply does not want these anything to do with the ring. I think that's kind of why he reacts. He looks a bit like, what am I supposed to do with that? I don't want that ring. But he still takes it because. Yeah, I think it's better than the Adar or the Orcs getting this ring. Elrond is skeptical. And he has to kind of make sense out of this. Yeah, so Elrond must warn Lindon and get an army to help Eregion. That's kind of what he has to do. Here, they scouted, we have to do something. Well, we have to see what's going on. Let's go and watching the scene here. So yeah, then Elrond and the other elves leave this place, and this brings us already to the end of this season. So Galadriel fights the orcs. The action scene I found was here, maybe also again a bit exaggerated, but it worked for me for the most part. What I really like though, I mean, let's make a screenshot of that. I found this a pretty cool scene, even though it's highly exaggerated. I need to make some screenshots here for this to work. What I liked about this scene was Galadriel, like this guy flies through the air, he drops his torch he had in his hand, Galadriel spins around and in the air lights the arrows from the torch and then shoots the multiple lighted arrows at the orcs. I found that was a pretty cool scene in my opinion. It completely exaggerated, but I don't know, I like that. Yeah, exactly. Adar says to this one orc, Gluk or Gluk, or however it's pronounced, that they cannot settle down until they have made sure Sauron is gone. He's not wrong. I don't know why Adar is there. I can't remember season 1. Why didn't he just go at the time Halbrand told him? The reason why Adar is there is because they want to keep this mystery box intact of who Sauron is. And the orcs need a leader. So they established Adar, who is the leader. And then in season 2, Sauron is playing Adar basically to attack Eregion. The reason, why I don't really know. It seems like Sauron wants to make rings of power to bring men and dwarves under his control, and the elves there as well. It's in the show a bit confusing and different though, but they have to time compress this effect where they, like, the idea is basically Sauron comes as Anatar to Eregion, makes these rings of power for the elves in Eregion, and then creates the one ring. And then he tries to control the elves there and dominate them utterly with the power of the one ring. But this fails, and the elves take the rings off their fingers, and he's angry and goes to Eregion and get these rings back, because if they are now in the hand of his enemies, can be maybe used against him or whatever, and the plan didn't work, and he could make better use of it. So he goes there, wants these rings, and then later, after he got these, at 16 of the 19 rings at least, he gives them to the dwarves and to men, and this is how he gets his servants. But this happens much after this conflict, and the show compresses those two elements into one by making the rings directly for the dwarves and for men. So that's, I think, the difference here. So maybe Adar knows that, or has a feeling that he's Sauron or not. I'm not sure. It doesn't make much sense then. But let's pretend Adar doesn't know Halbrand is Sauron. Then Adar is convinced, maybe with a bit of powerful use of Sauron's trickery, mind trickery, whatever, that Sauron is back and that he knows where he is. And then he convinces him, I can go to Eregion, I have the trust of the elves, and spy for you and tell you what the deal with Sauron is. And then I'll come back to you and tell you where you have to, what you can do, where you can attack. And then you can get rid of Sauron once and for all. That is kind of the deal they make. It's a weak deal, in my opinion, from the perspective of Adar, but that's kind of what happened. And then Adar attacks Eregion. Why? I don't know, because in the book, Sauron does not want to attack Eregion because he wants to control these elves. It seems here in the show they go for a completely different approach. They just need Eregion to make those rings, and then they give them away anyway. And then at some point, Sauron makes the one ring and wins. The question is, why does he want to attack Eregion? I think he does this because he knows that this will weaken the forces of Adar as well. Maybe his position, because he knows his orcs maybe don't want to go to war at all. And I mean, they had peace there in Mordor, why not just stay there and so on and do orc stuff there? Still, they have to go to war, and this maybe weakens his position, and then he can maybe also kill Adar there when he confronts him, because he knows the elves will definitely try to stop Adar from attacking Eregion. And when this happens, then he can take over the orcs. I think that is his plan. It's a bit complicated, and then he forges the One Ring as well, on top of that. Or he needs Mordor to be empty, and then he, in the meantime, while orcs are out, he can at some point, after maybe killing Adar or so, go to Mordor while there's nobody at home, basically, forge his ring, and then with his super domination powers, dominate the orcs and force them under his will, and then he is in control of everything. Yeah, the idea with the first killing of Sauron is really strange. Yeah, he wants to go to Eregion to kill Sauron there. That is his idea. He thinks, okay, if he maybe is able to get the elves on his side, Sauron gets too powerful, and as a result, he has to stop that. He has to stop Sauron right here and now. And Galadriel later says in the trailer scene, no, that's exactly what Sauron wants you to do to Adar. And I think, yeah, that is... or in a scene from a trailer that shows a scene from later in the show, I think she's right. Because this must be Sauron's plan at this point. He let Halbrand go to find Sauron and spy for him in Eregion. That is kind of the deal. That's maybe also the reason why he did not get Mark, because a Mark would maybe put a Adar/Sauron Mordor shape mark on his hand, neck, or wherever, would also potentially make him a bad spy. Galadriel doing archery is hot. Her arrows are also quite hot in this sense. And yeah, she does a lot of havoc here and fights the orcs, fights 30 orcs, get the chain. What I like though, there's also a cool scene. Then Adar comes and pulls her off the horse with a chain. When she is on the horse. Here she is. Gets pulled, maybe this is stunt double, I could imagine. she lands on her back with her bow right next to her. And it's already loaded, luckily. Like, that's why this I wouldn't say the choreography is that bad. It's not the best in the world, but I think it's okay. So she falls on her back here, and then there's also a cool little detail. Sorry for the typing here. Just have to be kind of fast. A lot of screenshots have to be made. She grabs the bow here with the arrow, and there's a torch lying, and she lights up the arrow thing. I don't know why she does it, but maybe some extra fire damage is definitely helpful in this context. I mean, it's kind of strange that her arrows that she uses are burning that fast, but whatever. I kind of like the idea. Like this little detail that is so hardly to notice in the scene. But, yeah, suddenly she has the... Galadriel aims at Adar. Next scene. And then, yeah, she turns around, aims at Adar. But he just turns out the arrow. Like he doesn't care. Kind of like this scene. And he says something interesting, Adar. Adar greets Galadriel. Something like this. And he's, if I understand this correctly, Adar says not Galadriel as her name, but he calls her Alatariel, I think. And that is also the name Galadriel had in the First Age. I think that isn't that her mother's name? Her mother gave her. Yeah, thus the name Alatariel, which according to the late version of the story of their relationship, Galadriel and Celeborn, was given to Galadriel by Celeborn. It was the name of Celeborn, interestingly, in Aman. Which he chose to use in Middle-earth, rendered into Sindarin as Galadriel. So this is basically, yeah, the father name of her was Artanis, and her mother name was Nerwen. So she used this name that Celeborn in this version gave to her, Alatariel, and then it was later when she came to Middle-earth, it had to be rendered into Sindarin because Quenya was forbidden due to the kinslaying. And there the Sindarin version of Alatariel is Galadriel. That's the story behind it. Why does Adar look like my grandmother? Because the hound, I mean Adar, is scared of fire. I think he's not scared of fire. Plus 1d4 fire damage, exactly. Where is the scene where Adar says to his minions, I haven't heard of my spy Halbrand, I must go after him? Yeah, that's a good point. He sends some orc after Halbrand and kind of have him watched. So he knows that Halbrand is actually in Eregion. But I would agree on that a scene like this, how do the message that, yeah, Sauron is totally in Eregion, come here, is working. Or maybe he says he doesn't trust Halbrand anyway, and he just goes to Eregion at some point on his own. But like this decision making has to be explained, in my opinion. Or maybe he waits still for an answer and already prepares his army to get it already close to Eregion, because it takes literally months to get to Eregion from the perspective of for Mordor, so for Adar and his orcs. Yeah, Sauron asks him in the fight, do you know who I am? And Adar says, no clue, because he looked different before. But yeah, we have the Alatariel thing covered. Because, yeah, he says basically, he greets Galadriel. Potentially even in Quenya, which I find interesting. A star shines on the hour of our meeting. Let's listen to it again. Yeah, he says Altaria there. The death of Waldrick might also be sus, yeah, potentially. I mean, maybe secretly or in some way, Adar knows potentially who that, or has a feeling that Halbrand is Sauron. Also possible. I'm not sure why he lets him go then, but I don't know. I hope in the next episodes we get some further explanation on this. Okay, chat. So that is I think that's the last part of the Galadriel section. We're just 4 hours into the stream. We haven't even half of everything, because we have still quite a few things of significance to discuss, chat. Yeah, who would have thought that I'm terrible at this here? Is there anything we forgot, chat? I don't think so, right? The question is, what are we going to do next? I think I would like to talk about the Stranger and Tom Bombadil. The problem is, then we have Isildur last. So chat, what do you want to talk next? Isildur first, and then at the end, as a final showdown, Tom Bombadil, or so Southlands first, or the East first, or the Stranger first? Well, we can make a chat vote. In the meantime, I take a short break. That sounds like an awesome plan. I like that. What plot line next? Question mark. Southlands, Klammern Isildur. Okay, I don't have enough space to write all the names there. Or Stranger, Nori, Poppy, Tom. Is there any other plotline? No. No dwarfs, no Numino. I said 3 plotlines per thing. It was true. They paused the dwarfs, which makes sense because it's a bigger plotline, so they want to have their own episode for that. And Numenor also maybe too big. What plotline / arc next? Maybe I do it like this. Okay. South, Lands, East, Isildur, Arondir, etc. Nori, Poppy, Tom. Bombadil. Maybe I write him. Bombadil is too long, chat. Tom B. Start poll. Okay, chat. Short break. And then we continue with stuff here. In the meantime, I show maybe some ads or so. Stranger first. Okay. I'm very curious. So we do that. Short break, chat. As said, back in a moment. I maybe can give you the Be Right Back stream. I'm not sure if you want to see a video while waiting. Do I have my old Be Right Back screen, by the way? I have. Oh no, I don't have it. Screw me. No video in the breaks, and I can hear when you are back. Okay. Let me see how we can do this. Let me just think for a moment. I'm just setting something up here, so it's not as uninteresting. Image for break. So next is then the stranger part. Okay, something like that. Set you a timer, maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes or something. So back in a moment, chat. I would say don't go anywhere, but yeah, if you do, come back. Okay, chat, I am back. Sorry for the longer break, but I thought, well, we have to stream for 4 more hours, I guess. So I hope it's just 4 hours, to be honest. So I'm back now, and yeah, Döner would be amazing right now. I agree on that. So I thought it's a good opportunity if we take a break anyway to just eat something. And I think that was a very smart, one of the more smarter ideas. I mean, it could also be 6 hours more, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this section is just, the next section will be brutal. It's just a lot of stuff in there. But it doesn't matter too much because, yeah. But what I did at least is in the break do some screenshots while I was chewing on my Butterbrot. So there is the stranger, and he sees a goat. Not to be confused with the goat, the greatest of all time. It's not clear yet if this goat is a goat. We have to see that in future episodes, I think for sure. But jokes aside, yeah, he sees a goat. Is this a reference maybe to... No. I can't remember any goat in Lord of the Rings right now. Goat. Nimbly as a goat. Harry Goatleaf. Goatleaf is a sure name. No, not really. No goat there. I mean, it could be, but we don't know if it's the greatest goat of all time. But we later will see the cutest sheep of all time. But that's a different story. I think it's a sheep. Maybe it's a baby goat, though. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think it's a sheep. We will see in a moment. Yeah, then the stranger approaches Tom Bombadil's house, and here we have then somebody sitting down there. Currently, he is not wearing his blue jacket, but it seems like he has one. It's a lamp. Yeah. I have seen the musical interlude you had in chat. Maybe the goat is Goatberry. Strong. It might not be necessary, but we do it anyway, so there's already that. Currently not much is missing. So what I kind of already said in my first impression video, like a lot of people don't like, people like Tom Bombadil, but necessarily not everybody likes the Tom Bombadil chapters because they are just insanely slow paced, especially the Old Forest chapter. And also a lot of people say, well, it kind of kicks us out of the story because what happens in the Tom Bombadil section of the Lord of the Rings has very little significance for the overall story of the Lord of the Rings. He's just placed there as an enigma, maybe as a little breezer. He has a very old idea of Tolkien that he had in ancient days, 100 years ago, and wanted to include into his story. Nice little beehives, that is true. He also has those. Tom is definitely known for the honey and stuff. But yeah, so a lot of references here we know from the books. He is also singing his, I call it the Tom Bombadil signature song. Hell, doll, merry doll, ring-a-dong dillo, ring-a-dong, hop along, fall, lal the willow, Tom Bomb Jolly Tom, Tom Bombadillo. To quote from The Lord of the Rings. And yeah, that's pretty awesome, but he has nothing to do with the Second Age. He was, of course, there, but he was definitely not in the East, in my opinion. Like, the show takes already a lot of freedoms when it comes to the lore. And when in an interview, a showrunner of this show says, yeah, we took some freedom with Tom, then you know it's completely nonsense. At least from a lore perspective. I'm one of those people that always skips the Tom Bombadil chapters. Yeah, I can see that. Can we take a moment and admire what looks like real trees and dirt? Yeah, for sure. That was definitely a place here that they created. Looks pretty real. Some freedom. Yes. And when they say we took some freedom here, it means like, yes, it could be a book from a parallel universe, from the mirror universe, that they took inspiration from. So, yeah, it's strange. My dog is yawning and looking at me super sleepy, like, can we go to bed, mommy? I don't think he's a lore enthusiast. Maybe not. Freedom cranked to 111,111. Yes. Actually, I saw it wrong. It's 11,111. Excuse me. Just think, hey, isn't there one missing for that? Whatever. Yeah, there's Frodo's dream, of course, in this chapter. There's how they got the barrow blades and so on. Neither is my husband, lore enthusiast. But yeah, it's interesting that these chapters are often skipped, not that popular. I think it kind of makes sense to some degree. I know though that some people who like those chapters really like them, and those who hate them really hate them, kind of. Three ages to him in 5 minutes. That will be tough. But yeah, coming back to Tom Bombadil, yeah, it's an interesting character. I feel like, though, why is he in the show? The answer is, in my opinion, fan service. And I think making him basically the teacher or the mentor of the Istari, where they go to and learn how to use their Istari powers, that kind of feels strange to me. That gives, in my opinion, too much purpose. Also, by the way, I should end the poll here, but we all have seen it. 75% voted for Stranger and only 25% for Southlands. We do Southlands last, just to clarify things here. Yeah, I think if you want to explain everything in 5 minutes, maybe Chris is not the person to learn from. That is 100% true. When it comes to do something in a small amount of time, I'm the wrong person for it. But yeah, okay. Just I just got an invite from somebody over Steam at 3 a.m. I know he's like a famous streamer in Germany, and he has currently 1,300 viewers. It's kind of fascinating. I've never played the game, not even downloaded it. I don't know why. It's the most random invite ever. And if I'm not being in the middle of a lore stream, I would maybe accept this invite, to be honest, because it's about Deadlock, which is a game you have probably heard of by Valve. Valve makes a new game. It's kind of surprising, I know, but whatever. Different topic. Let's turn back to Tom Bombadil. So he has too much purpose in this show as a teacher. Like, why? It's Tom Bombadil. He does not even understand the One Ring or what's going on in the outside world. Here he has a very clear understanding kind of it feels, or to some degree. They write it in a way that he seems to know a lot, and then at the next moment, maybe not so much, and is kind of in his own world, which is maybe different even from our world. But yeah. First age elf breaks the planet, second age men break the planet, third age planet still okay, the end. I mean, Tom explains though that he kind of teached, or that the other Easter was also Adam. And the stranger then asks, after he says, I don't know what he says exactly, but he said, "Can you teach me use a staff?" And then, only when you are worthy, but you are not yet. Something like that. And where is Morgoth and Sauron in the summary? Well, you have to edit a little bit, but I think you can read one page. In German we say DIN A4, the norm for the size of a standard page. You can read it in 4.5 minutes, kind of. That's usually when I read stuff for my videos. It takes me 4 to 4.5 minutes to read one page. So if I have 10 pages, I know it's a 45-minute video, kind of. So you have to summarize 3 ages on one page, basically. Then you got it. Yeah, that's also a classical trope. The hero finds his mentor and so on. It's kind of US letter, I think. Yeah, whatever. Where was I? Okay, we have to go further into this. So they have this debate. We see the goat. Then the stranger's map flies away. Stranger map. And he's searching the stars. And it seems like he has kind of found them, because the stars are exactly above Tom Bombadil for whatever reason. There it is. Also, the image I can make a normal color again, because it's not that dark. Everything's a bit brighter than it needs to be. And then he finds his staff, which is a branch of Old Willow. Interesting idea. It's old. Is it Old Willow? It's Old Iron Tree, whatever he calls him. Yeah, we come to that in a moment as well. Good point. So yeah, Gandalf climbs up this path, finds a tree and wants this. and then I call him Gandalf already, stranger. He's not Gandalf though, he's maybe a blue wizard, who knows. I have to admit, after this episode, I'm not 100% sure anymore if it's really Gandalf, because the other dude is also an Easter, the Dark Wizard. Technically Old Willow, yeah, but it is Old Willow. He came with Tom all the way because they are kind of friends. Stranger gets eaten by tree. Is this eating what this? Is eating the right word for this? It's not being eaten, it's more like absorbed. Imprisoned is maybe a better word. Does somebody know how he's called in the show, the tree? Engulfed. Yeah, that's maybe also a good word. So kind of scary. The tree's not happy that somebody just tries to get a branch from him, and then the tree just says, "Got you." Ironwood, yeah, something old Ironwood or so he's called, right? Old Ironwood. Is this the first scene from Lord of the Rings? What is the first scene? What first scene do you mean? The first scene, Lord of the Rings, is a prologue, right? Yeah, the hints definitely go strongly in this direction. So then the tree, Gandalf is completely inside the tree, the old Ironwood, and we see this map flying away. Like he tried to chase the map down, then he landed in front of this tree, found this thing, and then he was absorbed, and the wind blows the map away. And then we have a cut and leave this section, which I would follow along for the time being. And we see Merry and Poppy awakening after the sandstorm. Nori, not Merry. Merry we'll later meet. We'll talk also about names in a moment. And they have no idea where they currently are, and as a result, they look around. But unfortunately, in a dramatic turn of events, Tracker appears. Nori and Poppy have to flee. Something like that. A tracker appears in the background on his horse, and Nori and Poppy have to escape. Hide, to be precise. They roll down. Also some very sophisticated rolling. Pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure, but it could be stunt people doing this. So yeah, you could say that Nori and Poppy keep on rolling. And yeah, roll down, and then they meet. Then there's a fateful, what do you call this? Begegnung. Begegnung in English. What is that? Encounter. There's a fateful encounter there. And Poppy and Nori meet a friendly new dude. His name is Marimak, something like this. Marimak, which is kind of an interesting reference. We talk about this in a moment. Let me just figure out how he was called exactly. It's called Marimak. Marimak. And yeah, I read in the comments or on Discord or so that it was speculated that the actor was once supposed to be Sauron. So, kind of far off. So what's the name, what's the deal with the name? I'm not sure if I haven't actually... So there is actually a Merry-Muck Brandybug in the in Tolkien's book. Which is very interesting. That is interesting. Just read it. The problem is I hope for a family tree here, and I don't have a family tree of the brandybugs. There he is, okay. Page has to do something about white on yellow on white. They have to change the color of the background there. I can't tell you how they are, how it's related to our favorite other Hobbit. Meriadoc. He is Merrimack Brandybug is the brother of Saradoc Scattlegold. Saradoc. And who married Esmeralda Took, and those are the parents of Meriadoc, if I see this correctly. Always complicated with these other things. What is interesting, I feel like the name, when I first heard them, I wasn't 100% sure where this line might come from. Where this name came from, but the ending of MAC of Mac is actually very common, not common, but Meriadoc is a translated name. In the world, in the language Westron or common speech or whatever, in the Westron speech or in the Hobbit language, basically, the language the Hobbits speak, Merry's name is actually Kali, and his full name is Kalimag. Same as Frodo is Maura. And what was Samwise' name? His last name is not Gamgee, but Galbazi. What? I forgot. Too many Hobbit names. Samwise Gamgee. Westron name Banazir. That's his name. Banazir Galbazi is his name. Or Galbsi. Also, an annoying critic. Thank you for your generosity. Much appreciated. Very nice of you. Great stream. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Glad that you enjoyed it here. But yeah, Banazir is the name, for example. So Tolkien, not for all the names, but for some of the names inside the world, Tolkien has given us the actual language name. Like Frodo is the translation. Like Frodo means the experienced. And it's based on the Old English word frod, experienced. And Tolkien, and in the world, his name is Maura. And Maur is basically the in-world northern language Westron name, so the Hobbit language name for experienced as well. And Tolkien found this book of Bilbo potentially and translated that into modern English. That's the communication situation. And he used, and all the names that were written in Westron and so on, he replaced with English name or translated them into English. That's kind of the idea. Of course, he didn't really do this. It's a purely fictional communication situation or a fictional book that doesn't exist in the real world. But to give you the impression of this being ancient history and so on, and giving some consistency into this, that Tolkien translates this from the original language, Tolkien went with this approach, and for some names he actually gave us the official in-world, the original names. Some of them we find actually in Appendix F of The Lord of the Rings. I think Banazir and so on. And yeah, in the case of Meriadoc, we have Kalimak, and the short form Kali for Mary. So don't ask me about Pippin, and look him up. I'm not sure what Pippin's name actually is. Bilbo is easy, it's Bilba, and Baggins is Labingi. So Bilba Labingi and Maura Labingi, that are the official names. Pippin's name is Razanur Tug. It's interesting. I'm curious if they call him then Raza as his short form. I'm not sure. But for Mary, he definitely mentioned the short form Kali, and he translated Kali with Mary. So there's that. However, Merrimack also appears as actual name in Lord of the Rings itself, in the family tree. So there's that. A good question in chat. Isn't his name Nobody? It's a good question. I didn't look up the meaning of Merrimack yet. Merrimack Brandybuck is etymology is like most male Brandybuck names, Celtic in sound, but apparently meaningless. Oh, that's interesting. First, Medi is similar to Mediadoc. That could mean like the name have been based on Buckland Western Kali. It's basically jolly, or the old term for jolly, gay. Muck is a Celtic word meaning sun, so jolly sun, something like this. Though it is unknown whether Tolkien used it in the meaning with his meaning in mind. The entire name is also resemblance Medimuck, a name of a river. Several towns in the United States. It's interesting. The word is of Native American origin. Okay, I didn't know that. from Wikipedia. Ironwood is a common name for many woods or plants that have a reputation for hardness. Nobody's what everybody else calls them. Yeah, very nice. Potomac. Maur is Bloomsburg in Hindi, according to Google Translate. Okay, that's funny. You mean it was made to Ulysses telling the Cyclops his name is nobody. So tired of that joke. I don't mind this. Like there's always some references to this. Like there's also they call me nobody, like a western with Terence Hill, with some fantastic humor in it. I think there are actually multiple films. I think only one was actually done by Sergio Leone, though. Banazir Bhutto. I mean, it kind of, you can argue it makes sense because Hindi is related to Germanic, or to the Germanic languages, Indo-European languages and stuff. So those proto-hobbits live in houses but haven't discovered hairbrushes yet. No, that is in the next tier of their tech tree. Hairbrushes. Were you expecting to see Sturs this season? I have to admit, it kind of was already announced that, like, there was one shot, even I think in some trailer footage, where you saw some other hobbit beings sitting in the background. So we knew, okay, there might be more hobbits. Either it's Harfoots or Fellowhides or Sturs. And my hint was on Stur, and I think some rumors were, yes, Sturs are in the second season. So I was expecting this, but just from trailer footage and information I had. Kind of interesting how they now want to connect everything. So I found this a little funny little scene because, like we said earlier, for the most part, the show here is more lighthearted, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay. If you have to did ancient Greek in university, then I can maybe understand that you hate some works. I found it interesting. So it was also my call last time that if the Poppy and Stranger story arc and Norris story arc would appear, that also we might see the Sturs this time. Like Call Tom Bombadil would be in this episode if they appear, and I thought it was very likely for this to happen because it was called Eldest, the episode, and Eldest is of course Tom Bombadil. We have the same explanation as in the books for why Eldest. But yeah, whatever I'm talking about, and we need to move on. There's some law implications for these hobbits. But when I saw this guy and he noticed himself, my first thought, I thought of Kalimag. I thought, oh, they are going for these proto-Hobbit names. And this is something important to keep in mind later that we come in this story arc. So he also stole water, and he seems to be, Poppy is fond of him, and he might also be a bit fond of Poppy. Also like, I also like how Poppy just grabs him and says, you lead us to the village, I turn you in. So let us see. So he tries to kind of escape. And on the way, he also tells them about the secret village. There's no secret village. Then he explains them the rule and explains them about a person called the Gund. I'll call him Kalimak at some point for sure. Here it is. He looks kind of terrified. I can understand him there. Was a cool scene in my opinion. It was so over the top. It for sure was. But I also found it funny in a way. I think it's a bit about, you can definitely complain a bit about the writing. I feel like it was not only a joke, they also want to establish that Marimak is, how to say, not that strict. You know what I mean? He forgets the rule. Useless. Wow. I mean, come on. He brought water to the village. But let's say he's a more simple character. He doesn't overthink things too much. He gets the job done maybe. But maybe when he gets the job done, he tells strangers about, oh, there's a secret village, by the way, I should not talk to you about. And there's some rules you should follow. I forgot to tell you one. So kind of that. I found it okay. It worked for me. It's more the light-hearted side. They want to characterize them like that. Will this win here a prize for best writing on Earth? No. But for me, it kind of worked. Oh, sad part is he's the village mathematician. Well, that explains a lot. They don't use it. Like his. I don't know what is wrong with his hair. Like his hair looks perfectly fine. Like Nori and Poppy look like they have never seen a hairbrush, but the hair of this dude, it's impressive. Look at this. There is some form of order in there, which with Nori and Poppy can't say. Nori is jealous. Yes, maybe. She looks a bit jealous. Has Poppy been dreaming her whole life of one day meeting a complete fool? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I found this a bit funny. And yeah, then we see this awesome Hobbit village. How awesome is this Hobbit village? It looks pretty cool, in my opinion. Stur village. Let's have a look at inside Stur village. It seems to have adapted to living in the desert. They need, of course, water, which it seems Merrimack is also borrowing at times from the big folk. I will be more positive when we talk about something different. Yeah, it had a cool feel to it. I would agree on that as well. I still have to think about this meme. Tolkien writes, Harfoots are the closest to the hobbits and started early on dwelling in holes. They are nomads. Sturs live close to river banks and enjoy, I don't know, these wetlands, live in a desert. It's good. In of itself, it's kind of funny. Oh man. But it's pretty awesome. I like the village a lot. And then we have the Gund. Her name is, I always forget her name. Gundebale Earthhauler. I would have to think of Gundabad, but I don't. I think I mistyped her name. Now I'm sad. I can correct it afterwards, I think. Gundabale with one H according to the Amazon thing. One moment, chat. So yeah, they meet her, and she's not impressed at all. I kind of like, I like the character. I don't know why. I don't even know which episode that is. It was Halbrand's armor, right? It's episode 6. Yeah. Just sort of something else. I just have to move a screenshot to a different location. So yeah, she was there. I like the little hobbit there in the background. They do some cool stuff here with costumes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, she lives in a desert, so this time people... It looks kind of fitting, I think. And one thing that I wish they had done, since these stores clearly can dye their fabrics, is to also decorate outside of the buildings. Maybe that's still in the works. The question is really how much authority she has. Like I watched it not to take. I would not take it too seriously. These structures and so on. Like this is more the light-hearted, funny part, I think. So there's that. She's not and Poppy, not Poppy, and Nori then just starts to give this speech with so much enthusiasm. So Nori explains her reasons to be here. I like the reaction of Gundabay. Just that, yeah. I've walked across rivers, and she says, "Dude, is that a good reason?" I don't know why. I find this incredibly funny. I'm trying to find a good screenshot, but she's simply not impressed. Well, it's maybe the best thing, but she is simply... She's a bit annoyed and not impressed. That's kind of the point. There's a reference in this dialogue again. I know, she rolls her eyes a bit. That's maybe the best I can do for you, chat. But I kind of find this scene kind of funny. But what is interesting, I don't have a screenshot of the subtitles here, but she... They say he's a giant, and they say like an elf, bigger than an elf. And then the Gund, or the leader, says he's a big grand elf. So Gandalf, grand elf, another little play here. It was a bit too on the nose in my opinion. I'm sorry for just searching this one screenshot for like half an hour, trying to find the perfect moment. And then they basically say, no, he's a wizard. And this kind of shocks everybody. And then they are basically seen suddenly as kind of enemies. Stirs don't like wizards. That's kind of the thing. And then we have a cut to our other friend, the other wizard. Speaking of the dark wizard. Dark wizard talks to Tracker. Very interesting that he does this. In this dialogue, what we kind of learn so we learn that the only wizard under these skies is a dark wizard. And that the wizard, or that the stranger is more powerful than they had anticipated. And yeah, the sandstorm killed 2 of his men. That's kind of the line I wanted to see. So don't the stewards know about Tom? Surely they would think he is a wizard. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, by Rosemary. Didn't they know about Tom? Maybe not. I don't know how far away from them the wizard lives. Easter eggs. Wow. I think we made this joke in a previous stream already. I mean, it seems like these Hobbit cultures have this one leading person, and there's some leanway here and there, but of course they have some authority. It was the same with Sadok in the Harfoots. Here it is Gundabale, I think is her name, right? So he's a great big grand elf, Gandalf. He's not an elf though. So yeah, wizard. This dialogue here we have with the wizard, and now what we also learned that he's at the hermit. So it seems like, oh, he's at the hermit. That's out of our. We can't go there because maybe the hermit is too dangerous. The hermit Rings of Power tarot deck when. I'm surprised they don't have bruises anywhere. Maybe they have, but not on their face. But yeah, it seems like it's off limits for them. And then the wizard says that so these trackers, the tracking dude, Tracker reports back to Dark Wizard. So the tracker also has this blue color on him, on his rope thing here. We also will learn what he does to people's faces, the Dark Wizard, it seems. And why they have to wear these masks. And it's a curse, and they hope that it can be removed. It says, let the Harfoots be your sole concern. And the Dark Wizard will see to the Eastar himself. So that we kind of learn. And then we come back to the tree. Then the wizard gets up off his chair to basically, I would assume... Okay, maybe show this here. Dark Wizard stands up, so we know he's making haste. And then we come back to our friend. We also see that Feminem is there as well. Standing right next to the wizard. Here, there we have her. But yeah, next scene would be Gandalf in the tree. There's not much to say. We could still speculate about who the Dark Wizard is. We could make this in a moment when we have all the information discovered or talked about those. And then we come back to the old Ironwood again, where our friend the stranger is. And then Tom Bombadil saves stranger from tree. And this is again like a classic thing we know from the Lord of the Rings, of course, where it's basically the same, and also the stuff he's saying is basically the same here again, which I find just very strange, I have to admit. It's just so similar that it feels so much like... yeah, it's just so similar to what happens in the book here in this regard. The tree kind of pulls them inside, the hobbits in this thing, and then he also mentions several things here that we know from the book as well. Let me just see if I can find this. Old Man Willow, he said, what be you a-thinking of? You should not be waking. Eat earth, dig deep, drink water, go to sleep. Bombadil is talking. He then seizes Merry's feet and drew him out of the sudden widening crack. So it's basically exact same situation we see here. Only the hat and the yellow jacket is missing, I guess, but yeah, it's just a small detail. We have seen his yellow boots, though, to some degree. There was some threatening line towards the doors. Yeah, exactly. Blue, on the other hand, is much more difficult to achieve with plant dice. Use vote or indigo, okay. Roses only show up the next day. Every time Chris has... When does the ad stuff happen, though? It should not happen only during the break. It should have happened. I mean, YouTube looks into what you most likely find interesting ad-wise, or if they have anything, and then they show this to you. Depends a bit on your country, what currently is paid for a lot, and so on. And YouTube takes basically anything. And they also have some trash stuff a lot. Too bad the wizard is definitely inspired by Tolkien's first version of the Blue Wizards. In the East and founded our cult. Yeah, the first version, they are called LotR and Palando. And then there's I'm not sure if the cult thing is actually in this text version of it, though. Tolkien only mentions, I think, the cult in the letter, but I'm not 100% sure. We could double check. Because it should be in the chapter called the E-Study. Now, it's only referenced in a note here, in note number 3. Okay, found 2, 3. There it is. Of the blue, little was known in the West, and they had no names save Ithrin Luin. Hard to say word. Ithrin Luin. The Blue Wizards, for they passed into the East with Curunir. So Curunir, Saruman was also there, but they never returned. And whether they remained in the East, pursuing the purpose for which they were sent, or perished, or, as some hold, were ensnared by Sauron and became his servants, is not known. Note number 3, where the letter is quoted. But none of these chances were impossible to be, for strange indeed, though this may seem, the Istari, being clad in bodies of Middle-earth, might even as men and elves fall away from their purpose into evil, forgetting the good in the search for power to effect it. A separate passage written in the margin no doubt belongs here, for it is said indeed that being embodied, the Istari had to learn much anew by slow experience, and though they knew whence they came, the memory of the blessed realm was to them a vision from afar off, for which so long as they remained true to their mission, they yearned exceedingly. Thus, by enduring the free will, the pangs of exile, and the deceits of Sauron, they might redress the evils of their time. Indeed, of all the Istari, only remained faithful. One only remained Indeed, of all the Istari, one only remained faithful, and he was the last comer. For Radagast the fourth became enamored of many beasts and birds that dwelt in Middle-earth, and forsook elves and men, and spent his days among wild creatures. Thus he got his name, which is in the tongue of Numenor of old, and signifies, it is said, tender of beasts. Note 4. And Curunir Kurunir, Saruman the White, fell from his high errand and becoming proud and impatient with animate power, sought to have his own will by force and to oust Sauron, but he was ensnared by the dark spirit mightier than he. This is this version here, but the last Kama was named among the elves Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim, for he dwelt in no place and gathered to himself neither wealth nor followers, but ever went to and fro in the Westlands, from Gondor to Angmar and from Lindon to Lorien, befriending folk in times of need. Yeah, and the tracker also has a name. I can't tell you much about the name, unfortunately, of the tracker. But he was called Brank, or something like this. Brank, something like that. Maybe long A, I'm not sure. And they are Gaudrim, or something like this. Like, the people are called Gaudrim. So the stranger is going to have to convince the tree to donate a branch to be his Gant. Is that right? Yes, I think so. And the branch looks like the Gandalf branch, to be honest. So we also learn in the Peter Jackson Hobbit films that Radagast gave his to Gandalf at some point. But to be fair, I think that there's no base for this in the book, if I'm honest. Copper tape. I'm not even sure what you're even talking about, but okay, copper tape. So yeah, then we have I always wrote Gandalf said Gandalf takes a bath, but it's not Gandalf. It is the stranger takes a bath. So now I'm very curious how you interpret this scene, because we hear Goldberry singing. Yara Yarbrough, I think I hope pronounce her name right, is voicing Goldberry here. And it seems like we won't see Goldberry, but hear her only. It's like adhesive tape made from copper, and you stick it on plant pots and it detars slugs by giving them a tiny zap. Okay, that's cool. Chris, it's sorry, no problem. I just don't understand what you meant, but okay. So since this section is about gardening, the gardening section is fair. So what do you think about this section here? Is like he's talking about getting lilies, which is I think kind of connected to Goldberry. About Goldberry, what do we know? She is some kind of river spirit of the Withywindle. That's a small river close to the old forest. I'm not even sure if I have my map for this here. Where could the map be? The Hobbit, Hollin, the mountains, Mirkwood. So yeah, there's Buckland. The Withywindle goes off or into a little tiny river going from the Barrow Downs towards the Brandywine, the Brandywine. And yeah, from this river, Goldberry is. According to Bucklandish poem, The Adventures of Tom Bombadil, Goldberry was in the Withywindle when she pulled Tom by his beard under the water lilies, out of mischief, but he ordered her to let him free. And then the next day he came to the river woman, that's the mother of her, also potentially some river spirit, and asked Goldberry to be his wife, and the creatures of the old forest attended their wedding. That's kind of the story. I disregarded as fan service. Yeah, potentially. I like the voice of the singing voice, though. Maybe he was hallucinating. Tom, I mean, and impersonating a wife for himself, maybe. But what Tom tells us already is, I mean, he was there always. We know he's the eldest. He was there before the first raindrop, the Archon, when the skies were fearless and there were not these little dots looking down on him. He even calls the stars newcomers. And it seems like once Rhûn was green and it turned into a desert and he wanted to check it out. So I assume that he actually already was in the old forest and potentially even met Goldberry or so. But maybe where there are water lilies, there's also Goldberry singing or so, I don't know. Who knows? I think this is kind of maintaining the enigmatic character of Tom Bombadil, and yeah, in the scene here, it's very enigmatic. We don't know what is going on exactly. So Tom Bombadil laughing. Why do I have consistently the wrong thing here? There he's laughing. That I also used for the thumbnail here for the show. I guess it would be weird if it was a known hermit if they lived there together, I think. Yeah, maybe. And then, yeah, they have a long discussion. Tom Bombadil turns this piece of paper here or the map turns the map into bread chat. Here we have the map on his knife. Suddenly it's bread. Tom Bombadil. Let me see. Little white sheep. Yar wine is the name. That we see next. Look how cute it is. So that also appears, and what is interesting is the name, of course, Jarwine, and that means kind of old, new, or oldest. It could be a superlative of old, so oldest, eldest, but you could also translate it into old, new, interestingly. And we know from The Lord of the Rings that the elves, that Tom Bombadil has a lot of names. And one of the names is, so basically, but I'd forgotten Bombadil. If indeed this is still the same that walked the woods and hills long ago, and even then was older than the old. That was not his. That was not then his name. Jarwine ben Adar. So that means the oldest. So Jarwine or old new. I just mentioned that. And Ben Adar we have in the show, Adar means father, Ben Adar means without father. So oldest, fatherless. We called him oldest and fatherless. Elrond translates it. By many other name he has since been given by other folk. Or I think Gandalf who said it, I'm not sure. Who does it say? Elrond spoke again. I think it's Elrond saying that. Forn by the dwarves, Orald by the Norsemen, and other names beside. He is a strange creature, but maybe I should have summoned him to our council. He would not have come, said Gandalf. It seems that he has a power even over the ring. No, I should not put it so, said Gandalf. Say rather that the ring has no power over him. He's his own master, but he cannot alter the ring itself, nor break its power over others. And now he is withdrawn into a little land within bounds that he has set, though none can see them, waiting perhaps for a change of days, and he will not step beyond them. But within those bounds nothing seems to dismay him, said Erestor. Would he not take the ring and keep it there, forever harmless? No, said Gandalf, not willingly. He might do so, if all the free folk of the world would beg him, but he would not understand the need, and if he were given the ring, he would soon forget it, or most likely throw it away. Such things have no hold on his mind. He would be a most unsafe guardian, and that alone is answer enough. But in any case, said Glorfindel, to send the ring to him would only postpone the day of evil. He is far away. We could not now take it back to him, unguessed, unmarked by any spy, and even if we could, soon or late the Lord of the Rings, Sauron, would learn of his hiding place and would bend all his power towards it. Could that power be defied by Bombadil alone? I think not. I think that in the end, if all else is conquered, Bombadil will fall last as he was first, and then night will come. So, yes. Who's older, Tom or Gandalf? That's hard to tell, actually. That's book lore for this question. Like, the question aims at that the Ainur existed before the world existed, and then potentially also Gandalf already existed during the music of the Ainur. In this case, if Bombadil only exists since the world itself exists, Bombadil would be younger in this regard. But we don't know exactly, because it is reported that Tom Bombadil existed before Morgoth came to Middle Earth, to Arda, and as a result, well, it's not really clear. I could imagine that he's also some kind of powerful spirit entity, as the others. Like, he is a spirit of like the countryside, of the English countryside, and that's of course very important in this context. That's also enigmatic, so it's very hard to tell who's older. I would say he's more like Ungoliant in this regard, if you want to make a comparison. Like, he's some spirit from afar or something and came to Middle Earth very early on, one of the first. I've also the theory, and I like this theory a lot, that he is some artifact of the music of the Ainur itself, because he always sings and so on. So he has definitely clearly a connection to music. And yeah, it's, as a result, the music was produced by the Ainur, so in theory an Ainur must be older than Tom Bombadil. I mean, that's a good point, that Tom Bombadil is invention of Tom Bombadil is older than the invention of the Maiar in the writing process of Tolkien. So outside the story he's older, yeah, most likely he's older. It's one of the oldest concepts Tolkien has, I think. So what I can also read, I always do this when we talk about Tom Bombadil. We go to the letters of Tolkien. I think it's letter, I forgot, 19 or so. So Tolkien asks, letter goes to, by the way, his publisher, Stanley Unwin, 16th December of 1937. So in, 3 years, it is 90 years ago that this was written. Do you think Tom Bombadil, the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and... Oh, this is word again. I can never memorize how it's pronounced. Maybe I can look it up in the dictionary. That would help a lot. I think it's Berkshire, right? Something like this. Berkshire is a long R. Okay. Berkshire. Oxford and Berkshire countryside could be made into the hero of a story? Question mark. So he asks us. He's writing on some stuff. It's a bit about the Silmarillion, and he's working on. Do you think Tom Bombadil, the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and Berkshire countryside, could be made into a hero of a story? So Tolkien kind of answers what Tom Bombadil is, the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and Berkshire countryside, so of a specific countryside in England. And you notice this is before he writes Lord of the Rings, so it's, like I said, it's a very old concept of him. That's also true. Like, he was a few months old at the War of the Ring from this point of thing, but the spirit behind, like his form maybe, but his spirit was ancient. So yeah, we have a bit of Tom Bombadil, and it says a lot of interesting things. There's also some notices of stars at the, I assume it's stars, at the top of the ceiling of Tom Bombadil's house. I also like these simple answers that Tom Bombadil sometimes give when he talks about he wanted to get the branch from the ironwood, and Tom Bombadil says, "Did you ask him?" No, he didn't. From the perspective of being an Istari, Gandalf is younger, but his soul, his spirit, his essence is still older. I could of course argue that the person Gandalf did not exist before. From this perspective, yeah, Gandalf is much, much younger, but just from the perspective of Olorin, the Maiar behind Gandalf, that he's older, potentially. Worcestershire, huh? Yeah, also tough to pronounce. Like, you would not guess it if you read it, but that's English in a nutshell. So yeah, he's the eldest, and this section here where he explains that he's the eldest, just to maybe come to not a conclusion, but to something like that. In the house of Tom Bombadil, we search for Arcorn, because the same thing is said in the book. Acorn, I think it's pronounced right. I don't know. So here, though, what is said about him is said by, I think, Goldberry. "Who are you, master?" he asked. Oh, it says Tom himself. I don't see it right now. "What?" said Tom, sitting up, and his eyes glinting in the gloom. "Don't you know my name yet? That's the only answer. Tell me, who are you, alone yourself and nameless? But you are young, and I'm old. Eldest, that's what I am. Mark my words, my friends. Tom was here before the rivers and the trees. Tom remembers the first raindrop and the first acorn. He made paths before the big people and saw the little people arriving. He was here before the kings and the graves of the graves and the Barrow-wides. When the elves passed westward, Tom was here already." So the great journey of the elves, early in the years of the trees of the First Age. Before the seas were bent, he knew the dark under the stars when it was fearless, before the Dark Lord came from outside. A shadow seemed to pass by the window, and the hobbits glanced hastily through the panes. When they turned again, Goldberry stood in the door behind, framed in light. She held a candle, shielding its flame from the draught with her hand. Shielding its flame from the draught with her hand. I learned, maybe this is now, yeah, I assume it's draft. We learned this last stream. I would say we learned this. I don't know if I ever knew it. With Tom stating he's the eldest, is he stating that he is Eru? No. There is a very common misconception, and you could definitely interpret it this way, but I think that was not Tolkien's intention, because in a letter he writes, somebody asks if he is Eru, if he's God, basically, and Tolkien denies this, or says, no, that was not his intention. Gandalf is still a Maya, because he can fight a Balrog. If he would be just a mere mortal, suddenly in a mortal body, he could not fight the Balrog and do what he does. He does not have full access to his powers, but he can definitely unlock it. Else he would not be able to cast spells, fight a Balrog, fall down, I don't know how deep, into an underwater sea and survive. Like, there are definitely things he can do that a normal person could not do. And for that, the reason for that is he's still a Maya. He's not just completely, like, he still has the control, but he has to forego it for the time, put it aside. But in theory, he could kind of bring it back. Maybe not all of it, because I think cletting, this foregoing might is quite a powerful thing. And he potentially can't unlock his full potential, else Saruman maybe would have done this. Maybe not, I don't know, but yeah, there are some changes. There's some diminishment going on for sure, but it's still a Maya. At least in my opinion. Here's the IPA pronunciation. That's how Worcestershire is pronounced, according to the dictionary here. That's the Cambridge one. Don't ask why I don't use the Oxford one. Only at specific occasions we use the Oxford one, when we have to pull out the big guns. Let's not get too saucy. So what's next? Yeah, just absorbed in thought because of the discussion of the English pronunciation of these place names. And there's an interesting line in this dialogue. I'm also curious what you think about that one, chat. I like how also Tormund says, yeah, the staff, they think they know everything. Newcomers. Yeah, also, you know my name. Don't you know my name yet? That's the only answer. The only thing, I'm not sure if I will find the, wait, I think I have a note made. I'm just thinking about, should I maybe read the letter or the section where the Eru stuff is mentioned by Tolkien himself in a letter? Because maybe people think I make this up or something. I don't know. Usually we try to prove what I'm claiming here. Yeah, is Tom Bombadil Eru? Tolkien wrote in letter 181, there is no embodiment of the One of God, who indeed remains remote outside the world and only directly accessible to the Valar or rulers. That is one statement he did, letter 181. So just to get this also, it's a draft letter to Michael Straitso, so if how canon that is, hard to say. Yeah, there's no embodiment of one of God who intended to bring the world of that. So that's one. Letter 131. Letter 153, also draft letter to Peter Hastings. As for Tom Bombadil, I really do think you are being too serious. So the question originally by Peter Hastings was, he also cited a description of Tom Bombadil by Goldberry. He is. Hastings said that this seemed to imply that Bombadil was God. Yeah, and Tolkien answers to this particular claim, as for Tom Bombadil, I really do think you are being too serious, besides missing the point. Again, the words used are by Goldberry and Tom, not me as a commentator. You rather remind me of a Protestant relation who to me objected to the modern Catholic habit of calling priests father, because the name, it's kind of funny that Tolkien calls this the modern Catholic habit of calling priest father, because the name father belonged only to the first person, citing last Sunday's epistle. Whatever that's pronounced, since that says ex quo. Lots of other characters are called master, and if in time Tom was primeval, he was eldest in time, but Goldberry and Tom are referring to the mystery of names. See and ponder Tom's words in volume 1, page 142. You may also be able to conceive of your unique relation to the Creator without name, can you? For in such a relation, pronouns become proper nouns. But as soon as you are in a world of other finites with a similar, if each unique and different, relation to prime being, who are you? Frodo asked, not what is Tom Bombadil, but who he is. Who is he? We and he no doubtly often laxly confuse the question. Goldberry gives what I think is a correct answer. We need not to go into the sublimes of I am that I am, I am that am, which is quite different from he is. She adds as a concession a statement of part of the what. He is master in a peculiar way. He has no fear and no desire of possession or domination at all. He merely knows and understands about such things as concern him in his natural little realm. He hardly even judges, and as far as I can be seen, makes no effort to reform or remove even the willow. I don't think Tom needs philosophizing about and is not improved by it. But many have found him an odd or indeed discordant ingredient. In historical fact, I put him in because I had already invented him independently. He first appeared in the Oxford magazine. Poem The Adventures of Tom Bombadil was first published in the magazine 1934. So that was before The Hobbit was even published. And wanted an adventure on the way. But I kept him in, and as he was because he represents certain things otherwise left out. I do not mean him to be an allegory, or I should not have given him so particular, individual, and ridiculous a name. But allegory is the only mode of exhibiting certain functions. He is then an allegory or an exemplar, or a particular embodying of pure, real, natural science, the spirit that desires knowledge of other things, the history and nature, because they are other and wholly independent of the inquiring mind, a spirit coeval with the rational mind and entirely unconcerned with doing anything with the knowledge. Zoology and botany, not cattle breeding and agriculture. And it goes on and on. So Tolkien wrote quite a bit about him. But these statements here, I think, is there another one? Oh, Tolkien. Oh, there's another interesting one. Maybe in the same letter? No. But yeah, there's some other stuff. But I think that should kind of clear the question. That's what your critique of episode 1 to 3, and really enjoyed it. Thank you, much appreciated, Emil. Glad you liked that. There's a Wikipedia page from Tom Bombadil. It gives many theories by different scholars. I mean, a lot of people theorize about it. I like the music of the Ainur theory of him. I think in its core, he's just the spirit of something in the world that is important for Tolkien that he wanted to add to his story or to his world. And then, yeah, Tom quotes basically. This whole place used to be green, now it's all sand. That he says. There's a scene, by the way, also a small detail I want to not leave unmentioned. Okay, the fire scene. Tom Bombadil with boots. I think I would call them yellow, the boots, chat. I'm not sure if you would agree. Who knows, but I would definitely say they qualify as yellow boots. Here we have another scene, and if we zoom in quite a bit, you could argue, is this fully yellow? Maybe not, but I think it goes in the right direction. So you could kind of argue, well, is it really yellow? I think that's what they mean here by this color, right? Yeah, I think Tom was originally based on a toy of Tolkien's kids. Yeah, I think also something like that. I would have to do some research now. Toy. Not sure if it's in his letters. Maybe somebody knows in chat, you can post it. There must be Tom is one of them intentionally, but further history backwards. No, Tom is not an important person to the narrative. No, I don't find it. The real Tom Bomber, there's an article. What are you looking for? Why, if there was a toy thing? Maybe not in the letters we have. Maybe there's a different letter or something. Mentioned by Patricia Reynolds, 1991, in her article, The Real Tom Bombadil. There's maybe something there. It's definitely yellow. Yeah, I would agree on that. So whatever, before we don't get through this anyway. I like that, though, that he calls it sheep yard wine. Makes no sense, but what in the world of Tom Bombadil makes actual sense for us? So, in this regard. And then Tom Bombadil says something interesting to him. It's magic. Can you teach it to me? Teach it? What is that to learn, basically? You wield power over the trees of the wind and fire. You wield it as it belongs to you. And then he says everything belongs to each to themselves. Maybe how to teach to wield a staff. A wizard staff is like a name, Gandalf. That's the next reference, by the way, in this direction, because it means wand, elf. It is a wield already if you prove yourself worthy of it. You show today that you are not yet. Well, you can become so, we shall soon discover. I was never meant to find the stars under to find a staff under these stars. I was meant to find you. Chuckled softly. And then we hear the horses outside. We are not alone. Oh, by the way, I found the blue jacket, by the way. We just talked about it's in the background. Do we see it here, chat? Yeah, here we see the blue jacket in the background. Here it is, chat. There's a blue jacket. I think it is a blue jacket of Tom. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not the one of the strangers. So the blue jacket also check. But the hat is not here yet, but we know it will appear later. I haven't looked at chat for a moment. Sorry for that. Definitely yellow, so people at least agree to some degree. I like the idea of Tom revisiting one screen plays changed of the millennia. Tells the audience a lot about this character in a few words. Yeah, for sure. Comparing that sequence in particular, where Luke is basically left on his own to confront the unknown. I remember correctly, Yoda tried to hold Luke back before his education wasn't finished. Quite different, that's true. It's up to him to figure it out for sure. Apparently the toy, we had this already, was frightened for him, but that he had to face sooner rather than later. A wooden doll that belonged to Michael Tolkien. You let him there after all. The one he tried to flush down the toilet. Never heard that story. Very cute house. I hope he rents it out on Airbnb. I like the one line. Maybe you want to ask the tree before trying to break a branch. Something like that. Yeah, I also like that. That's a blue coat. Exactly. Just for context. So what was this? At any rate, he was too large and heavy for a hobbit, if not quite tall enough for one of the big people, though he made noise enough for one, stumping along with great yellow boots on his thick legs and charging through grass and rushes like a cow going down to drink. He had a blue coat and a long brown beard. His eyes were blue and bright, and his face was red as ripe as an apple, but creased into 100 of wrinkles of laughter. In his hands he carried a long, large leaf, as on a tray a small pile of white water lilies. Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow, bright blue his jacket is, and his boots are yellow. I think that's the only reason why his boots are yellow, because it has to rhyme on fellow. But I don't know. Maybe the puppet, the toy, or whatever the inspiration was, also had yellow boots. I don't know. But it's a good rhyme in my opinion. 2 horses approach Tom's house. That's something I can show you. There's not much to see in this scene. I could zoom in, but it would not help us a lot. Like, it's too far away to really recognize who might be on this horse. That's the best. I mean, I could zoom even further, chat, if you really want to. But even at 4K resolution, like you can't really see it. You see there are horses coming, but you can't really recognize who's on the horse. One might have this flag on his horse, the other is maybe, I don't know. Maybe we could see a staff. Really hard to tell. I predict the whole Tom ceiling will be important later, Starlight coming through or something. Yeah, maybe after 12 episode it's going to be Blue Wizard reveal. How exciting. Yeah, hard to tell if it's a Blue Wizard still. I'm not sure. I don't think the other wizard is Saruman. That makes no sense in my opinion. Though this should not be a reason to not be Saruman in this weird show. But I think it's not Saruman. I could imagine he's a Blue Wizard. And since there's an argument that they have the rights for Peoples of Middle-earth. And in Peoples of Middle-earth, we have the following. We can read the following about the Blue Wizards. Oh, I don't have the book open. That doesn't help. The other two came much earlier, at the same time probably as Glorfindel, so in the Second Age, when matters became very dangerous in the Second Age. Glorfindel was sent to aid Elrond and was, though not yet set, preeminent in the War of Eriador, but the other two Istari were sent for a different purpose. Morinechtar and Romestamo, Darkness Slayer and East Helper. Their task was to circumvent Sauron, to bring help to the few tribes of men that had rebelled from Melkor worship to steer up rebellion. Something is missing, and after his first fall to search out his hiding, in which they failed, and to cause dissension and disarray among the Dark East. So, let me read this again. And after his first fall, Sauron's first fall, to search out his hiding, in which they failed, and caused dissension and disarray among the Dark East. They must have had very great influence on the history of the Second Age and Third Age in weakening and disarraying the forces of East, who would both in the Second Age and Third Age otherwise have outnumbered the West. Tom's color scheme is untouchable. Crystal, it's fantastic. I just wonder why yellow. Maybe it was due to a rhyme or so. I'm just wondering. If only the doll that orange boots and put what is stuffed in the rhymes department. And what do you think about Tom's singing of the famous limerick? Like the singing I liked. Gandalf makes no sense. It makes no sense in the lore as well, but they hint at it consistently. I mean, for this argument you could say, well, if they do whatever they want, yeah, sure, it could also be Saruman. But Saruman is not evil at this time. How are they explaining that Saruman becomes the leader of the Istari and then becomes evil again? Like, it makes very little sense. This show is law assassination. Yes, basically. Did it live up to the book songs, in your opinion? You mean the final Tom Bombadil song? I thought it was nice. It sounded a bit modern for my ear compared. Like, I imagine this is like the vanishing Oxford countryside or whatever. So something. Yeah, Tom Bombadil is something ancient, you know. I would also have this more in the folk and folk direction. I don't know how to tell it. Like, it should sound older, but who knows? Still was a pretty cool song. I liked it. I can definitely do that. You don't need to see the development of a mystery box, but also as a journey of the guy finding his own identity. And actually doesn't matter if you call him Gandalf or whatever afterwards. Yeah, that is true, but why give me 5,000 points, like 5.6 million hints that this guy is Gandalf and then it's not Gandalf? Like, you can't wiggle the rod with the carrot in front of my nose for 11 episodes or 12 episodes right now, and then say, Edge, it's not Gandalf. Like, that's just stupid. I mean, don't get me wrong, the writers of the show seem to be weird enough to maybe even go for that, but I still think it would be stupid to do this. Personally, I hope it's not Gandalf, because Gandalf makes no sense lore-wise. It would be cooler to see two blue wizards. I agree with this. But at this point, I feel like what makes most sense is not always what we get. You know what I mean? The problem is the following. There is no carrot saying it's a blue wizard. The only carrot they could throw at us is if Gandalf would wear the robe of, and maybe that is the ultimate hint towards the blue wizards. Let's say Gandalf takes the robe of, the stranger takes the mantle, the jacket of Tom Bombadil, and it's blue, and that is why he becomes a blue wizard. Maybe that's what they're going for. That's, I think, the only thing. Let's go back one screenshot. Here in the background chat, you see it, blue jacket. Let's imagine Gandalf later takes this jacket and the hat of him. Then he has a blue jacket and a blue hat, and then he becomes a blue wizard. And he has a staff. That's, I think, one of the very few hints we got in the show that this is a blue wizard. Maybe they go for it. I kind of even hope they go for this, because I also don't want this to be Gandalf. But then it's just stupid for 12 episodes to wiggle the Gandalf carrot in front of my nose. He arrives like fireworks. He's grey. He likes hobbits. He follows his nose. He's looking for a Gand. Is he a grand elf? Did we overlook something? Grand elf looking for a Gand. He's a bit clumsy. I wouldn't say that Gandalf is very clumsy, but he's not. He's more clumsy than Saruman. He's not close to nature enough. He has to face Sauron at some point. And the Dark Wizard. Also, like a little hint. Because Gandalf definitely faces Sauron. And also Saruman, another wizard. The blue wizards are kind of best buddies, so they walk. We always imagine the blue wizards walking around together. That is not the case here, except he remembers that he's a blue wizard and convinces the other guy, "You're also a blue wizard. Why not come back to our means of being Istari and fighting against Sauron?" We'll use a sandstorm again, yeah, for sure. Was there anything else he did? He did the Gandalf signature move with his staff, poking it into the ground. "You shall not pass." Poke. Also, we got a scene like this. The only hint we got is it's such a, if it's like, I would seriously be, I would be happy if it's a blue wizard, but all we have is this here, that what you currently see on the screen. That's the only hint towards the blue wizard, and that these weird other dudes also have blue marks on their horses. That's why I think the Dark Wizard might be a blue wizard. Founding cults. He has a cult and he's a wizard, blue wizard. Easy. Gandalf / a stranger. Is he Gandalf? Maybe not. But why focus on just misleading us so much? Why do you want to guess which one of the alternatives he is? Because it's fun. do they mislead? They definitely try to mislead us, maybe. But the problem is, there is no real alternative for a lot of people in this guessing game. Like, people know the signature move, "You shall not pass, Gandalf." They know Gandalf has grey robes. This guy has grey robes. They talk about, again, they know Gandalf is a thing. Gandalf is a very popular, one of the most popular characters in the Tolkien universe is Gandalf, for sure. Like 100%. Name me a character that's more popular than Gandalf, and you will notice there are not that many. This would be an opportunity to tell what is Gandalf's origin story. Something like it is, of course, not Gandalf's origin story, but they would have the opportunity to make something out of that. Yeah, the staff he's looking for in the dream also looked like a staff of Gandalf that we know from Peter Jackson. And also this, he's looking for a Gent. Is he a grand elf? And all the stuff. Like, there's so many details that lead into this direction. Always follow your nose. Also, it's a Peter Jackson reference, then quote there. Because it's not a book quote, but whatever. They don't have the rights for that, but always follow your nose is just not a protected term, so I think they could use it for it. Maybe they asked and said, yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, Gandalf is the best, I agree. Fantastic character, love Gandalf, everybody loves Gandalf. And they say, is this Gandalf? And then it's not Gandalf. And wouldn't people be a bit disappointed, except for the hardcore book fans who wish for the Blue Wizards? Maybe this is just for the hardcore book fans, and it is to say, haha, it is not Gandalf. But you did not establish why this is not Gandalf, because everything he does is so Gandalf-like. And it's consistently referenced. So if something sounds like Gandalf, smells like Gandalf, talks like Gandalf, has the same clothes like Gandalf, and has the same stick as Gandalf, and makes Gandalf's moves, then of course it's not Gandalf, it's somebody else. It's just stupid writing, in my opinion, if that would be the case. Even though I still wish that, because this show unfortunately has a lot of stupid writing, I just wish it's a Blue Wizard. But they have not really made their point clear. The only theory I could call out here and develop out of this is Tom Bombadil gives him his blue jacket and his hat, and then he becomes Gandalf. That's all I have on the idea of Gandalf. Or whoever else. Also, just want to point that out. Gandalf's was a tall, pointed blue hat. So Gandalf's hat was actually blue. Not grey as in the Peter Jackson films. He has a long grey cloak, silver scarf, over which a white beard hung down below. His waist, and immense black boots. What? Is there a description of the color of Tom Bombadil's hat, chat? I mean, he has a hat. And an old, tall hat. It doesn't say how it looks. With a long blue feather. There's the blue color again. So he has a hat with a blue feather in it. If I suddenly disappear, I may have fallen asleep. Well, I don't blame you. A good thing is, chat, we still have one complete arc to discuss. Isn't that awesome? But we're at the end of this arc. Almost. We have to still do the Harfoots. I forgot about those. Almost. Mind blown, Gandalf is a blue wizard, yeah. I mean, some of the clues I'm looking forward, you have to really look out for them. Like, always follow your nose, you have to know the quote. But how he looks, like he has this grey old stuff there. Doesn't even the Ghent thing that they mentioned several times. That's, in my opinion, right under the nose and so on. You might not recognize the staff of him. It just calls it a filthy rope. And his filthy rope is so dirty, not even Tom Bombadil can clean it. That's kind of funny, I think. Yeah, he will get... Not Gandalf will get his head as well. Like, it's not searching for clues. It's basically shoving them in your face. Here, this is Gandalf. I think it's not looking for it. It's just the show really wants to give you Gandalf vibes here, and they do this, of course, deliberately. But whatever, chat, we need to move on. I think you might be right that it's a blue with it at the end, because I like this theory too much that the blue jacket there in the background that you see, that this blue jacket is something he will get from Tom Bombadil, and then he becomes a blue with it and say, "Ha! Book readers, we got you. You thought it's Gandalf because we told you 12 episode long it's Gandalf. How dare you? How stupid of you, viewers, to think that. It's a blue with it, of course. What would Gandalf do in the East? The book explicitly states he never went to the East. Same as Tom Bombadil. But let's not talk about that. You know, it's... Tom Bombadil's jacket will be too short for him. It will fit perfectly when he gets it. So yeah, the only hints that speak for the blue wizard is this jacket that we have, the hat maybe, that he potentially gets later, and that there's another wizard that's also an Easter in this place. And since we only know 5 like the 5 rods of the 5 wizards, we only have 5 wizards in the world. We have a 20% chance to be right. And if we exclude Saruman and Radagast, then who knows? Let's talk about Isildur. Wait, Lyanna Stark. We're not even done yet with the other stuff. Okay, that I think is the last scene, basically. What he says, interestingly, one scene I just wanted to mention again. Tom Bombadil says to Gandalf that... to not Gandalf, I mean, to the stranger, he says to him something like, you have to face both. That I found interesting. But you are not the first Istar who's eaten honey by my fire. Years ago, there was another, the Dark Wizard. Maybe he's dark blue. What became of him? Once he sought to control magic like you. Now he controls much of Rune. But still youngeth for more. You believe his evil will spread? Not without an ally far more powerful even than himself. Sauron. That's a very interesting dialogue, I think. If these two flames combine into one, there will be no end to burning till all Middle-earth is ashes. Can you stop it? Tom's a wanderer, not a warrior, and then? Great deeds are left to the hands they were placed in. And which hands could that be? I shall gather lilies while yet they grow. My hands, you mean? Is it my task to stop the fire? Is it my task to face Sauron? The task is to face them both. That he does say. So I interpret this, he means, like he says, if those two flames combine, they will burn Middle-earth. So he has to stop the burning of Middle-earth, that this fire spreads, and either Sauron or the Dark Wizard. Or he means the Dark Wizard and Sauron. He has to face them both. Gandalf trusts certain kinds of halflings. The way Elrond and Durin trust each other, it makes sense to me and I appreciate it. Also, the halflings is another puzzle piece. Gandalf is fond of halflings. Would be a good way to introduce how he learned of the halflings. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. I'm also slowly getting tired. That means we can at least stream 2 more hours, if not 3. So, no problem here. I'm kind of sorry for your viewers that you always have to stick with me, foolish person. Well, you don't have to, but you decide to do this. I appreciate that a lot. I just realized they teasing Stranger versus Dark Wizard battle. Yeah, I'm very curious about that. I'm curious how they portray this also. Like, remember the battle that Peter Jackson portrayed? Yeah, I'm from Germany. It's it's early in the morning. Let's not talk about this. So, even though, yeah, I don't know, the law is not fitting, but the law is not fitting in the show ever. So that's not a reason, I think. Don't mention the war. Breakdance battles. Yeah, that's interesting. I kind of like the portrayal of the wizard power there by Peter Jackson. Like, he wanted to do something really physical and so on, and that was kind of his approach for these scenes. Mm. Stranger has to face both Sauron and the Dark Wizard. The problem is, I mean, Sauron at some point will go to the east because he needs eastern forces. We know that he makes some arrangements in the east. So maybe in another season or so, you could, as a result, you could make an argument if Sauron goes east that the Stranger becomes, as a Blue Wizard, for example, important again if he stays there. If he's Gandalf, he has to go to the west at some point, I guess. Who knows, chat? I don't know. It's really hard to guess because not because it would be hard to guess. It's hard to guess because the writing is at times not that great. The overall plot line, it focuses, in my opinion, on the wrong stuff. Just tell us who he is. Currently, we are like the show started not knowing who this guy is, and we're still there doing the same. This mystery box stuff has to stop, in my opinion. Just use his character, because when we know who he is, they can actually use the character in a way, not pretend he's Gandalf or whatever for 12 episodes. It's just stupid. But yeah, I'm getting angry again. But does it mean the Stranger will face Sauron? It doesn't sound good. Well, Gandalf faced Sauron in Dol Guldur and he escaped, so that works, I think. In the Hobbit films, he does not escape and gets trapped, but it doesn't matter. Then he comes back to Dol Guldur with his White Council friends and faces Sauron again. Then this time Sauron escapes. So that would fit. I just read from the other book, from Peoples of Middle-earth. Stir up a rebellion. Their task was to circumvent Sauron, to bring help to the few tribes of men that had rebelled from Melkor worship, to stir up rebellion. And after Sauron's first fall, to search out his hiding, in which they failed. That is the text. So there is a confrontation with Sauron, but this confrontation with Sauron, spirit fleeing east, happens at the very end of the Second Age, when, basically at the beginning of the Third Age, when Isildur cuts off the ring with a finger from Sauron's hand. So it's very late, like in season 5 or whatever. I can't say this enough, this show is like... I kind of like... The show has potential. There are so many aspects, like the music, the set design, the costumes, the actors, the acting for the most part, visual effects. Everything is great about the show, just the writing is complete dumpster fire at times. But it doesn't matter, chat. We have to move on now, because we still have Hobbits to cover, and now it becomes very interesting, in my opinion. Now we have some interesting information prepared. So they, as we say in German, inhaftieren Poppy and her partner in crime. It plays a thing here so I can find it faster. What was the last screenshot we had? They had the wizard? Huh? Wasn't there a scene where Poppy and... No, I think it's here. Poppy and Nori... What do you call this? Gefesselt. Tied up. The show can be very good and go to very bad within a single scene, yeah, unfortunately. Okay, chat. We have to discuss the Hobbits. That's wrong. That's right. Here it is. It's the dark scene again, so maybe I activate the filter. We see it a bit better. But they, as you can see, they are tied up. And then the Gund is staying in front of them. And in this dialogue, what is interesting is that Nori he basically says that her leader, Sadok, would have done the same thing. The Trail Finder. He was called Sadok Burrows. Poppy answers then. Sadok Burrows, let me just switch it here. She mentioned it then. And then our friend, forgot her name again, man. I hate that I can't memorize her name. Gundabate? Something like that. So bad with names sometimes, chat. I don't know why. Gundabale. Gundabale, Earth, Howler, Hauler, is it in the right name even? Howler. Okay, it's written like that. Recognizes the name Burrows. So yeah, that's kind of the next scene in the show. She recognized the name Burrows, and then, just to make sure that they may be not potentially talking about this, she tells her the story. So, tells him the story of... Oh god. I hate myself. Oh cool, it's not sorted correctly. Now I have to set up my sorting here. The bat tells Nori story or the law. Of Shuzad, I think she calls it. Pretty cool scene in my opinion. Kind of like the idea. I'm not 100% sure if it makes so much sense, but nonetheless, I don't mind it. Yeah, Shuzad, right? That was called. We will come to this in a moment. I mentioned on the Discord already, but yeah, Shuzad means Shire. And that is the in-world name of the Shire. We talked about, like, Meriadoc, his in-world name is Kalimak. And Mary, in the world, he's actually called Kali. And Mary is just the English translation of Kali, and Meriadoc of Kalimak. Same with Maura for Frodo and so on. And in the world, it's not called the Shire, but Suzat. We know this from the other book. And she mentioned this name here. This indicates, though, because this name Suzat, the story goes, in ancient days there was a Stur. Wasn't like the rest of us, so he was maybe strange. They say he dreamed one night of a place with endless streams of cold water. They had a dream or a vision of this paradise place. Rolling hills so soft a family could dig a hole and live in less than a month. Suzat. So here let me read what we know about the Suzat chat. Are you ready? I hope you are. So Tolkien writes about the Suzat. This is basically an early version of Appendix F where this should appear. I'm not sure if it appears in Lord of the Rings. Oh, it appears actually in the Lord of the Rings. That's interesting. So they don't need the... Okay, Commando back, it appears one time in Lord of the Rings, but not as Suzat, but as Suza. The name of the Shire, Suza, and all other places of the Hobbits have thus been Englished. This was seldom difficult, since such names were commonly made up of elements similar to those used in our simpler English place names. Either words still current like hill or field, or a little worn down like ton besides town, and so on and so forth. So here it is on translation, that is Appendix F in the Lord of the Rings. The last appendix, and kind of interesting. And in there is an early version of the Appendix F where Tolkien worked on this, and we have an early chapter of translations. And in paragraph 41, the nomenclature of hobbits themselves and that of places in which they lived has nonetheless presented some obstacle to the satisfactory carrying of this process of translation. Their place names being in the Shire, especially almost all originally of CS form, have proved least difficult. I have converted them into as nearly similar English terms as I could find, using the elements found in English place names that seemed suitable, both in sense and in period, that is, in being still current, like hill, or slightly altered or reduced from current words, like ton beside town, or no longer found outside place names, like witch, bold, bottle. The Shire seems to me very adequately to translate the Hobbit Suzat, since this word was now only used by them with reference to their country, though originally it had meant a sphere of occupation, as of the land claimed by a family or clan, of office or business. In Gondor, the word Suza was still applied to the division of the realm, such as Anorian, Ithilien, Lebenin, for which the Noldorian word Hlan was used. Similarly, farthing and so on and so forth. So here it appears. Suzat. It's written S-U-Z-A minus T. And Tolkien changed this around a bit for the appendix, for the released version then. That's kind of interesting. And there's also a note to this. The whole of the discussion in paragraph 41 of the name Suza of the Shire and the reason for the use of farthing is lacking in F1. But after the reference to the English, which bold bottle, there is a footnote which was not taken in F2. So that's the different versions of Appendix F. In one case, I have coined a word, smial, or smile if you prefer it so. The hobbits used a peculiar word of their own, gluva, written later nearby Rohan Globa, and an inhabited hole. I would have for an inhabited hole. I would have left it unchanged, but it would have looked outlandish in an English context. Accordingly, I have used smile since the ancient English smuggle, a hole to creep in. Would had it survived or had been adopted by latter-day hobbits have now had some such form. Okay. While the Noldorine word lan, said to be equivalent of Westron Susa as used in Gondor for divisions of the realm, the etymologies and so on, stem, let, Noldorine. Yeah, it's potentially a complicated note. But yeah, there it appears in appendix in the early versions or in the iterative versions of appendix F. And it seems that I didn't know that it also appears in Lord of the Rings. There it is written with like a circumflex. In the other book, it's written with like a flat. I'm not sure what it's called, this diacritic, but a U with a flat line above it. That usually is sometimes used for the long U, but Tolkien, I guess, in the book, usually for the long U, uses a circumflex. But she calls it in the show Susat with a T at the end, like in this other version. That I find very fascinating. But it only appears one time. The name of the Shire is Susa, and all other places of the Hobbits have been English. So kind of interesting. They are just as immoral as the Half-Foot community. Why are they now immoral again? Because he led two hobbits saying we are associated with a wizard, and the only wizard they know is a dark wizard, which they fear, into their village without, I don't know, a warning or something. You two have to be cast out at sunrise. So they just cast the Nori and the other one out, which is my opinion, a fair thing. Those have to come first. So Nori and Poppy are cast out. They did not say what the punishment for Merrimack is. They just said that Poppy and the other has to go out. While he is tied up, I don't know. Maybe he could be a traitor. He could also be on the side of the Blue Wizard as a punishment or whatever, to make clear that that was very dangerous and stupid what he did. So I don't see this as not really moral. But I think she does not say what happens to Marimak. There were also, she didn't decide this alone, she talked to the elders of the village, so they agreed on this. I wouldn't say that's not moral. That's I wouldn't say that this is not unreasonable what she said. She doesn't say, yeah, we just kill you here right on the spot. She just said we have to cast you out. That makes sense. It is not some big guy. It's literally the Sauron of this area. Please, Spielcap, don't play this down. I can't. I don't agree. And we don't know what to do with Kadimak. Maybe he gets, I don't know, he has to carry water for 10 days. And then she doesn't cast them out at the end. She even helps them. Like, I don't fully understand this. Like, that's a pretty cool move of her. She risks quite a lot by helping those two. She could have just say, here, have these two hobbits, and now we have our peace. She doesn't know them. She doesn't owe them anything. And she has a community that is under her responsibility to survive, and she knows that this wizard can potentially turn them into dust. She even gets punched in the face. Trackers of Dark Wizard talk to Gunter Bale, I think, wasn't it? So yeah, then after explaining that, like, once there was somebody, and he sent a group to find the Shire, and they didn't find it. So it seems like from this group, the Half-Foots kind of, maybe they met other Half-Foots on the way, or I don't know exactly how the lore here goes, but it definitely is noticeable that they are connected, that the Half-Foots once were here, and that the store that was different was maybe a Half-Foot or something like this, and this is how the Half-Foot line came to be. I don't really know, but this explains how they came to be with walking around the place with carts, and they never found the Shire. And then they became these nomadic people without a home, as she says. And then she talks about this Susa, the Shire. Yeah, whatever the reason is, the fact is, though, she helps him, or those two. And Poppy doesn't even pretend that she has found the Shire and knows where to lead them. Like, she says, no, we failed. We have no home and still wandering in circles around until the end of time. That's what she says to Gundabad. She didn't lie to her, she just said the plain truth. And she's still helping them, so I don't know. I would say that takes some balls, in my opinion. I know people that would sell their own grandmother if they had to in this situation, I think. But whatever. It's a different topic. What is noticeable when he punches her, I never noticed this, but she has also now this blue color in her face. So it seems like they had this blue color in the hand. Maybe this has to do with their cursed status or something. Maybe that, you know what, maybe that is the reason. I'm not sure what it means exactly. It seems like this cursed thing, cursed flesh thing that they have going on is something that makes them blue. And this is why they have on their clothes, on their horses, everywhere these blue things or something. Maybe that's because they I don't know, bleed blue or whatever. No, Chris, give us some names of these grandma sellers. They are Smurf. Rosemary. That was not bad. That was a good one. Turns do you know how we look under these masks? And then he takes up and he looks like Papa Smurf. That's funny. We are the Smurfs, just in big. Yeah, why do you want to buy grandma? I don't know what it is. We will learn it, I think, in the future. Still, I find it impressive that she helps her fellow Hobbit friends that she just met a moment ago. So yeah, I found this a very interesting scene, to be honest. Maybe this touch has some negative consequences on her as well. I'm not sure. Maybe now her flesh is also cursed and she turns into a Smurf. If I'm not mistaken, chat, that was the last scene. Like, there was a sword and they go and they say, when they go something like, yeah, when the Dark Wizard, when he learns that you, I don't know, did not cooperate, the consequences will be severe. Gundabale threatened. That's the last scene of the stores. One thing I noticed is, it could also be the light or something that she appears blue, but it looks almost like she had some blue color on her. Could be the light. I'm not sure, chat. Yeah, it could be the light, to be honest. Maybe I was wrong there. I don't know. Nori digging feverishly in the dirt for her first Hobbit hole. Yeah, that would be interesting. What is also interesting in this context, chat, did you notice that they were asking where the Half-Foots are? How do they know they are half-foots? The half-foots, where are they? He asks. How does he know? Here in the dialogue before they called him halflings. And here the wizard calls him Gaudrim. That's not the name, but I think that's the name of for his people. RIM at the end, like Haradrim or something. It's usually the name for like the people thing. Gaud means device, machine. That is interesting. Contrivance. Gaudrim, machine people. That is strange. That's a strange name, isn't it, chat? Device people. So maybe they need some device to live or something. That's why they are called Gaudrim. Maybe because of this cursed flesh, they need something to survive or so, a device or whatever. Maybe these masks are the device, or they look kind of machines due to these masks that they have to wear, and that's why they're called Gaudrim. Quite interesting, I have to admit. It's interesting with Tolkien's hate for machines. Tolkien didn't hate machines. There may be Terminators, that could also be. Like, there's an interesting interview with Tolkien that was kind of, I'm not sure if it was sent, it was rediscovered in the archives of the BBC, I think. And there he mentioned that he had a car and liked also driving his car. So it was not like Tolkien hated every machine. But what Tolkien disliked is when you abuse machines to a point that nature and stuff get destroyed. He calls it the machine, the concept of taking a shortcut to power that you lose control over, basically. He sent them out for the half-foots. Yes, but how do they know that they are called half-foots? They never talk to each other. They could be just halflings. And in the other dialogue, I think at least they call them halflings. So now we have to go through all other episodes, chat, and see if they're also called halflings there. In which episode does the wizard appear? Is it episode 2? Yeah, it's episode 2. Heal the curse upon our flesh. I will slaughter the halflings he calls his friends. Then he laughs and then cut to the halflings. Yeah, finally, looking forward to finding out about the weird Easterling Smurfs they are, as we learned. No, we need to talk about Isildur. Yeah, we do this in a moment. But yeah, does it nobody else find it strange that he calls them half-foots all of a sudden? Like all the time, I think in all the dialogues they were called halflings, which is they're very short people, so they know it maybe from the regions. My pillow is calling. Joe, sleep well. Have a good night. Sorry that we didn't cover the other thing. No, I found that weird too. Okay, at least I have one ally here in the universe, and that's good. Okay, so next is Isildur, finally, chat. After 8 hours, we come to the third story arc. I think we spent a bit too much time on the map at the beginning and all the other stuff. But you know, I warned you at the beginning of the stream. I warned you 2 hours ago. I mean, you can't blame me. Kind of, you could, but you should not blame me. I'm doing just what I always do. Like talking nonsense for hours, that is. Okay, so next section, we see our friends searching for Isildur. Arondir Isildur for Theo. Arondir and Isildur search Theo. And Pelargir people. So next screenshot. I think I can keep it a bit light up. Like usually it would look like this. So make it a bit brighter so it's easier to see for you people. Yeah, but good night, Joe. You should not blame me. Chris 2024. When the Dark Wizard gave the instruction, he called them half-foot. Which instruction, though? In which episode was that? And then also, how does the Dark Wizard know that? You mean in the same episode, right? When he says, "Leave the wizard to me. The half-foots are your sole concern." You mean that scene, right? Yeah, that could be right that he calls him. Yeah, here it says, "You are right. Let the half-foots be your sole concern." But the question is, how does then the Dark Wizard know they are half-foots? Like the question remains. Like, how do they know they are suddenly half-foots when they called them halflings all the time before? They have not talked to them. The problem is I stopped the scene one sentence too early. Like, I listened to all the sentence they had to say, and then I pressed stop, and then the next sentence was, "Leave the half-foots to the sole concern," whatever he says. Let the half-foots be your sole concern. That's the sentence I didn't read anymore. Whatever, doesn't matter. Eminem told them, maybe? Yeah, maybe Eminem told him. That's possible. Eminem had some contact with those half-foot people. Yeah, that's a good explanation, Aris Aurelian. That could be the reason why he calls them half-foot. I mean, they had to then to really pay attention to what they were saying. But yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, a good reminder. You have to consider what happens in season 1. I kind of, in German we say Suppress is a good word, yes. I try to suppress. But yeah, then Eminem had to actually pay attention, though, to what the Harfoots were saying. I think they might have introduced them, say, we're the Harfoots, and please don't destroy our apple trees. And then fire, and then they burned. Maybe that's how it worked. You just move the question one step back. Yeah, exactly. And now we're connected to Season 1, and we won't look deeper into it. Next scene. So they search for Theo, which I find very nice of the people. They could just say, yeah, I don't care about Theo. Who is that anyway? But they say, no, that's our friend Theo. He's the only healer kind of person we have. We want him back. And they trust Arondir and the other people here enough to say, well, Arondir, if you search for Theo, we will help you. Risking our lives to get killed by these bandits. So that already I found relatively nice, I have to admit. They also found a severed hand, so they know a lot of power, like some kind of forces are here at work. Also, like this one corpse of this dude completely destroyed. And he finds these blossoms, petals, whatever you call this. Blütenblätter, flower leaves. So Arondir finds the petals, as mentioned. Here we see it. He also found an axe, and then they says an axe is more worse than gold to these wild men. They also called them wild men. Which I think is also a term, end petals. NTYV petals, yes. I just look into Lord of the Rings. Wild men. It's kind of interesting. Do you know the wild men usually are called the Druidine are called wild men actually. That I find strange. By the way, those we didn't see yet. Do you think the Druidine will also appear in the show? I think they may mean something different here, but I find, in this context, I find it strange, because the Druidine are, of course, awesome. Yeah, petals are Blütenblätter, I think we established this. Can't believe, like, the X is never fully focused. So don't get a good shot of that. Come on, cameraman. Focus. So yeah, in the next scene, Arondir, in this scene, he also finds a bloody axe. And then, yeah, they wonder what's going on. They think some powerful forces were there at work. And then we are back in the daytime. They don't find Theo, unfortunately. Arondir and Isildur discuss things in Pelargir. They decide, like, to maybe not steer the dudes up, the wild men against them, and so on. You can turn off the filter again, the brightness. I would love to see the Dunedain. They are my hands down favorite group of Edain. I mean, we see the Dunedain, or do you mean the Dunelandings? The Druedain. Sorry, I just misread. There's an R. Yeah, the Druedain are pretty cool. They're also part of the Edain. I can't tell what season it's supposed to be. It changes every minute. I agree. But yeah, and these people decide to, I wouldn't say go to war, but kind of, if I understood this correctly. What is this man called, by the way? Grizzled Southlander, he's called. So he has no name. Unfortunate. Every minute we waste is another Theo still out there. The Eastfield Glen. Whispers are wild men camp there. And then, yeah, interestingly, Estrid suggests that they should go north instead and not to the East Glen. And people wonder, how does she know, actually? Like, it's kind of interesting. I feel like maybe Estrid wants to help her people. Like, this is, again, a mystery box, Estrid, you know? We don't know. Estrid suggests to go north. Like, she's kind of a mystery box. Is she a spy? Does she like Isildur? Does she want just to use them to survive? She's definitely somebody who I would judge she really tries to survive, even if she has to be a little scoundrel at times. Season 2. Wow. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure what to think of her. But yeah. Just for Spielkeit. She has mostly proven to be a good character. I also kind of think that. But yeah, she's definitely a little scoundrel. But they could make her, like, what is her intention to go north instead? She knows the wild man, maybe because she really wants to help these people and know, well, they might have brought him there. But maybe she also knows that maybe her people are brought there and I need people to help my people as well. You know what I mean? So she helps there. But I think it's a bit hard to tell. So I'm not sure 100% sure what to think of her yet. Is that good or not? I don't know. She has to prove it. But I don't think she has foreseen this outcome that at the end happens. You are still up. Good morning. Yes, thank you. Windenast. Windenast. Not sure how the name is pronounced. So yeah, this happens then, and then I don't know. Isildur also gets kind of useful and repairs the plumbing, basically. Isildur repairs aqueduct well thing. Makes himself a bit dirty. They're flirting a bit, I guess. And then they get confronted by Arondir, who kind of thinks, wait a moment, Estrid, something is strange here. Yeah, the aqueduct leads to this ruin from afar. There's like a long, these bridge-like formation, the aqueduct, and then the water is through whatever, a pipe or whatever, let down there to this well. And the pipe down there is kind of blocked, and Isildur knows how to unblock it by pumping, using a pump or something like that to apply pressure to this. That's how it works. But it was established that this is an aqueduct, not a well. So there's that. Yeah, of course, Arondir can do this, because Arondir is the most elvish elf in this whole show, I think. Like, he's the classic elf. He's strong. I also like the move, like, she throws this thing here, and what is it called? Krug? Too late for my English vocabulary that I never use. Jar. Maybe it's a jar. Yeah, let's call it a jar. It's maybe, I don't know. Mug? No, it's pitcher jug. I have no idea, chat. But yeah, he kicks it and then grabs her, and then he finds out unpleasant. Yeah, we see the burning mark on Estrid's back. I'm not sure if I should show that. I don't know, chat. Let's use this here. That should be enough for the shot. Arondir, Isildur. We don't have to show every possible wound in this show. Find Estrid's mark. Arondir doesn't F around. That is for true. Always thinking about a bad pun, like Arondir's kicking the bucket, or but it doesn't make sense. Not kind of summer. I mean, not everybody can. Not everyone can be Elrond. Of course, he's maybe a bit grim. It might be also because he's a Sylvan elf, and he just has lost his girlfriend. But yeah, it's now kind of about getting the trust of the people back. And yeah, Isir's not happy about the situation. He feels again that he was kind of used. However, Arondir finds these petals again, finds more petals again or something. And then they follow the trail to these they follow the trail of the ends, basically. I think he has a suspicion. We see that also Theo awakes. Theo awakes in End Prison. You could ask the question if Theo thinks that he is in some kind of end time scenario. Okay, so here, surprisingly, Theo is not alone. That surprised me the most, almost. Wasn't the dude here? These dudes here were, I think, in the prison camp, right? Theo in prison with... And interestingly, these dudes have actually names. I don't know why, but they have. Potentially they maybe play a small role later again. Might be possible. So one guy's called Amret. It's double M, it seems. And the other dude is called Hagen. It's kind of funny, that's a German name, Hagen. Maybe his name is not Hagen, it's Hagan or something, I'm not sure. But there he says something like this. Who knows? And yeah, he's in prison with those two dudes. Weekend trip. Not bad. Not bad. But how does he know about the mark? Because she knows about the ways of the wild men, so he assumes that she is also part of them and has a mark as a result. The wild men seem to be defined by having this mark and being former Southlanders, I would assume, or people from this region enslaved or whatever, or forced to swear stuff to Adar. And maybe they were in Mordor once and were let free because Adar promised to let these people free. I'm not sure. Yeah, welcome back, Mark. So nice to see you. I hope you had a good night. We also had a good night. And we are close, I wouldn't say to the end, because we're at the last story arc at least. That's something. But it wasn't even a pun by Mark. I thought this was your big moment, the weekend trip. You know, end trip. Yeah, it's not that funny, I know. Yeah, since one is Estrid's fiance, it makes sense that Estrid might know some of the others as well as I think. Yeah, for sure. She might have some knowledge of these people. That's why I suggested it. And then Arondir went a bit suspicious about her. Okay, maybe we should check that. What Arondir though says in this scene. There's also a third dude, by the way, in this place. But he's just Wildman 1. Self-burn, he says before. The Wildmen do it to hide the mark of Adar. I would have caught her at the gate had she not come in with you. But there are more wild men than these other prison things. So that's an interesting scene, actually, all things considered. That they're not the only wild men in there. Like you hear other voices of others here shouting for help. Wild men calling for help in end prisons. Kind of strange that the Ents just don't flat out kill them, because they have no use for them anyway, I think. Maybe simply because they are not that cruel. Yeah, we're slowly moving towards the highlight of this episode, the joke of Arondir. I imagine most who get the Adar tattoo regret it later in life. Yeah, I would agree on this. I don't blame them, or especially Estrid, for getting rid of that. Don't know yet, but whatever they are big. And then, yeah, we see our friends moving through this area here. They say they go north. So first of all, we look at the map and see if that makes sense. I would say yes, it makes sense. Pelargi is not on this map, so we will use a third age map, even though, to be fair, like Pelargi on the third age map would be here. It is possible that after the fall of Numenor, the coastline definitely changes a bit. Oh, actually, it is represented here on these maps. The position of Pelargi is the same, but you see the coastline here changes a bit. I don't get the both maps perfectly aligned, if I'm honest. No chance, chat. We'll never get this aligned properly. The zoom might also not be consistent, but I think you see the difference. I hope. But yeah, there's Pelargir. Pelargir is actually founded quite late in the Second Age. It should not be there yet, in my opinion. The foundation is mentioned in Appendix B, I think, for the year 2350. That is almost 750 years after the forging of the One Ring, which is not even forged yet, so you can imagine it's late. It's nice to see actual Pelargir after translating it like 15 times on 300 maps. You are 100% right, of course. So they go north. North would be here. Oh, you can't see it, chat. North would go into this direction here. And she said go east. East would be back in the direction of Mordor. So she suggests the wild men are not here. The wild men are here. Kind of. This is close to... This is where later Minas Tirith will be. I should use the Third Age map so we can see the locations a bit better. Doesn't matter if this coastline changed here a little bit over time, in my opinion. The most important part is that the names are on the map. So Minas Tirith doesn't exist yet, but it seems like, yeah, if here's Pelargir, they go maybe north, so this area up the Libenin, something like this. Stress should be on the second syllable, whatever. It doesn't matter too much. So I think in this case, I would argue it kind of makes sense. They don't have to cross a river for that. There's not much going on in this region in this time. So that works perfectly fine for me. Not as chaotic as the other scene. So the question is, did I make a screenshot of the next scene? No, I did not. Well, that's not so good. Kind of strange though, their weird idea. So we have this forest here and this line here. What do you think what this here means? In my opinion, or my interpretation of this scene is that in parts at least, the orc army went through here. The question is, why would this be? Didn't they listen to Estrid to go north, chat? Or did they go east? Like, east would make more sense. The reason for this to make more sense, now, thinking about it for a moment, is that east is Mordor, and this guy here, Adar, maybe in this region here somewhere, has to maybe leave. So if he's more here, he could leave here and walk all this way here up to Eregion, because that's where he's going. He leaves here, goes up this, we see this on another map, Gap of Rohan, or Gap of Kalinardon, as it's maybe called at this time, who knows, and then goes up to Ostinethil, or Ostinethil, however you pronounce it. And so on. But if they go north here from Pelargir, it's a bit strange in my opinion. Like, if you go north, like, why would Adar go here and have this chopped off wood trail? You know what I mean? It's kind of strange. It feels like the orcs went through it and chopped off all the woods and made the Ents very angry because Adar is doing stuff. And I thought Ens talked a lot. Yeah, well, I warned people here though in the chat before that this might take some time. Yeah, that might be true. Ents are not hasty enough to kill without imprisoning people for a while to see whether they're actually evil. I guess it's a difference when they notice on the spot. Oh no, your dog has spilled your drink. That's very unfortunate. Walking doesn't sound good. Hobgobbling would be worse. Since the showrunners don't know about directions, how could the characters? That is true. The question is, did I understand this wrong? So did they go actually east against the advice of Estrid, or did they really go north? Because this makes more sense that they went east against the advice of Estrid. Because one in the said that whispers say that the wild men are there. But I guess Arondir even follows. Maybe he follows a trail that goes east. Like he found... if we go back, where is it? Chat. Arondir finds... he found this and maybe he follows this trail and said then we go east from here now. I have no idea, chat, but that would be at least my theory. The theory is not, pun not intended. And yeah, now we come to Arondir's joke section, kind of. Estrid, of course, tries to say, well, wouldn't it be better if I could have my handcuffs taken off? I call it Estrid discusses. Handcuffs. But he's not a fan of those, it seems, obviously. And Arondir, though, says, well, we don't trust you. And then Isildur in the mud is the next scene. He walks a bit further and then they already like fall over of like, I think Estrid almost slips and falls almost on her back, but Arondir just prevents it from happening. And then Isildur runs into the mud and is there and says, no problem, I come here out in a moment. And then Arondir tries to help him. Arondir helps Isildur in the mud, and then he gets also drawn inside. So we have this scene, kind of cool idea. But yeah, it's also, again, like, I feel like it's a little fan service thing. They just get pulled in. So they both get pulled in. And then, yeah, I don't know, we notice that Estrid is kind of shocked that this happened. Estrid shocked. What I like, or what speaks that she's kind of a nice person to some degree, she does not run away. Like, she thinks for a moment what to do, and you think, okay, I'm free now, I can run, screw those guys. You know what I mean? And the show plays a little bit with this, but she definitely is very hesitant about it. And she looks around. And yeah. Runs away for the moment. And all that's left then is here. And this is the end of Isildur and Halbrand, I said. Or the other guy's name, Arondir. Just very curious. Well, Estrid gone. And then we have only the mud left. But yeah, of course, Estrid though, let me just see. Estrid gets a branch to help them out. So she's not running away, even though she is not trusted. Maybe she can also understand this to some degree. And yeah, gets a branch and tries to pull them out. But then all of a sudden, she pulls out something else. Like a weird entity. A weird kind of worm entity. Let me see if I find a good screenshot of that. Nameless thing, worm entity. Confronts Estrid. Pretty tall, it seems. It really has a weird mouth, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Kind of creepy, isn't it? I like this scene where this slime or so drips down. That's, in my opinion, a pretty cool scene. She thinks, screw me. I'm wondering how Arondir and Isildur went into the mouth of this thing, into their belly, without, I don't know, getting hurt by these, in the process of being devoured. That I wondered myself a little bit. Team Beric for life. Yeah, that's true. Beric is a badass. Total courage in last episode, where he fought the spiders and carried his own. Yeah, that's true. Beric was a fantastic horse actor. We're halfway through the season already, that's true. Okay, I think I got it out of my system now. Just watched a minute ago. If they had 30 episode seasons, like back in the day, this episode would not have annoyed me at all. Unfortunately, they have only 8. Yeah, that for sure. And thanks, the horses got out. It's interesting that Isidore is drowning a bit here, foreshadowing for when he meets a river his own size. What do you mean? Elves and Numenorians are well known for their resistance to stomach acids. It's supposed to be a Lovecraftian name, the thing. Oh, the Anduin. Yeah, okay. Well, technically he didn't drown. I mean, maybe he also drowned, but he managed to reach the other side and then was shot by orc arrows and fell back into the river, and then he maybe drowned. But I think the more lethal part were the poisoned orc arrows, all of them that stuck in him. No, I get what you mean. I was thinking, when does Isildur drown? I completely forgot about the river part. I just thought he gets shot by orcs. I like the scene though, how this how the blade of Arondir just sticks out of its belly. Nameless thing, worm, entity, creature should not have messed with Arondir. That's for sure. I find this very funny. Suddenly, bloom! I knew this was happening. When I saw the belly sticking out a bit, I thought, okay, they are going to cut out of his belly from inside. I also like I like how Esther just looks at this thing. It's just it's priceless in my opinion. Esther looks at it and thinks just, what is going on here? I don't know, I find this picture very funny. Can we move on to a less scary picture? Sorry for having it so long. But this, you have to give the actress, that was the priceless face she had to do there. She nailed it. Completely, like, what is going on here? Like, WTF is basically... I find it very hilarious, this scene. Toughen up, Buttercup. Wow. No. The eat me scene, the end of Man of Black, yes. Yeah, this is meme potential. Actually, the expression is pretty good. That's my face exact. That face is my exact reaction to about 73% of this episode. I hope the next one is better. Opsai is here. Welcome. Nice to see you. This scene, she really, like, this WTF moment here is priceless. I found this scene quite funny, I have to admit. The Predator mouse, yeah, it was definitely something like that. Okay, I don't fully understand how this even works, to be honest. Like, they cut it kind of weirdly, if that makes sense. Maybe it would be a bit too brutal if they showed how the innards of this entity look. And then, yeah, Isildur is back. So we talk about this in a moment, about the nameless things. I read you the section from the book. Don't worry, we do this as well. Else we would get too fast through the show. And then Arondir makes the joke. Arondir calls it supper. Oh man, I like that one. I have to say that scene kind of I liked. Let me just name the screenshots here, but yeah, it reminded me a little bit of what's it called? Did anybody in chat watch Stargate SG-1? And there's also an episode where Tiak tells a joke. It has something of that. The summer thing was silly, but it made me laugh. Oh no, Chris tries to understand again what they are doing. Yeah, that's a problem, I think. The NFL game started 4 hours ago. Well... The problem is the No Country for Old Men Tommy Lee Jones face expression is also absolutely priceless. Like, the problem is Tommy Lee Jones nails a different kind of this face. Like, she also looks mildly shocked. She think, you know what I mean? She thinks, ugh. So in this direction, Tommy Lee Jones is, you're not serious, right? It's hilarious. I don't know. I only know watch Stargate only in German, so I could imagine that the joke in German is differently. Oh, anyways, you started it, so I will run with it. I'm off, and I wish you. He did it, Mark. Mark did it. A great weekend. Not bad. Yeah, have a great weekend as well, Mark. Have a good one. Thank you for staying here again. We're almost through it. We read the nameless things section. So that must be, I think, in the White Rider chapter. Nameless things. Yeah, so here it is. Let me just double check the chapter though. Don't have chapter marks here, so I can tell you. It's the White Rider, chapter 5 of Two Towers. Yeah, first book of Two Towers, book 3 it is, the White Rider, chapter 5. And Gandalf, there in this chapter, they meet with Gandalf again. So with Gandalf the Wise. And he explains what happened to him. And in this section, there's also the stronger than a strangling snake and section and so on. I think what's important though is this one section where he mentions nameless things, but not written in capital letters though. So, we fought far under the living earth where time is not counted. Ever he clutched me, the Balrog, and ever I hewed him. How is this pronounced, chat? To hew. I assume the H is not silent. Just for my own education. Yeah, it's hewed him. Okay, whatever. And ever I hewed him, till at last he fled into the dark tunnels. They were not made by Durin's folk, Gimli, son of Glúin. Far, far below the deepest delvings of the dwarves, the world is gnawed by nameless things. Here it is. Even Sauron knows them not. They are older than he. Now I have walked there, but I will bring no report to darken the light of day. In that despair, my enemy was my only hope, and I pursued him, clutching at his heel. Thus he brought me back at last to the secret ways of Khazad-dûm. Too well he knew them well. Too well he knew them well. Too well he knew them all. Can't read anymore. Ever up we went until we came to the endless stair. Long has that been lost, said Gimli. Many have said that it was never made, save in legend, but others say that it was destroyed. It was made, and it had not been destroyed, said Gandalf. And so on. Here we also have the name, the Zirak Zigil, the pinnacle of the Silvertine. Also called Celebdil. Like, it's kind of funny that all the names of this place are in one. The Dwarvish, the Elvish, and the translation into Westron. Or in English. So yeah, this gigantic snake entity he calls Nameless Thing. Nameless Thing is not an official term, so it must be the similar things that is below the earth. It is just some creature in the world that has not been found yet. As a result, it is not named, and it's a nameless thing, but it references basically the same experience that Gandalf had. He goes somewhere where he has not been before, and then meets some weird creatures there. It's also not under the earth, and so on. But that he calls them nameless things, it became like a term in the Tolkien community. When people talk about nameless things, they usually think of what Gandalf for strange creatures had them, like gnawed by nameless things. Even Sauron knows them not. They are older than he. So, kind of interesting. Also, a thunder they heard and lightning, they said, smote upon Celebdil, and leaped back broken into tongues of fire. Is that not enough? A great smoke rose about us. Nameless mud, yeah. The nameless show. But I mean, I don't know, I gave them a name, Supper, but like I said, it's again a bit of fan service. If this would be the only fan service in this episode, I wouldn't mind at all. I found it was a funny scene. I had fun with this scene, so I don't mind it at all. But there was so much fan service already with all the other things, and we come to, the end. So the ends at least make somewhat sense that they exist. Next, the show would jump back to the Harfoots, and there we have the story of the Shire with the in-world name, Suzat, and then Galadriel, and so on. And then we, after the Galadriel dialogue, we come back to a campfire with Arondir and Isildur. And Arondir, Isildur, and Estrid campfire. And there they will give, now that they have not abandoned them and stayed with them, let me just make it a bit brighter so you can see better. There Estrid gets the key for her handcuffs, so to establish their trust. From Arondir. The handcuffs. Here's the scene. You see the key. And of course, Isildur also approaches her and removes her handcuffs. Isildur removes handcuffs of Estrid, and yeah, it's kind of interesting because this is kind of the main theme of this, like this forgiveness thing. And Estrid is really good at dancing at the on the edge, basically, when it comes to that. Estrid draws Isildur's sword. Of course, Arondir is also, I don't know, prepared. And what I like about Arondir is, like, he is similar to Galadriel. He's like, I would not mess with him. I have a bit trouble finding the screenshot for this particular scene. Though I can kind of understand Estrid's point, because she has this sign, so why would one trust her? And then we see, like, another weird creature, an ant, sees the ants. It's not her day in a way, like a lot of things go wrong for her. And this scene we have seen in the trailer. And then, yeah, Estrid flies through the air and, I don't know. Could have almost gotten killed there, I think, by this mighty thing there, especially when she smashes against the rock there. Estrid KO. After hit by Endwife. Or by End, I just leave the wife away for them for now. So yeah, and then after that we have like a very long conversation with the Ents. And yeah, also the Endwife confronts Arondir and asks him if he ever chopped like a tree or something. And this would be something that, of course, most Sylvan elves would say, no, I have never done this, because they have a stronger relation to nature and so on than other elves. It was especially established here in the show as well. While the Noldor elves, in contrast, they definitely would chop wood for sure. But the difference here is with Arondir, he was kind of forced to chop a tree in season 1, if you remember. And that's kind of the problem will be, though, I won't find the screenshot of that. Which episode was that? Episode 2 or something? Episode 3 maybe? I can't remember. Nah, it might be episode 3, I think. Yeah, I think I found the screen, the section of this. I don't know if I was to chop tree. For the prison break, yeah, he had to. Where do we have it, chat? Season 2. It is which episode, by the way? It's episode 3, just in case people wonder which episode it might be. It's episode 3. Oh, yeah, here, that was the scene here in the original thing was a bit not that bright. No, now I do stupid mistakes here, chat. 1, episode 3. We have the screenshot in the right directory. For me, that's just important. So yeah, here's his ex, and he had to chop the tree. Poor tree, poor Arondir. He was not a fan of it. And yeah, after that, he has now to negotiate with this Endwife thing. Endwife and Arondir discuss forgiveness. That's basically what this is here. Sometimes forgiveness takes an age. That is definitely 100% true. For Arondir, never admit guilt without a lawyer. If the Ents notice Arondir's breastplate, maybe. This Ent lady is all no nonsense. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could... If a wood whack? What? That... I don't get it. Ants don't get them around. But yeah, I like this thing. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? And so on and so forth. If a whack, dead woodchuck. Ants don't mess around. Yeah, that's... I love the end scenes. Yeah, I also thought they were very nice. I feel a bit that the ends could look a bit better, to be honest, like from a visual effect standpoint, but they don't look bad, to be honest. Let's make a list of Isildur's almost deaths on Discord. Yeah, that maybe is a good idea. He died. Friend-zoned is quite the word when she's not almost kisses him, but she's also literally engaged to someone. Well, she has not kissed him yet, so that's maybe the reason why Isildur feels kind of played with a lot. Well, yeah, the story with the Endwife goes that Treebeard tells that End and Endwives at some point lived together. And then the Endwives, because they had different priorities, basically, when it comes to their whole end thing, their end game, we could call it, they, like the male Ents would more look towards the trees, and the Endwives would grow smaller things, and so on. So they had these gardens, as Tolkien describes it, and they wandered to the east as a result. So if we look at our fantastic Middle-earth map here, here's Fangorn. Oh, you can't see it yet. One moment, chat. Here's Fangorn. And yeah, the Endwives went east here. And we can even read that they potentially taught agriculture and stuff to the other people. I think Treebeard tells this story. Also, some speculated that this is Fimbrethiel, the what is it? The wand limb. That is the Endwife, basically, or the Endwife of Treebeard, but it's not the case. Here in the show, she is called. Let me see. Where do we have the ends? Winterbloom, she's called. And she's played by Olivia Williams. I think Olivia Williams, I know her from The Sixth Sense. She played Anna in this, if I remember correctly. There was a lot of other films she was in, so quite interesting. Team map rules. Yeah, it is true. But yeah, they wanted here. And then in a letter, Tolkien describes how, or in the lore is described how Sauron burned these lands here to stop the advance in episode 5, I assume, of the last alliance of elves and men that came down here, the Anduin. And to stop their march, he just burned these woods here to maybe slow them down a bit, where he was busy here in Gondor. And so he could maybe get a formation and face them or retreat or whatever. He later met them then here in this area. And yeah, that's also how the Dead Marshes came to be and so on. A lot of stories connected. But Tolkien describes how he potentially captured some of the Endwives here and then moved them down potentially here to where he grows his food for his armies. to have the Endwives here, because they were good at growing things, as we learn here. So the Endwives made gardens to live in, but we Ents went on wandering. We only came to the gardens now and again. Then, when the darkness came in the north, the Endwives crossed the great river. So the darkness came in the north. What could this mean, chat? What is a great darkness in the north? Maybe First Age Morgoth or so? Who knows? Could also be later. Angmar or something is also in the north. Tough to tell. However, when the great darkness came in the north, the Endwives crossed the great river. So that is on this map here. Like I said, here is Fangorn, maybe somewhere here. Great darkness, Angmar would be later here. That would be Third Age. And we discussed Utumno would be here. So maybe that's what they mean. I'm not sure. And they crossed the Great River, which I assume is the Anduin. The Great River, and made new gardens and tilled new fields, and we saw them more seldom. After the darkness was overthrown, the land of the Endwife blossomed richly, and their fields were full of corn. Many men learned the craft of Endwives and honored them greatly. So that is also an interesting detail. The problem with Angband, though, is that the War of the Last Alliance is already over at this time. So it must be a second or first age event. Darkness in the north. Kind of wondering what they mean with that, chat. Two Endwives ride horses. I don't think so. Maybe the horses ride Endwives, but I don't think it's the other way around. Yeah, that's quite a grim outcome for them, for sure. But yeah, I don't know, chat. What do you... I still don't know. Maybe they mean with the North, the darkness is the attack of Eregion. That would make, in my opinion, maybe a second age event. That makes the most sense, in my opinion. But yeah, whatever. Blossomed richly, and their fields were full of corn. Many learned the craft of the Endwives and honored them greatly, but we were only a legend to them, a secret in the heart of the forest. Yet here we still are, while all the gardens of the Endwives are wasted. Men call them the Brownlands now. And there's a letter of Tolkien that elaborates a little bit on this. He was asked in some context about the Endwives. It is letter 144 to Naomi Mitchison. She has proofreading 2 volumes of The Lord of the Rings. And after doing so, she was so interested that she wrote a number of questions to Tolkien, which Tolkien answered. Nothing would be left for him in the world of Sauron. I think that is Tom Bombadil, actually, yeah. He has no connection, in my mind, with the Endwives. What had happened to them is not resolved in the book. He is, in a way, the answer to them in a sense that he is almost the opposite, being, say, botany and zoology as sciences and poetry as sciences, and poetry as opposed to cattle breeding and agriculture in practicality. Whatever, was terribly read, sorry for that. I think that in fact the Endwives had disappeared for good, being destroyed with their gardens in the War of the Last Alliance, Second Age 3429 to 3441, when Sauron pursued a scorched earth policy and burned their lands against the advance of the allies down the Anduin. They survived only in the agriculture transmitted to men and hobbits. Some, of course, may have fled east or even have become enslaved. Tyrants, even in such tales, must have an economic and agricultural background to their soldiers and metal workers. If any survived so, they would indeed be far estranged from the Ents, and any rapprochement would be difficult unless experience of industrialized and militarized agriculture had made them a little more anarchic. I hope so. I don't know. Hobbit children were delightful, but I'm afraid that the only glimpse of them in the book, I found, okay, this is a different thing now. Here's a question about Hobbit children. But yeah, that's kind of is the theory that Tolkien himself had in mind in context of what happens to these Endwives. So we know from the other book that they had gardens east, then darkness happened, and they go to these lands here, teach men of this area, maybe some men lived here, agriculture, and then at the end of the Second Age, yeah, the scorched earth policy of Sauron was applied, and maybe some of them were captured. Quite a dramatic story. Yeah, Blue Wizards, Endwives, Bombadil. It's like Lord of the Rings YouTube channel bingo, isn't it? Yeah, it really is. You think Ents appear? I could imagine that Ents appear in some form again. Maybe not. Maybe that's all about them for now. But who knows? I could imagine there might be some involvement in some context again. Maybe in the next season or so, who knows. Did he just become a hermit in Rune for a while and leave Goldberry behind? What was this weird Goldberry singing deal when she's not there? Old Man Willow was around then. Yeah, I could imagine that the Old Man Willow was also around, but he has now Old Ironwood around. That's basically the same. The singing of Goldberry, I think it's supposed to be like a kind of enigma. Some supernatural, I don't know, strange thing. Like, being around Tom Bombadil is always strange, because he's kind of in the world, but not really part of it, if that makes sense. He's part of his own confines. And yeah, he of course never did a thing. Oh, nice. Reflective Rambling also here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you had a good day. Finished a while ago, just kind of face planting, and I do not like being negative. This is not me. Yeah, I think to make the scene quite mysterious, it might work. Maybe, I don't know. Like, she's of course not in Rune, but maybe he took some lilies from the old forest with him or so. He talks about lilies in the scene as well. And he sings with the lilies, and Goldberry, through the lilies, answers basically in some supernatural way. That's my only explanation, if that makes sense. Trying to focus on the cute lamp. Yeah, so that's kind of the story. Did I forget anything to mention here in context of the Endwives? Yeah, it would be interesting to see Goldberry in the show as well, to be honest. Endwives we discussed, chat. What else did I forgot? There was something I want to mention. The gardens. Like, that's something I can check. What is Tolkien Gateway saying about the Endwives, what they mean with the darkness here? Endwives. Like, my guess would be maybe the War of Wrath or something like that. Growing his power in the north, says they. So that's definitely. Endwives passed eastward over the Anduin. After he was overthrown, so it's, I assume it's definitely, it has to do with Morgoth. So my first assumption was right. It was not meant to be, I don't know, the fall of Eregion or something. Yeah, it makes kind of sense. You have your unnamed breakfast. Oh, would he not be run down? Well, we have to slowly get to the end. I think most are not. Most people have fallen asleep in chat, anyways. From this perspective, I like how Arondir also apologizes to the tree, and so on, and they kind of come on in terms. Of forgiveness, kind of. Was a cute scene, I feel like. Let me just see studio mode that I need. So I have some additional scenes, and then we're basically already done here, I feel. Wow, reflective rambling. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Where does this come from? Much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. Arondir, shakes hands with Endwife. I'm not sure if shake is the correct term here, but I guess it doesn't matter as long as I know kind of what happens in the screenshot. Almost a bit scary, I feel, but yeah, it's also kind of cute. The Endwife just picks like a blossom. And gives it to Arondir. That I felt was kind of cute. Arondir receives a blossom. It was a very cute scene in my opinion. Because he got the blossom and everybody else, like the other people there, also got a blossom. So now they are on the side of the Ents. They're now friends, I guess. And maybe learn something that they have to be more careful with the wood and so on. Okay, what's happening now? Thank you so much, amazing bad boy. Much appreciated for your generosity as well. Let me just name the screenshot here. Endwife, and there's also an end next to the Endwife. Not only that there's just one end. And yeah, Arondir and Isildur. I would have found it cool, by the way. Maybe it would be a bit too much book fan service then, but I would have found cool if like Arondir drops something like, yeah, this reminds me when I was back in the day fighting the orcs, or the dwarves to be precise, back in the day with my homie Beren. That would be such a cool reference, because Beren is mentioned actually in Lord of the Rings, so maybe they could have done this. But yeah, there is the scene, and in one episode they kind of made quite a bit of like Theo reunites with Arondir. So that definitely was a very cute scene as well. And yeah, I don't know. They're like, now that his friend, like their what you call the relationship was kind of cooled, I would say. It wasn't ever really great, but they made quite a few steps back. Now with this episode, they kind of came a bit back on track and at least potentially talk to each other. Though Arondir, they will now separate ways. Theo will do things here in the south for some time. I'm not sure what he has promised his mother. He says he has his own promises to keep. And Arondir will go to Eregion, it seems, as we have already seen in the trailer. So first of all, I need to read the messages here, chat. Sorry for that. Let me just drink a moment. Then I'm happy when I can shut up. My main motivation to stay up to date with the series is to enjoy the streams. I hope you enjoy them then. So again, Much appreciated. For being awesome and putting up with us. Well, you're also awesome. So nice to have you here. And that's probably more said about, I have to say, I can just applaud Ismail for delivering the dark things line with a straight face. I think Ismail is also really a fantastic actor. I feel like some of these actors, even sometimes if the some of the lines the actors kind of carry pretty hard. Sometimes the bad writing, so it kind of works out, I think. So yeah, Estrid also, I would assume, let me just see. So Estrid reunites with Isildur, but then of course comes a plot twist. Hagen is also reunited with Estrid. So there's that. So it seems like, I don't know if this is here a fiancé, could also be a brother. It's another plot twist for next. They do quite a few plot twists on Estrid, I feel. And friends, yeah. Just read about Chris feeding on the energy of the chat and getting bigger by the hour. Well, I don't want to get bigger though. It would help though if I not always get hungry while I stream. Like if I could just nourish out of, draw nourishment out of this. What else can the Shadow of the North be than Dol Guldur? I think it's not Dol Guldur. I think what they mean is the rise of Morgoth in the North early in the First Age. I think that's what they mean here. Another option would be maybe Eregion, but that would not be Morgoth. I'm not sure how was it phrased exactly. Then when the darkness came in the North, it could be anything. It could be Morgoth, could be Sauron with his conflict in Eregion or something. Later, the Witch King of Angmar or something would also be in the North. I don't know exactly. It's very free. Tolkien also says, though, that Treebeard is not one of the wise, so he's not a reliable source on many of these accounts. You deserve it, Chris. Awesome. I'm not sure about that, but thank you. I'm trying to find as my prequel things as possible to add into it. We find out by the end of the season that the male end is Treebeard and the female is Fimbrizil. I mean, yeah, that was a prediction people had, but why would they not call them like that? Because they have actually names in the show already, in the X-ray thing. Snaggle Root is the Ant, and she is a Winter Blossom. When it comes to names. Just for completeness sake. Isildur is a bit... Isildur is sad. At least a bit. Let me see. So that we had, I need as another screenshot where all these wild men with the flowers is standing there. That I found almost cute. Wild men are now end friends. So there we have that. See, they all have these blossoms. Kind of cool. May forgiveness grow out of this. And then, yeah, Theo and Arondir also part ways. In the background, I think we see Estrid and Hagen at the rock. All these white men are standing there. I mean, all these white men. All these... okay. No, I'm not wild. White. Other way around. Not white, wild. You know it takes men only 4 days to fall in love? No, I didn't know that, but here in the show it definitely is proven. Did they not have the rights to use his name for Treebeard and Fimbrizil? They had the rights to use those names, yeah, for sure. There's nothing interesting about Estrid. Why is Isildur in love with her? Or is she just the first woman in age she knows that isn't his sister? I mean, you might not be wrong, but I don't know. But yeah, because it's written in the screenplay, that's potentially the best answer. And before the divorce, Rosemary love doesn't need. Yeah, love doesn't make sense. I'm not sure if it makes sense. Like, it's. I feel it sometimes hard to judge if people fall in love or whatever. Especially in a TV show, like. We also don't know how big their role or part together is. Who knows? I have to admit, I like Isildur. Like, I think it's a cool character. So, is there anything after that, chat? After that, we switch to the Galadriel scene. We have the map here after this, where we see that the trail, they kind of continue. We had this very early on in the stream because I missed a scene somewhere. This scene here appears now here at the end, and here we see they marching through the gap of Kalinardon, or later the gap of Rohan as it's called. Here. Misty Mountains, and then they go up to, what is it called, Eregion from here. It seems like they start somewhere here, so they left the side entrance of Mordor, not the main gate, but yeah, still strange. They go all those way up. It's quite a distance, to be honest. The man and the map. Well, of course, at the end there must be a map. Don't worry, reflective rambling. Don't worry. As long as we have fun, but it's already late. And I feel like my brain is starting to work less and less. So sometimes I might say stuff wrong. Yeah, the same gender love story, which so far has not happened in the show. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care too much about these love stories, if I'm completely honest with you, so whatever. But as we all know, it's not allowed to make a film or a series production Hollywood without a love story. That's impossible. I forgot to hide my thing here. So, chat, do we have now everything? I think this was the last we have seen of this. The question is, what happens next episode? At least Arondir and Bronwyn had at least things in common. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Isildur and Estrid have in common that both are kind of survivors, if that makes sense. Like, there's so many things happening to them all the time, and they somehow survive it. Not so much yet, at least for Estrid, but definitely Isildur just always have a bad day, basically. Yeah, next episode, Dwarf get their rings. I agree on that. That's definitely next episode. I'm not sure what they might do in Numenor next, but I could imagine we might see it again. And what will they pause in the meantime? Will they pause? I mean, I've a bet. I don't hope that episode 5 won't be that busy, because there are a lot of things they need to get going, like potentially Elrond reporting in Elindon. And there might be some conflict there waiting for him as well. the Durin's ring is pretty common. Like the dwarves believe even in the books that the dwarves got, like the dwarves, that Durin got his ring from Celebrimbor and not from Sauron directly. In this case, indirectly. While Anatar was around, which kind of makes sense, I think. And what they're going to do with this, they lost control over their mountain in their cultural singing way, and this will be restored when Durin has not the one ring, but the ring of power. So then things work better, but this will have an effect on Durin, and his son notices, and this is now as potential for new conflict, and so on. And one thing I think what they will do, because in the books it's mentioned that at some point the dwarves attack the rear of Sauron during this conflict, and this allows Elrond to retreat. So, and then things happen from there. And in this, I could imagine that King Durin becomes stubborn again, especially with the ring now in his possession, and Moria working well again. And then he says basically to his son, no, we won't help the elves. Let the elf do whatever. We won't get into this. And then Durin tries to convince the people of Khazad-dûm otherwise to help the elves outside and join the conflict in some way. But before this happens, of course, the doors of Durin are made together with Narvi, because they need this as the exit to actually get to Eregion. You know what I mean? And close the door then. So I could imagine this might happen. Is what they're going in context of these rings. They also have to give at least a little bit of Mithril to Eregion for more rings. I don't know what they're going to do with Numenor. I think in Numenor there might be the Miriel sea trial with the sea monster. We've seen this in a trailer as well. So I could imagine this is next episode. But yeah, we might have still some time to think about this when we will, before the next episode comes out next Thursday. Elrond in the run will kick some butt though. We have push, I hope. Yeah, point, beta boy. Yeah, the big charge we saw in the trailer, then she might be freed or something, I don't know. You know, there's some trial, even the High Priest is present in these scenes, so I think there's more to it. I want to see a Calabeth already. I think we have to wait for a Calabeth for next season, I think. Next 2 seasons. But did I forget anything, chat? I don't think so. Like, here the forgiveness takes an age scene was kind of cute. That all the men were freed. It was kind of a happy thing there at the end. I kind of like this as well. I feel like the writing was a bit not fully perfect here at the end, but it worked, I would say. I like that the other tree recited like a longer poem, felt a bit like Treebeard in this regard, but it was again like a fan service moment. Like I said, this episode is just so full of fan service. A lot of references, and we might have even missed quite a few references, but I'm now too tired to think of any. And I think, yeah, we got pretty much everything, chat, right? So has everyone clicked the like button? Yeah, that's a good question. Did everybody press the like button? Would be much appreciated. Did a long time ago. Awesome, thank you. Other than the orcs are going too much, what in this episode did we to get advance the plot? The orcs are marching. Lindon has to be informed by Elrond, and then they maybe have to send an army to Eregion to defend their realm against Sauron. That we did in this plot. We know that Arondir is moving now towards Eregion as well, following the trail of the army, so that he can be there. This might have later some consequences for this. Galadriel is now can now talk to Adar in the next episode or the episode after that. Like, we have to consider the following things. I think the last 3 episodes are battle, basically, or have to do with the Battle of Eregion. 6, 7, and 8. So we have now 1 more episode to set this up properly. Then also what we else did is that the wizard, the dark wizard, is coming to Tom Bombadil's house. So he has to confront the stranger and Tom Bombadil for now and see what happens there. We need a branch. He has to improve a little bit, and we have to see what happens there in the in the Stur village. Will they all be slaughtered? What are the consequences of this? Is he just moving for now? Yeah, so I would definitely say the Ring of Power plays a big role in Season 5 for the Dwarf. I think that is the main part of next episode. Not sure how it will be called, but that seems to me very important, that they have to establish that and then make a setup that they might not intervene in episode 6, 7 or 8 later into the war. She also says he has other obligations. What obligations? I don't know what. I'm also curious about this. He might have promised his mother something before she died or so, and he wants to keep it. Maybe to become a healer, help the people, whatever. It has been said before that Theo might end up being an Nazgul. Do we think they are preparing for this by making him an authority in Pelargia? Yeah, maybe. That's a good call, Rosemary. By calling him Lord of Pelargia, he becomes a Lord of Men, kind of. So maybe he becomes Kamul or something, I don't know. When does Gandalf turn west? Well, that's a good question. I'm not even sure if it's Gandalf. But actually, he comes west in the third age, not in the second. It's not in Middle Earth, or not, at least not as Istari. He's in Middle Earth in the second age at all. So currently, I'm also not 100% sure if he's really Gandalf. Like, from a logical standpoint, from how they wrote this character so far, it must be Gandalf. But if he's not Gandalf, then, I mean, they are sometimes doing this weird stuff in their writing, so I don't know. Well, I made it about 12 hours without choking myself up to thinking about them. What if it was to help Arondir move on, and he sees the chance to literally move him away to find another purpose? Maybe something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're going to do with Arondir anyway, because, yeah, it's a complicated character. Like, his main motivation, Bronwyn and plot arc, like this relationship with this woman of men, is now dead, and because she, for reasons like this, reflective rambling also told me a bit about some speculation going on what might have happened there in the background and why she left. I can't comment on this. I haven't looked into these details. Potentially it's impossible to do so, but still, for me it seems they changed a few things when it comes to that, and this is now has to be solved by other means. So curious where they go there. I would agree, light blinded fool. So you're right. Of course, at the same time, why did they spend so much screen time trying to convince us to he's Gandalf if they could just tell us? Why did they spend so much screen time trying to convince us he's Gandalf if they could just tell us? Well, they think it's an appealing plot line that we guess all the time. I wouldn't agree with that. I just wondered, why do they spend so much screen time telling us it's Gandalf, it's somebody else who we potentially don't have ever heard about? I'm not sure if Gil-galad comes to Khazad-dûm, I think. I just think that Gil-galad might not want to send an army for now, so it might be difficult to convince Gil-galad. I think that is the next big conflict in Lindon. Oh, good morning, Dobry. Nice to see you. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have much to tell anymore, chat. Yeah, Khazad-dûm and Eregion, especially Eregion, will be the central plot point of this season for sure. So far, I heard that the last 3 episodes are about the war or the siege and the war and so on in Eregion. So we will see. And for the host for being a hero. I'm definitely not a hero. I'm just talking too much. That's the biggest problem, I think. Sauron gets captured. I don't think Sauron gets captured, to be honest. I think he does whatever he wants and let the forces neutralize each other and then basically what do you call it? Ernten. To reap. He will reap the fruits he has planted, kind of. The person who has rambling in her username. But Sauron still goes to Numenor, right? Yeah, I would assume at some point in season 3 or season 4, whatever. It might be the next season, I think. I think they just love the J.J. Abrams storytelling. Oh god, please no. Foraging the fruit. You reap what you sow, kind of thing, and he's did that a lot. What is kaput? Kaput or catapult? So I think the show suffers from setting up fake mysteries when they could just be revealing and moving the plot forward. Yeah, that is true. This show is too focused on these mystery boxes all the time. It's annoying as hell. There's so much there to tell, and there's no reason to drag things out, and they kind of do this all the time. No, Sauron goes to Numenor at some point, but it doesn't happen by itself. It starts already a little bit, but he will be the peak of it. I'm pretty sure about that. Trebuchet, yeah, that's also gettable. Evil enough to... Caput is Latin for head, where we get capital from. Yes. Exactly. Kaput we also in German use to something's broken, so the head is broken. That's how I memorized this vocabulary back in school. Decapitate. Is it decapitating? Yeah, decapitate, beheading somebody. So that's also this word. I want to see Numenor. We will see this. I think we have already seen a glimpse of that. But yeah, I don't know, chat. I'm very curious how they solve all of this. I would say I run the credits and go to eat something because I'm really thirsty and tired and hungry. Imagine CGI. There will be a lot of CGI stuff going on. So yeah, shoutouts to all the people you're supporting, especially to Reflective Rambling and the Amazing Bad Boy. Thank you for your generosity. Much, much appreciated. And I'm looking forward to shutting up for a moment. Shoutouts to all the others. There might be some people missing here in this list, though. So that's also a possibility. And yeah, overall, as said, I kind of liked the episode, but it also had its problems for sure, here and there. I think I liked it more than the third episode. Even though it's a bit fan service heavy, but yeah, that's just... But sometimes the lore in this show does not make any sense. It's unfortunately a given we have to live with, or I learned to live with, whatever. Some people can't, I can understand that, it's annoying. But a few things happened, and let's hope now, like the last 4 episodes, things accelerate further into the final conflicts of the season, and this is a smooth sailing, and they don't have completely weird ideas. They definitely had some moments like Galadriel talking to Elrond. I thought that made a lot of sense for the most part. It could be 10 hour, could be a record here on this channel at least. It's not my streaming record. On Twitch I streamed, I think the longest I streamed was 17 or 18 hours. But just imagine, after this 10 hours, you streamed for 10 hours and now you stream for at least 7 hours more. That's tough. But it's easy on Twitch because I can shut up often. And you have to consistently talk and do production and think and read things and be with my mind in this show and say at least decently coherent things that sound reasonable. That's a problem. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Tirza, and all the others, of course, Rosemary, and all the supportive memberships. People who press the like button. If you're new here, also maybe leave a follow or press subscribe on YouTube then, and also leave a comment potentially later to my critique for the first 3 episodes, my first impressions for episode 4, or for this live stream here. Tell me what you think, maybe your theories and stuff. Write it in the comments. You know the drill by now. Do the YouTube things, basically. Can't believe that we have now, with 4 episodes, 12 hours of Rings of Power episodes. 12 hours already. And did it so little, it feels. It's just fascinating. 50k will come, yeah, I hope. But yeah, thank you for watching. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day, morning, afternoon, night, whenever you watch this here. Sleep well in case you go to bed now. And yeah, there will be more videos here. I might make like I don't know, some stuff you might missed. We talked about the Shire name in the Westron language, right? I did not forget that, which I found quite interesting, I have to admit. And yeah, the people wandering around. Some good discussion here, some cool ideas in chat. Shoutouts to all of you. Thank you for being so patient. And I would say, see you people next time. Goodbye.